We now come to the Opposition Day motion in the name of the Leader of the Opposition on environment and climate change. I must inform the House that I have not selected either of the amendments. To move the motion, I call the Leader of the Opposition, Jeremy Corbyn.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I beg leave to move the motion standing in my name and that of my colleagues. Today, Mr. Speaker, this House must declare an environment and climate emergency. We have no time to waste. We are living in a climate crisis that will spiral dangerously out of control unless we take rapid and dramatic action now. This is no longer about a distant future. We're talking about nothing less than the irreversible destruction of the environment within our lifetimes of members of this House. Young people know this. They have the most to lose. I was, like many members of this House on all sides, deeply moved a few weeks ago to see the streets outside this Parliament filled with colour and noise by children chanting, "Our planet, our future." For someone of my generation, it was inspiring, but also humbling that children felt they had to leave school to teach us, adults, a lesson. The truth is, they are ahead of the politicians on this, the most important issue of our time. We are witnessing, I will give way in a moment, we are witnessing an unprecedented upsurge of climate activism, with groups like Extinction Rebellion forcing the politicians in this building to listen. For all the dismissive and defensive column inches the protesters have provoked, they are a massive and, I believe, very necessary wake-up call. Today, we have the opportunity to say, we hear you.
I thank my honourable friend for giving way, and as my neighbouring constituency MP, could I congratulate him for many years ago giving up his vehicle and using mainly his bicycle for years as a Member of Parliament.
Indeed. We have... I fear my friend has unwittingly provoked lots of strange thought processes amongst members opposite. Of course, I'll give way on the basis of bicycle.
Learned friends. And at the opposite extreme to his bicycle, the largest source of carbon emissions in the country is, of course, Heathrow Airport. Given that, isn't it folly to be going ahead with a third runway at Heathrow? And wouldn't it be a clear indication from the Secretary of State today if he said that they were not pursuing that course?
I thank my friend for that intervention, and obviously aircraft emissions are one of the major problems that we face in this country and all around the world. And like him and other colleagues, I was actually opposed to the expansion of Heathrow because I want to promote more surface transport in a more sustainable way, which is mainly on railways. Then I will give way over there, and then I'll give way there, and then I'll carry on.
Right honourable gentleman and fellow cyclists for giving way. Would he agree with the young people who are outside this building that it would be easier and better to tackle climate change as if we remained full members of the European Union?
Well, I congratulate the member for Totnes, and she represents an absolutely wonderful town where environment is at the very core of the lives of many people in that town. We're not here to debate the EU or Brexit, for which everyone will be very pleased. But I would say that under any proposal from my party, we would import into the UK all the environmental regulations the EU have adopted, most of which are very good and progressive, often don't go far enough. And there would be a dynamic...
I just very gently ask the right honourable gentleman to face the House so we can all hear. Yes.
You're absolutely the last person I want to be offensive to, so I do apologise. We would ensure there's a dynamic relationship with those regulations. So I'm trying to please both sides at the present time, but in fact you're probably... Such is the joy of politics when we want to protect our environment, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I give way to the member there, then my colleague.
I'm very grateful for the right on giving way, and it's very interesting how he's proceeding with his Brexit policy. It will be noted outside this place. But does he agree with me that to beat climate change in this country and around the world, we've got to green our pension funds, green our banks, green our stock exchanges, decarbonise capitalism to drive trillions of dollars into the green, clean energy investments that we need?
A very fair point. A very fair point the honourable member makes, Mr. Speaker. And indeed, in a former life, I was a trade union organiser and negotiator. Even then, we were discussing with the pension fund trustees how they would have environmentally sustainable investments, and we would use it as a way of promoting green energy and issues like that. And I would urge people, many millions of whom have shares in pension funds, to do exactly that. It's a very fair point. Yes.
I'm grateful to him for giving way and welcome the fact that Labour is now following the Green Party lead when it comes to calling for a climate emergency. Subsidies make a mockery of a climate emergency. We are one of the worst countries in Europe for giving subsidies to fossil fuel industry. Would he agree with me that it is not compatible with a climate-constrained economy to go on with these subsidies to fossil fuel companies?
Well, indeed, what we need is sustainable energy policy, and that I'm going to come on to in my speech. And I obviously pay tribute to the honourable member for the work she's done on this, and often she and I have been on exactly the same side on these issues of environmental sustainability. I'll give way a couple of times more, then I ought to make get on my speech, otherwise the Speaker will tell me off because others want to speak.
For giving way, but just on that point of fossil fuels, does he recognise that natural gas has done more to decarbonise this country, reducing our levels to hasn't been seen since 1888? And does he also recognise 280,000 jobs are supported by the oil and gas industry? Is he concerned about those 280,000 jobs?
We want a sustainable energy policy in this country, and I didn't hear all of the members' intervention because others were talking, but if he's talking about issues of fracking, he knows perfectly well that this party is opposed to it because we want to see a more sustainable world and a sustainable environment. I give way to...
I thank my honourable friend for giving way. And does he share my concern about the lack of urgency in the government's own targets that it acknowledges it needs to meet? For example, by the time we meet the reducing plastic waste target, I will be 66. Does he share my question? Why it should take a quarter of a century to achieve that change?
Well, the whole point of today's debate is about declaring an emergency in order to focus all of our attentions on the sheer urgency of the issue, because it isn't going to go away. It's going to get considerably worse unless we act and set an example to other nations to also act. So give way to the Chair of the Select Committee.
I thank my right honourable friend for giving way, and I congratulate him on declaring an environment and climate emergency. I wondered if he'd seen the report that the committee produced last week, stating that if we leave the European Union, the watchdog that the government is currently proposing is toothless because it does not have the power to fine government for breaches of air pollution, water quality and waste standards. Does he agree with me that that is a very, very big barrier for the government to overcome?
Thank my friend for that intervention and for the work her committee does and the report they produce. It has to have all the teeth that are necessary to make sure the actions are taken. As I pointed out to an earlier intervention, there has to be a dynamic relationship with European regulations in order to achieve it. So I thank her for her work and for that intervention. I'm going to make some progress, then give way to some more colleagues. Mr. Speaker, I've been a member of this House for 36 years, and in that time I've observed something about this place that is glaringly obvious but seldom acknowledged. Parliament rarely leads change. It usually drags its feet. It's normally the last place to pick up on the major reforms that society is demanding. Think about the huge transformations in our society. Workers' rights, women's rights, gay rights. The impetus has always come from outside, from social movements and communities, while Westminster is often the last place to understand that. Let us not repeat that pattern. Let's respond to what a young generation is saying to us and raising an alarm. So by becoming the first parliament in the world to declare a climate emergency, we could, and I hope we do, set off a wave of actions from parliaments and governments all around the world. And surely, Mr. Speaker, if we lead by example and others follow, that would be the best possible answer to the all too common excuse we all hear on doorsteps: why should we act when others won't?
This side of the chamber was absolutely packed when my honourable friend, the member for Cheltenham, introduced the bill to hardwire net zero into our economy. Where was the opposition then?
I'm not entirely sure what point the honourable member is trying to make, except I'm very pleased that she's here today, and I look forward to hearing her contribution. Mr. Speaker,
I thank my right honourable friend for giving way. Public sentiment and Labour's position is clear. We must declare a climate emergency and legislate for net zero emissions. Yeah. But the government is procrastinating. Does my right honourable friend agree with me that the political will to tackle climate change is there with the public, it's there on these benches, but it's absolutely lacking on the benches opposite?
I thank my friend for that intervention. Let us show today the political will is here in this Parliament to declare the climate emergency we believe to be necessary. So, Mr. Speaker, let us work more closely with countries that are serious about ending the climate catastrophe, especially those at the sharp end of this, like the small country, the Maldives, so vulnerable to rising sea levels. They told the UN climate talks last year, "We are not prepared to die," and implored countries to unite. And Bangladesh, whose foreign minister recently warned of the existential threat posed by climate breakdown to the 160 million people of his country. And he urged others to adhere to their commitments under the Paris Climate Change Agreement. I attended the Paris conference in 2015 with my good friend, the honourable member for Brent North. And I'd like to thank him for his passion at that conference, his commitment to environmental sustainability and the great work he did on forestry during the last Labour government. It's a pleasure to work with him. He, along with the whole Labour Party, strongly, and I just make this point, strongly support the UK's bid to host the UN Climate Change Conference in 2020. And I really hope that it does happen. And when it does happen, members of this House from all across the House will have a chance to interact with those attending that conference. And let's make clear to President Trump that he must re-engage with international climate agreements. And we must be absolutely clear-eyed about the Paris Agreement. It is a significant breakthrough, a huge breakthrough, but it is not enough. If every country meets its current pledges, if every country in the whole world meets its current pledges as per the Paris Agreement, temperatures will still rise by 3 degrees in this century. And at that point, Mr. Speaker, Southern Europe, the Horn of Africa, Central America and the Caribbean will be in permanent drought. Major cities like Miami and Rio de Janeiro would be lost to rising sea levels. At 4 degrees, which is where we're all currently heading with the rates of emissions that are going on, agricultural systems would be collapsing. This isn't just a climate change issue, it's a climate emergency. We're already experiencing the effects around us. Here at home, our weather is becoming more extreme. The Chief Executive of the Environment Agency recently warned that we're looking into what he called the jaws of death and could run short of water within 25 years. Yet at the same time, flash flooding is becoming more frequent. Anyone who has visited the scene of a flooded town or village knows the devastation it brings to families. That was vividly brought home to me when I visited Cockermouth after the 2015 floods, along with my good friend, the Honourable Member for Workington, who is doing such a brilliant job as Shadow Environment Secretary, who first challenged the government to declare a climate emergency a month ago. And around the world, we're seeing ice caps melting, coral reefs dissolving, droughts in Africa, hurricanes in the Americas, and wildfires in Australia. Cyclone Idai has killed more than 900 people in southeast Africa, mainly in Mozambique, and affected 3 million more, only to be immediately followed by the current horrors of Cyclone Kenneth. The heating up of our climate is contributing to the terrifying loss of animal and plant species, something we, sadly, are only just recognising. I remember working with and joining WWF when I was at school. And according to what they're saying now, this is Worldwide Fund for Nature, humanity has wiped out 60% of mammals, birds, fish and reptiles since 1970, a year many in this House can remember. Earlier this year, the first global scientific review of its kind found that insects could become extinct within a century unless action is taken. Insects pollinate plants and keep the soil healthy. Without pollination and healthy soil, there is no food, and without food, there is no life. Meanwhile, we are, I think, having far too much very intensive farming, pumping the earth with too many fertilisers and taking its toll on our soil. Soil degradation is a major issue, and anyone who reads any farming journals will pick up this all the time, the weakening of soil and soil structures and the need to strengthen them. A more sustainable farming system actually leads, in the longer run, to better yields and less cost in pesticides, herbicides and fertiliser. The Environment Secretary himself has warned that we only have 30 to 40 years left before our fertile soil is eradicated. So I hope he will be supporting the motion today.
I thank the Leader of the Opposition for giving way. And can I agree with what he said about President Trump? And it is time he re-engaged with the Paris agenda. And dare I say, it is a good subject for after-dinner conversation. But can I ask him, because he mentioned about leading by example, and he says, right, this country must do that, even though it is a small part of overall global emissions. Where in the balanced energy policy of the future, should he become Prime Minister, where does coal sit in that energy policy?
We see a growth in renewable sources and green energy, and I'm coming on to that in my speech, and a reduction in the use of fossil fuels on this. I give way to the member at the back.
To him giving way, and I recognise he has allowed a lot of interventions. I think the reality is we can all agree that there is an emergency on environment and climate change, and he's setting out some of the reasons why many of us, I think most of us, all of us, would probably agree with what this motion is saying. But isn't it time that this House stopped scoring cheap political points and started being prepared to actually try and find a consensus? And all I would say to him, in all genuineness, is if he's willing to sit down and try and find a consensus on Brexit, is he willing to sit down and try and find a consensus on something that is arguably far more profound, which is this issue of climate change?
Last week, the leaders of the parties in Parliament, with the exception of the Prime Minister, attended a round table with a group of young people led by Greta Thunberg to discuss that very issue. Yes, I'm very happy to sit down with anybody to discuss the issues of our environment and sustainability, and I invite the honourable member to do exactly the same. Yes.
Well, gentlemen, he is being generous with his time. On the subject of coal, does he now regret the comments that he made while he was seeking to become leader of his party in 2015, that he was in favour of reopening coal mines? And does he therefore deplore the recent decision in Cumbria to open a new coal mine there?
I don't regret any of the statements I made in the 2015 leadership campaign. I was talking then about the way in which the coal mining communities in South Wales have been so disgracefully treated by the government that he supports. And on the question of the Cumbrian mine, yes, there is an issue there. There is an issue about the supply of coal that will always be necessary for the steel industry in order to fuel blast furnaces. That's why I'm talking about a balanced approach to energy, which does recognise the need to have sustainable industry as well as reducing emissions. None of this is easy or none of it's simple, but we have to move in the right direction of reducing emissions, reducing carbon dioxide emissions, and a cleaner and more sustainable environment.
Thank my honourable friend for giving way. And can I agree with him on this ecological crisis that we are facing? I am hosting Chris Packham here in Parliament today to meet parliamentarians. Can he join him and also the Environmental Audit Select Committee in calling for a conservation audit to look at really what is going on out there in our biodiversity with our species?
My friend for that intervention and compliment her and her work. I think an audit like that would be a very appropriate response to this debate that we're having today, because she's quite right. Unless you actually examine the biodiversity loss, in particularly where there's monocultural agriculture around the country, and the urban areas as well, then we're not going to know just how serious it absolutely is. So I do support. I'll give way one more time, then I'll move on.
I'm very grateful. Isn't one of the most disturbing aspects of this climate emergency the fact that some of the poorest people in the world live in the land that is closest to the rising sea levels? And if people are truly concerned about mass migration today, they should be truly worried about this crisis, because those are the people who are going to be travelling, moving many millions of people trying to find a safe place to have clean drinking water and a home for themselves.
It's a very good point, and indeed I'm coming on to that in a moment, because the heart of the environment issue and climate emergency is really one of justice. It's those here and around the world who are least to blame for it, who bear the burden of it and the highest cost. A 2015 study found that children living in our British inner city areas can have their lung capacity reduced by up to 10% by air pollution on major roads. And of course, it's even more extreme for those children growing up in densely populated urban areas in India or China at the present time. We're damaging children before they reach the age of 5 by the levels of pollution in many cities around the world. Children shouldn't have to pay with their health for our failure to clean up our toxic air. In a moment. And it's working class communities that suffer the worst effects of air pollution. Those who are least able to rebuild their lives after flooding will be hit hardest by rising food prices, while the better off, who are sometimes more responsible for the most emissions, can pay their way out of the trouble. And internationally, in a cruel twist of fate, it's the global south which is facing the greatest devastation at the hands of drought and extreme weather. This fuels poverty and war and creates refugees as people are forced to flee their homes. Some, not all, but some of the 65 million refugees in this world now are in reality climate refugees. These people are paying the price of emissions that do not come from the global south, overwhelmingly come from the global north and rapidly industrialising societies. As Sir David Attenborough recently said in his, I believe, brilliant programme on television, I quote, "We now stand at a unique point in our planet's history, one where we must all share responsibility, both for our present well-being and for the future of life on Earth." That is the magnitude of what we're talking about, the future of life on Earth. It's too late for tokenistic policies or gimmicks. We have to do more. Banning plastic, good, important, but individual action is not enough. We need a collective response which empowers people instead of just shaming them if they don't buy expensive recycled toilet paper or drive the newest Toyota Prius. Mr. Speaker, if we're to declare an emergency, then it follows that radical and urgent action must be taken. According to the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, to avert the disastrous effects of warming greater than 1.5 degrees centigrade, global emissions must fall by about 45% by 2030 to reach net zero by 2050 at the absolute latest. It's a massive demand and it's a massive ask, and it's not going to happen by itself. So we are going to have to free ourselves from some of the harmful beliefs that have characterised our thinking for too long. The hidden hand of the market isn't going to save us. Technological solutions are not going to magically appear out of nowhere. An emergency of this magnitude requires large-scale government intervention to kickstart industries, to direct investment and to boost research and development in the green technologies of the future. And that is not a burden.
I'm extremely grateful to my right honourable friend and congratulate him on leading on this debate. Does he agree with me that during the last Labour government we did create a consensus on this issue under the Climate Change Act, ably led by my right honourable friend, the member for Doncaster North? And that consensus included working together, not just with ourselves, but international partners. And will he join me in congratulating the Welsh Labour government on declaring earlier this week an emergency climate emergency?
Friend for the intervention, and absolutely agree with him. And I am coming on to the work done by the last Labour government, which did so much to try and bring about an awareness of the climate emergency. I'll come to the member in a moment. It's a chance, Mr. Speaker, to bring new manufacturing and engineering jobs to places that have never recovered from the destruction of our industries in the early 1980s. What we need is a green industrial revolution, with huge investments in new technologies and green industries.
For giving way, he talked about he's absolutely right to declare a climate emergency and a broader environment emergency. He talks about radical actions. One of the actions that we need to take, surely, is to protect the world's forests. After transport, it is the second biggest source of emissions. We're destroying around 20 million acres, a mind-boggling amount every single year. Billions of people depend on forests directly for their livelihoods. So from the point of view of biodiversity, humanitarianism and climate change, that surely has to be a #1 priority for any government.
Right, it does have to be a very high priority. I'm coming on to that towards the end of my speech, but it is absolutely correct that forests not only sustain a high level of biodiversity, they're also a huge source of carbon capture because it's locked up within the trees themselves, and I'll be coming on to that. Historically, the industry that changed Britain was coal. I give way, then I move on. Okay.
My right honourable friend for giving way, and he's making a really powerful speech about the need to address climate change. Does he agree with me that if the government was really committed to tackling climate change, they would not be investing in fracking? They would instead be investing in renewable energy sources like tidal energy, like more solar, that would help areas like mine in the northeast.
Indeed, and she knows my views on this, and I attended a public meeting in a village in Derbyshire discussing fracking, and what impressed me was all the people that were there were determined to improve their environment and wanted a more sustainable form of generating energy than by fracking, and they were worried about the danger it was doing in pollution levels to groundwater and other issues. So I thank her for that intervention. Coal powered the first industrial revolution in Britain, but it was done on the backs of the working class at the expense of our environment. So the green industrial revolution will be both unwinding those injustices, harnessing manufacturing to avert climate breakdown, as well as providing well-paid, good-skilled and secure jobs. Imagine former coalfield areas becoming the new centres of development of battery and energy storage. Towns like Swindon, which proudly made locomotives, becoming hubs for building a next generation of high-speed trains. Shipbuilding areas that were once the heart of shipbuilding, now diversified around the world, actually had a new impetus in developing offshore wind turbines and all the technology that goes with them. I want to thank the Honourable Member for Salford and Eccles for her work on the Green Industrial Revolution and Labour's plan, which will create, we believe, hundreds of thousands of jobs in renewable energy. She's done great work and I thank her for that. The solution to the crisis is to reprogram our economy so that it works for the interests of both people and the planet. It means publicly owned energy and water companies with a mandate to protect the environment instead of just seeking profit. It means redesigning public agricultural funding to benefit local business and sustainable farming that supports biodiversity, plant life and wildlife. And it also means not unnecessarily flying basic products across the globe that could be transported in a more sustainable way. It means funding home insulation schemes, particularly where there are poor quality homes, especially in the private rented sector. And I pay tribute to the work done on retrofitting homes and the work I saw being done at Salford University when I went there with my friend the MP for Salford, where they're working on the efficient conversion of back-to-back terraced houses into sustainable homes with energy efficiency. It means investing in bus routes, cycle routes and infrastructure, and reopening railway lines and improving railways, I believe, in public ownerships, so that people can travel quickly and cheaply, not necessarily by car. But it also means big investments, like the Swansea Bay tidal lagoon, and not prioritising fracking, which rides roughshod over local communities and damages our climate. And it means planting trees to improve air quality and prevent flooding. And it means expanding our beautiful forests that absorb carbon dioxide from the atmosphere and provide habitats for wildlife. Sadly, the United Kingdom has some of the lowest levels of forest cover across Europe. It has expanded somewhat. It needs to go a lot faster. And we must support expanding tree planting initiatives like those in Leicester and Milton Keynes, and of course the brilliant initiative of the National Forest in Leicestershire. It's actually very exciting to think about all the opportunities we have if we take them. But if the funding of Natural England is slashed in half, we can see how austerity and cutting of funds reduces our ability to act. Internationally, Mr. Speaker, we must ensure that our defence and diplomatic capacity is capable of responding quickly and effectively to climate disasters around the world. We must take serious steps on debt relief and cancellation to deal with the injustice of countries trying to recover from climate crises they did not create, whilst at the same time struggling to pay massive international debts. The debt burden makes it even harder for them to deal with the crisis they're facing. And so I do think in our aid policies we need to end the support for fossil fuel projects in the Global South. Yes.
I thank my right honourable friend for giving way, and he's making a very powerful point about the importance of justice. On Monday this week I went to meet Year 4 at the Milford Academy in my constituency because they'd written about their concerns about deforestation in the Amazon rainforest. Isn't it vitally important that we listen to the views of young people, because they are the ones who will be hardest hit if we fail to act? And aren't they absolutely right to call on us here today to commit to action to protect their futures?
My friend is absolutely right, and the message is that we need to do far more in this country, but we also need to carry that message elsewhere. And I can't be the only person in this House that was very disappointed by the statements made by President Bolsonaro of Brazil concerning the future of the Amazon rainforest. It's a precious, precious asset for the people of Brazil, as well as something necessary for the whole world. we will be in danger of forcing into extinction species that we never even discovered. And that is exactly what is happening at the present time. So it does mean a creative thought process in our international relations. Mr. Speaker, the last Labour government brought in some of the most ambitious legislation in the world with the 2008 Climate Change Act. And I want to pay a special thank you and tribute to the Right Honourable Member for Doncaster North and others that brought it in. He did incredible work to ensure that happened. And I remember his work at the Copenhagen Conference in 2009, when the UK was given a prime seat in the negotiations because we had a genuine respect on this issue because of the Climate Change Act that he had piloted through Parliament. But since then, I'm sorry to say, we've fallen behind. Members opposite will boast that the UK is reducing carbon emissions, but I have to tell them it's too slow. At the current rate, we will not reach zero emissions until the end of the century, more than 50 years too late. By that time, our grandchildren will be fighting for survival on a dying planet. The point Greta Thunberg made to me and others when we met her last week was, listen to the science, which I thought was a very impressive thing for her to say on behalf of all the young people that she was working with and speaking for. The IPCC has said, and I quote, that limiting global warming to 1.5 degrees centigrade would require rapid, far-reaching and unprecedented changes in all aspects of society, and that such action is urgent. The science says this is an emergency. But an emergency does not have to be a catastrophe. We could use it as an opportunity to rebuild our economy so that it works for the many, not the few. But it's time to not allow despair to take over. It's a time for action. We can do this. Government can improve the lives of our people while defending our natural world. What we do in this country can have an impact around the globe. So, Mr. Speaker, let's embrace hope. The children in school get it. They get it right away. They grasp the threat to their own future. And in fact, they want to be taught more about it as part of the curriculum and their normal school day. Are we to be content to hand down a broken planet to our children? That is the question we must ask ourselves today. We have the chance to act before it's too late. It's a chance that won't be available to succeeding generations. It is our historic duty to take it. I urge members to support the motion before the House today.
Thank you. Order. The question is, as on the order paper, I call the Secretary of State for Environment, Food and Rural Affairs, Secretary Michael Gove.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to begin by thanking the Leader of the Opposition for choosing today's motion and this debate. It provides us all across this House with an opportunity to affirm our commitment to do more in order to deal with the challenge of climate change and to enhance our degraded environment. And I want to also begin by sending a message from my colleague Claire Perry, the Minister for Climate Change and Energy. Claire, because of unfortunate family circumstances and an illness with a close member of her family, cannot be here today. I'm sure we would all want to send her and her family our very best wishes. And I also have to say that the Prime Minister can't be here for this debate, as she very much wanted to be, because she's appearing before the Liaison Committee. But it is important to acknowledge that across this House and outside it, there are many political figures and political leaders who have played a part in raising awareness of the challenge of climate change and making clear that we must do more. And I'm very happy to associate myself with the remarks made by the Leader of the Opposition in thanking the Right Honourable Member for Doncaster North. He was, as Secretary of State for Energy and Climate Change, influential in Copenhagen in helping to raise ambitions worldwide, and it was also the case that his Climate Change Act, which was supported across this House, ensured that we as a country had, at the time, the most ambitious approach towards climate change ever. I also want to thank the member for Kingston and Surbiton. We served together in the coalition government. He was again Secretary of State for Energy and Climate Change. Well, we didn't always agree on everything. I will want to put on record my admiration for him for the way in which he approached all of these issues in a balanced, mature and reformist fashion. I also want to say, I will in a second, I also want to say that while it's rare in this House that I have good words to say about the Scottish Government overall, I have to say that Rosanna Cunningham, the Scottish Environment Minister, has shown leadership on this issue, and while we may have our differences across this House, I think it's only fair to record that Rosanna's voice has been a strong and powerful one for the environment, as indeed has that of Leslie Griffiths in the Welsh Assembly. The environment belongs to all of us. The cause of climate change is a fight which should unite us. All of us in this House have a common humanity that we need to defend, and I'm very happy to give way.
I'm grateful for the Right Honourable Gentleman giving way and thank him for his words. But can I tell him from my experience in government of 2.5 years of negotiating on climate change at the European Union, Britain managed to ensure that 27 other countries raised their ambitions to the level of Britain's. So we managed to have leadership of the EU, influence America and China, and influence the climate change treaty in Paris to make it far more ambitious than anyone had expected at the time, because we were at the European Union table able to lead on climate change. Does he realise that by leaving that table, our influence on this critical issue for our world is being dramatically reduced?
I just want to repeat my gratitude to the Right Honourable Gentleman for all the work he did. But there are a number of multilateral institutions through which we work, and this government is committed, and I'm very grateful for the support from the opposition, to bringing the Conference of Parties on Climate Change to London in 2020 in order to ensure that this country can build on the achievements which my Right Honourable friend, the member for Hastings and Rye, helped secure at Paris, and we can ensure that global leadership is something that Britain can show when it comes to the environment and climate change. And I'm very, very happy to give way to the Right Honourable Gentleman.
My Right Honourable friend will know that he and I were on a different side in the referendum. But will he agree with me that it was deeply frustrating as an Environment Minister to have to sit in EU coordination meetings, lowering the standards, lowering the ambition of the United Kingdom government in order to have a single point? And so it is not a binary issue. Britain has a very ambitious international commitments, and I found myself constantly having to lower those in order to maintain one particular.
The Right Honourable Gentleman knows absolutely how important it is to negotiate hard in every international forum, but he also knows, as a minister who was committed to the environment and who supported remaining in the European Union, that there are people who are strongly in favour of our membership of the European Union, who are committed environmentalists, but also people who welcomed our departure. I think nobody could say that the Member of Parliament for Richmond Park or Baroness Jones of Milscombe were in any way, anything other than sincere campaigners for environmental enhancement. Both of them felt, and I think it is completely open to debate, that we could achieve those goals as effectively, if not better, outside the European Union. I want to make a little bit of progress. I will take more interventions, but I just want to make clear, not only do I welcome the opportunity that this debate provides and the support provided by people across this House, I also want to make it clear that on this side of the House we recognise that the situation we face is an emergency. It is a crisis. It is a threat that all of us have to unite to meet. And actually the first person to make it clear, the first British politician, in fact the first world politician, to make it clear that climate change was an emergency was Margaret Thatcher. A Conservative, a Christian who believed in the principle of stewardship, but above all, a scientist who followed the evidence. Margaret Thatcher at the United Nations, Michael Howard at Rio, the achievements of Amber Rudd at Paris. There has been a green thread of ambition running through Conservative governments, which is why it's important when we assess what needs to be done, we also take proper account of what has been done. We acknowledge our mistakes, but we also recognise achievements across party. And with that, I'm very happy to give way to the Honourable Lady.
I'm grateful to him for giving way, and his words are honeyed as ever, but we need action, not just words. Greta Thunberg last week was talking about the emergency and saying that we needed to see action as a result. Will he demonstrate his newfound conversion to this emergency by agreeing that the expansion of Heathrow Airport is quite simply incompatible with our climate change commitments? If it goes ahead, by 2050, aviation, if it's given a blank cheque, could be using up 2/5 of our total carbon budgets.
The Honourable Lady makes an important point. I mean, she talks about honeyed words. Well, one of the things, of course, this government has done is to make sure that honey can be produced in a more sustainable fashion by taking action as part of our pollinator strategy. And one of the things I'm very happy to see is more bees and other pollinators taking flight. That is something I'm happy. I want to make a little bit. I want to make a little bit. No. I want to make a little bit more progress, and in particular, not quite yet. I want to thank the Honourable Member for Cheltenham for the speech that he gave yesterday, as was made reference to earlier in this debate. The Honourable Member for Cheltenham laid out the consequences. Laid out the consequences if we don't all collectively take action. And to be fair to the Leader of the Opposition, he did as well. The 5 warmest years, I won't give way at this stage, I will shortly. No. I mean no disrespect, but I must make progress, and I can't answer the previous question. I can't, and I don't know,
The Secretary of State is trying to make progress. Secretary of State.
Thank you very much. I will give way to colleagues on all sides of the House in a moment, but I must develop my argument. It is important that everything that this government has done and needs to do is properly analysed in this House. But as my honourable friend pointed out, 5 of the warmest years that this planet has ever endured have happened since 2010. The consequences for all of us are visible and have been recorded by members across this House. The fact that we have wildfires in the Arctic, the fact that the Ross Ice Shelf is reducing in size at a greater rate than anyone anticipated, the fact that glaciers are in retreat across Europe and in the Tibetan Plateau, all of these are evidence of the impact that climate change is having. And while statistics can sometimes be abstract and the impact can sometimes seem distant, we all know that as individual citizens and as parents, that the next generation will face the consequences if we do not take action now to deal with climate change. A warming world will result in the desertification of large parts of our Earth, and our Foreign Secretary is speaking today in the Sahel about the action that we are taking in order to deal with desertification. It will also lead, as one of the previous interventions pointed out, to population movement as desertification and the transformation of previously fertile lands into lands incapable of generating food mean that individuals are on the move. That will create for all of us a security challenge. And as the Leader of the Opposition pointed out, this is not just a security challenge for the global north. It is also a moral and ethical challenge for all of us. And it's a moral and ethical challenge that we in the United Kingdom have to bear particularly heavily. We were the first country to industrialise. The Industrial Revolution forged here, which generated prosperity here, has also been responsible for carbon emissions that have driven global warming, and even now it is those in the global south who are bearing that burden. That is why there is a responsibility on us to show leadership. That is why it is so vital that we reduce our emissions so that those in small island developing states who face the prospect of coastal erosion and damage to their economies and society are defended and protected. It is also why this government is committed to spending £5 billion every year as a contribution to helping developing nations deal with the prospect of climate change. I'm now very happy to give way, and I will first of all give way to my honourable friend.
I'd like to thank the Secretary of State and his ministerial team for its leadership on chalk streams. This country has 85% of the world's chalk streams. Many of those are in my constituency, and many of those are degraded. This is something the Secretary of State recognises, and please can I urge him to bring forward the Abingdon Reservoir plan as soon as possible.
Well, my honourable friend is absolutely right. It's not just in chalk streams, as we also know in the salmon rivers of Scotland. We are seeing a decline in biodiversity at a precipitate rate, and there are actions that need to be taken. We need to work with water companies, landowners and farmers in order to ensure that steps are taken to restore our rivers to health and to make sure that for recreational anglers and for all of us who believe in biodiversity, that appropriate steps are taken. In fairness, I must give way to the right honourable gentleman who's been seeking to intervene from the beginning.
I'm grateful to the Secretary of State. 10 years ago, I helped form Cool Earth, which is brilliantly run by Matthew Owen. We are a tiny NGO. We protect more rainforests than any other NGO, whatever their size. When we go to DFID, they say we can't have any money because we ask for too little money. Will you put a rocket up DFID?
Secretary of State.
A rocket, I was going to say, a rocket might require too much fossil fuel in order to have the desired effect. But his point is a serious one. His point is a serious one, and we do work collectively across government, and I will be meeting on the morning of May the 7th with the Secretaries of State at Business, Department for International Development and the Foreign Office in order specifically to raise this issue. Now, I want to be fair to Scottish National Party colleagues, so I'm very happy to give way to the Honourable Gentleman.
I'm really grateful to the Secretary of State for giving way. The Secretary of State is signing up to the climate emergency talk slowly, but in my constituency there could be a major help to the UK's grid carbon footprint by the inclusion of a 600 megawatt interconnector to the mainland from the best wind resource in Europe. Yeah. Now, at the moment, Ofgem are talking about a 450 megawatt, but for 4 pence more than the average bill payer, we could do a lot for the carbon footprint. Will he stamp on Ofgem? And when they talk about concerns for the consumer, that they talk about the consumer's environment and not a tawdry 4 pence on bills.
Yeah. It's a very fair point, very effectively made. Ultimately, as he knows, it's a decision for the National Grid. But one of the things that I would say that Scotland has contributed to, and Ofgem, forgive me, that one of the things that Scotland has contributed to, which we should all take account of, is this significant growth in renewables across the United Kingdom. Offshore wind and solar have grown over the course of the last 7 years. Yes, it's been a Conservative government or a coalition government some of the time in London that has led that, but the Scottish Government has played its part too, and I'm very happy in the same spirit to give way to the Honourable Gentleman.
I'm grateful to the Secretary for allowing me to intervene on him. I want to take him back to the issue of security, if I might, because there are many teeth in the dangerous maw that is climate change, and security doesn't get enough attention. So can I ask him if the government will at some point, between his department and the Ministry of Defence and perhaps the FCO, bring forward an analysis as to how this affects the UK and what part the UK sees itself in playing as far as the security effects on climate change are concerned around the world?
It's a very fair point, and I will take that forward, and I will make sure that in advance of our preparations for COP26 at the end of 2020, that we make sure that the dimension of security, which I mentioned and which I know is very close to his heart, is there in our deliberations. Now, I must allow the Honourable Gentleman to give way, and then I'll allow the Honourable Lady, and then I'll make some progress.
Thank you very much for giving way. As part of any New Deal for nature, which has been much discussed and I hope will be discussed again today, does he agree with me that part of that should be a significant shift in the way DFID spends its money, so that we spend a much greater proportion of DFID on protecting and restoring the natural world, as a means also of preventing base poverty and alleviating poverty?
I couldn't agree more, and I know that my right honourable friend, the Secretary of State for International Development, believes that as well. One of the best ways of safeguarding the environment is by supporting people towards sustainable growth. And projects like the Darwin Initiative have shown the way in making sure that we can both provide people with dignity and the chance to flourish economically, and also at the same time safeguard and enhance valuable habitats. And I'm very happy to give way to the Honourable Lady.
I thank the Honourable the Secretary of State for giving way. He speaks with his characteristically warm words. However, that's not followed by action across this government. What we need to, while we're seeing subsidies cut from onshore wind and solar, VAT increased on solar, what we need to see is real action across every single government department and a responsibility on every single minister to cut carbon.
I absolutely agree that we need action, and let me also thank the Honourable Lady for her work. Before she joined us here in this House, she played a very distinguished role in Welsh politics in making sure that the environment was at the heart of the agenda in the Welsh Assembly Government. I've taken some interventions, I'll take some more, but I just want to make some points, in particular in response to the Honourable Lady's question, but she asked about action, and that is legitimate. Well, let me be clear. In the UK since 2010, we have decarbonised our economy faster than any other G20 nation. Between 2010 and 2018, we reduced greenhouse gas emissions in this country by 25%. UK CO2 emissions have fallen for 6 years in a row, which is the longest period on record. And the UK's renewable energy capacity has quadrupled since 2010. The proportion of UK electricity which comes from low-carbon sources has increased from 19% in 2010 to almost 53% in 2018. That meant that 2018 was a record year for renewable energy. And over the last year, we generated record levels of solar and offshore wind energy. Annual support from the government for renewables will be over £10 billion by 2021. And all of this has come as a direct result of a shared ambition between a government that sets stretching targets, is prepared to intervene where necessary, but also recognises that we need the ingenuity and enterprise of the private sector working in partnership with government in order to deliver change. And I should stress, safeguarding our environment must not come at the cost of ending economic growth. Because economic growth is vital to spur the innovation, to secure the investment, in order to make sure that we have the technological breakthroughs that can safeguard our environment. Since 1990, we have seen a 40% reduction overall in greenhouse gas emissions, and that was across different parties. We also saw an increase in growth of 2/3. And in particular, if we think about the significant growth in renewables, think also about solar energy. Of course it needed subsidy initially in order to kick-start. But as solar energy costs have diminished, so the need for subsidy over time, as any economist would tell you, is lesser. Originally, when we came to power, and this is no criticism of any previous government, only 38.3 megawatts of power was generated by solar electricity in this country. It is now 13,000 megawatts. 13 gigawatts. That is a 99% increase in solar power generation under Conservative ministers. Now, is there more to do? I won't deny that there is more to do. Should we be more ambitious? We have to be more ambitious. But the story that is sometimes told of the last 9 years as 9 years when we allowed the grass to grow under our feet. No, what we allowed were 1,000 flowers to flourish in order to ensure that our environment was safeguarded. I'm very happy to give way.
I'm sorry to make a Thatcherite point. I know it doesn't go down very well nowadays. But will he confirm that the best way to reduce emissions is to have a vigorous free enterprise, a low-tax, deregulated economy, and the country with the worst record are socialist command economies, particularly in Eastern Europe?
Well, my right honourable friend makes a very good point. It is no coincidence that it was Margaret Thatcher, a scientist and a free marketeer, who was the first to raise the alarm on climate change. And it is also no coincidence that if we look at the record of environmental devastation in the Eastern Bloc when we had command and control economies, it shamed the world. And if we look now, and this is not a party political point, but merely an observation, if we look at the command and control economy in Venezuela, it has not just beggared its own people and made profligate use of hydrocarbons in a way that has led to environmental degradation. It is also the case in Venezuela, where socialism has trumped the environment as a cause. It is also the case in Venezuela that their contribution to animal welfare has been having to open their zoo to allow people to eat the wild animals there. The truth is that the fundamentalist socialism that we've seen in Venezuela, and also the heedless selfishness that some other political leaders in other parts of the world exhibit, are twin dangers. And we need to face them down. So whether it's Bolsonaro in Brazil or Maduro in Venezuela, we need to say to those people who do not put their people and their environment first, we're on your case. Free markets, free individuals, and an earth free of pollution are what people deserve. Now, yes.
I'm most grateful to my right honourable friend for giving way. Earlier on, he made reference to the wonderful work that the UK is doing in this area, and he's just mentioned other countries. Would he kindly inform the House a little bit about what pressure we are putting on other countries to play their part, because this really is something that has to be a global effort?
Well, I'm hoping that I might have the opportunity to, over dinner perhaps with the President of the United States when he comes here, make it clear to him... I'll probably opt for a meat-free option on that evening. But I want to make it clear to him that as the world's biggest polluter, he has to take responsibility. And when it comes to the environment, I am ideologically colourblind. Whether people come from blue states or red states, whether they come from blue parties or red parties, the key question is, are you acting? And if you are, I will applaud, and I'm happy to give way.
Very grateful to him for giving way to the Yellow Party. He's spoken at length about his environmental credentials and what this government's doing on the environment. Can you tell me why the government is not supporting my Nappies Environmental Standards Bill?
I have had the opportunity to meet the Honourable Gentleman to discuss his Nappies Environmental Standards Bill, and one of the things that we are looking at is whether or not we can use the Extended Producer Responsibility Scheme to cover the initiative that he raises. I'm very grateful to him for raising it. I think it is the case that his legislation draws attention to a defect, but I'm not sure that his legislation is absolutely quite right, but I'm very happy to work with him in order to bring that about. Now, I want to give way to the Honourable Gentleman.
I thank the Secretary of State for giving way. He talked about flowers, he's talked about honey. Would he agree that whilst we could talk a good game in Parliament, the parliamentary estate is an appalling environment for our pollinators? So through him, could I invite every MP here to join me in 2 weeks' time to the APPG for bees and pollinators, where we're going to see a mock-up which would turn Cromwell Green into a wildflower meadow, host a beehive which MPs here could manage and do more than just talk?
I absolutely, and of course we at DEFRA have a beehive on our roof, but everyone can play their part. I'm happy to give way to the Honourable Lady.
I thank my right honourable friend for giving way. He's been making points about leadership at international and national level, but we can all do more and local councils can do more. My right honourable friend will be aware that Conservative councils recycle or reduce the waste of more than twice as much of the waste as do Labour councils. But will he congratulate in particular North Kesteven District Council in my constituency, which has in the last 10 years reduced its carbon footprint by almost 70%.
Well, my honourable friend makes a very good point, and I'm very happy. I won't give way for another few minutes to North Kesteven District Council for their exemplary leadership. And, of course, at local government level across the country, there are leaders from all parties.
Order! Order! I can't hear the Secretary of State, although he's speaking quite audibly, because there's so much noise going on. I thought people wanted to hear his answers to their questions. Secretary of State.
I'm very grateful, Madam Deputy Speaker. I will give way again, but not for a few moments. And I just wanted to place on record, thanks to everyone in local government who contributes to improving recycling. There is much more that we need to do, which is why in the forthcoming Environment Bill we will be putting into effect some of the changes that our Waste and Resources Strategy talks about in order to ensure that we have uniform levels of recycling across the country, and we extend the Extended Producer Responsibility Scheme. But it is a fact that overall, pound for pound, kilo for kilo, Conservative councils have a better record in recycling than Labour councils. But I'm more than happy to acknowledge, I'm more than happy to acknowledge that there are individual Labour councillors that do well and from whom we can learn. Now, I said that we need to do more as a nation, and that is why I'm looking forward to tomorrow to the report of the Committee on Climate Change. Originally established by the Right Honourable Member for Doncaster North, the programme of carbon budgets that it has set has enabled us to make significant progress so far in meeting our obligations to the Earth. But we all know, we all know that we need to do more. The Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change last October made it clear that the Paris target of 2% Celsius temperature rise was one which was, as the science showed, not ambitious enough, and that we need to ensure that we slow the rate of greenhouse gas emissions and hopefully achieve net zero in greenhouse gas emissions, just 1 second, by 2050. And we immediately, my right honourable friend, immediately commissioned the Climate Change Committee after the IPCC report to tell us what we as a government and we as a society should do in order to meet that target. And it was the case that that level of ambition has been endorsed by a range of different organisations, from the NFU that say that we should try to have net zero in agriculture by 2040, to companies like Tesco, our biggest single retailer, that have also committed to the net zero target. Which is why I'm delighted that today the Leader of the Opposition has also joined this government, the NFU and Tesco in committing to net zero by 2050. As they say, every little helps. I won't give way for a second. Now, because one of the things that I want to emphasise is that actions count, a higher level of ambitions count, but it is also the case that when people across this House say that this situation is an emergency, we need to look at the record. I'm very happy for our record to be looked at. I'm very happy for criticisms to be made. But since I became Environment Secretary nearly 2 years ago, the Right Honourable Gentleman, the Leader of the Opposition, has not used a single opposition day to debate climate change or the environment until today. He has not asked a single question, not one, to the Prime Minister about climate change or the environment, despite more than 400 opportunities to do so. And when climate change protesters went to his own home in order to literally bring home the scale of the challenge that we faced, he wasn't able to stop and talk to them on that occasion. The point I would make is not to doubt the sincerity of the Right Honourable Gentleman, but the point that I want to make is that if we believe that this is an emergency, as one of my colleagues pointed out earlier, let's not try to say that any one party in this House has a monopoly of virtue. Let's try to ensure that we have a civilised debate that combines a sense of urgency about the challenge in front of us and a determination to take action in the future.
Order! Order! Really, it's like a primary school class. There's no... I'm sorry, I mean no insult to primary school children. Was the Secretary of State taking an intervention? We're a hob house.
I thank him for giving way. Since we're talking about cross-party consensus, but also that things are moving very fast in this debate. Whatever has been said about fracking in the past, it's not a transition fuel, it's a fossil fuel. And we should stop any new investment in any new technology that is a fossil fuel technology. We must stop it. Will his government finally commit to stop his support into fracking?
I completely understand where the Honourable Lady is coming from, but one thing that we all have to acknowledge is that as we strive to meet more ambitious targets for emissions, that hydrocarbons will be part of that mix. Now, to be fair to the Right Honourable Gentleman, the Leader of the Opposition, he has acknowledged that coal, high-quality coal, can be part of the mix when it comes to, specifically, for example, steel production. It is a legitimate argument across this House about the pace at which we should reduce our reliance on coal. And no government has gone faster to reduce our reliance on coal, the single most polluting hydrocarbon, than this government. Now, when it comes to other hydrocarbons in the mix, we know, I'm sorry, we've been told that we should listen to the science. We know that gas is a less polluting hydrocarbon. If we can move from coal to gas, then overall we reduce the level of pollution. Now, ultimately, what we want to do is to move as fast as possible to incentivising and generating more of our energy from renewables, which is what we've done. But I'm not giving way. The key thing that everyone has to recognise across this House, and to be fair to the Right Honourable Gentleman, the Leader of the Opposition, he has, if we want to make progress and we want to have a higher level of ambition, we need to be realistic about what those trade-offs are, and we need to ensure that where appropriate, gas can be part of the energy mix, a diminishing part, but it will be part for the foreseeable future. I'm not giving way at the moment. It is also important, as the Right Honourable Gentleman pointed out, not just that we take action on energy and that we decarbonise our economy and that we recognise the global challenge that climate change presents, but that we also do everything we can in our own country to adapt and to mitigate the effects of climate change. That is why this government is committed to the planting of 11 million new trees. That's why the Countryside Stewardship and Woodland Carbon Fund have been created, in order to ensure that we reforest this country, which is the Right Honourable Gentleman fairly pointed out is one of the least forested in Europe. But we are lucky in that... I won't give way at this stage. We are also lucky in this country, though, that we have Blanket Bog and peatland, one of the most effective carbon stores in the world. We have a concentration of it, and this government is committed to restoring more than 6,000 hectares of peatland to a state where they can play their role in acting as a carbon sink. All of these steps are part of the 25-year environment plan, which is intended to ensure that for the first time we hand on to the next generation a restored environment. More trees planted, more habitats restored to good or better status, more investment in clean air and water, and above all, more investment in making sure that the organic content of our soil is improved, a critical measure, not just in improving fertility for future food production, but also dealing with carbon.
Would the Secretary of State give way? I know he couldn't avoid it on the subject of soil. And would Secretary of State, it saddens me, Secretary of State, and I agree with what was being said earlier, that this is being made into some kind of political football, because it's not all been words. And what my honourable friend has demonstrated is that it's about the policies. We have to get the policies right to be the game changer. And one of our game-changing policies is our clean growth strategy. Would he agree that that is the direction we have to go in to really change minds and industry?
Well, there are a few people who are more passionate about the environment than my honourable friend, and she's absolutely right that the Clean Growth Strategy shows, as we discussed earlier, how you can combine the decarbonisation of our economy with the creation of new jobs. There are hundreds of thousands of jobs in our country that are part of clean energy generation and carbon capture, and that is the way to go. Now, I do want to take a number of interventions. I do want to, with your permission, Madam Speaker, a number of interventions in order to ensure that people across the House can make their points. And then, having taken those interventions, I shan't take any more because this debate is heavily oversubscribed, and I want everyone to have the chance, if I don't take their intervention, to speak. So, on that basis, and I will seek to be quick, first of all, honourable gentleman.
I thank the right honourable gentleman for giving way. He's mentioned several times the importance of handing on to future generations. To that end, is he as impressed as I am when we go around schools in our constituency at the level of concern and awareness about environmental issues and climate change? And can we praise all of those who've helped educate our young children to be aware of these issues, including some TV programme makers who also play their part in educating our young people?
I absolutely agree. I think the role of many broadcasters, not least the BBC, has been inspirational, but I also enjoyed the opportunity to visit Titherington School in Macclesfield, in my honourable friend's constituency, just on Friday, where an incredibly impressive group of Year 8 and Year 9 children in Titherington Grows Green showed how they're combining enterprise by operating their own new company and making sure that recycling and renewables are at the heart of economic growth. Happy to give way to, yes, the Honourable Lady.
I'm very grateful. Thank you for giving way. He spoke earlier about leadership. So would he celebrate with me the Labour Council of Kirklees, who have already, in January, declared a climate change emergency? And would he agree we have so much consensus? Why can't we just declare it today and all go back to our constituencies and start campaigning? Because we cannot be on the wrong side of history in this regard.
Well, I agree with the Honourable Lady that a high level of ambition on the part of local government is absolutely right. But the key question is not, do you declare an emergency? That is only one part of it. It is, do you act? It is actions, not words, that count. And throughout this debate, and I applaud the Right Honourable Gentleman, as I mentioned earlier, for calling it, throughout this debate we've heard again and again and again about the series of actions being undertaken by this government and the series of actions that we intend to undertake that show how seriously we are taking it. And I think that is the real test.
I thank the honourable gentleman for giving way, and I know, like me, he'll be celebrating Staffordshire Day today, and will praise the work of the Staffordshire Wildlife Trust in what it does to protect our environment. But on actions, can I draw the Secretary of State's attention to the fact that we have just gone through the longest period of coal-free electricity production since the Industrial Revolution? Those are actions by this government.
My honourable friend is absolutely right. It happened this Easter weekend, and also the beautiful Staffordshire moorlands contain some of the peatland and heathland, which is such a valuable resource in so many ways. I won't give way to everyone. I will give way to a few more. Then I will make progress. I have to give way to the Right Honourable Lady.
Can I thank the Right Honourable Gentleman for giving way, and I certainly welcome the change in his party's policy on the forests, which, of course, let's not forget, they planned to sell back in 2011. Does he share my concerns that the country is currently set to miss its 4th and 5th carbon budgets? And does he agree with me that the next spending review that is going to be conducted by the Treasury has to set out how not just the economy but the entire government purchasing processes and policies have to achieve net zero? It should be a net zero spending review.
makes sense to me. Yes.
I thank the Secretary of State for giving way. As we produce a new agriculture environment policy, we can actually plant a lot of trees along banks, we can actually mitigate against flooding and improve our environment and have great food at the same time. I think I very much welcome the policies that the Secretary of State bringing forward.
Secretary of State.
Well, he's absolutely right. One of the things that we have to recognise is the vital role that farmers and growers play, not just in providing us with food, but also in making sure that our countryside is beautiful, but also that we are fighting climate change. And in particular, I want to say thank you to Minette Batters, the leader of the NFU, who's committed the NFU to having net zero agriculture by 2040. She's a fantastic champion, not only for British food, but also for our environment. And I'm happy to give way to the honourable gentleman.
Home energy conservation is going to be absolutely vital if we're to achieve these goals. In many of the poorest households in the land, unfortunately, they live in homes which are very difficult to insulate under traditional means. Isn't it time we introduced a new scheme that makes it possible for people like my constituents to do their bit?
I absolutely take the honourable gentleman's point. We must make sure that new construction meets high standards, not just in carbon emissions, but also in the provision of domestic heat. But you're also right as well that we need to look at retrofitting existing housing, particularly in some of the poorer areas of the country, particularly in areas like the honourable gentleman's, where the case is most pressing. Yes.
I'm very grateful. Will the Secretary of State join me in praising the Woodland Trust for the work that they're doing on the 50 million tree proposed national forest, and the work of the Forestry Commission, who have their commercial... They grow all the trees for the Forestry Commission in my constituency.
I'm hugely grateful. Not just the National Forest, which is taken former industrial areas in Derbyshire, Staffordshire and Leicestershire and render them even more beautiful, but it's also the case that in Cheshire and in the areas of the Northern Forest that we are planning to develop from Liverpool to Hull, the role of the Woodland Trust has been absolutely inspirational. I also have to say, while they don't always get everything right, the work of the Forestry Commission in Northumberland and Cumbria is one that I'm more than happy to endorse and celebrate. I think I can only really give way now, a couple more times, to the Honourable Lady, and then I'll give way to the Honourable Gentleman.
I'm most grateful to the Secretary of State. He mentioned peatlands. 80% of our peatlands are damaged. It accounts for 10% of our carbon dioxide emissions. So could he explain why the government is only putting £6 million a year into peatland restoration?
It's actually 10 million.
May I thank the Secretary of State for giving way. May I also ask him to work more closely with his partner who's currently in the Sahel, as he spoke about the regional aspects of this, because we have areas of land, such as Vietnam, which has only got paddy fields only about a metre above sea level. And what we're talking about here is the possibility of salination of agricultural areas and consequent massive population movements caused by climate change. I very much welcome the efforts he's making domestically, but could he tell me how much he's doing with the embassy network around the world?
Well, it is the case that all posts recognise I won't take any more interventions. All posts recognise the vital role that the UK has to play in making sure that we deal with environmental and climate change challenges. And whether that is making sure, for example, that we halt deforestation in Indonesia, or whether it's making sure, whether in Vietnam or in Bangladesh, that we deal effectively with the challenges of climate change. We deploy our international development money and our overseas development assistance with exactly that goal. Is there more that we can do in the future? Absolutely. But as the Honourable Gentleman pointed out, and as the Foreign Secretary is making clear today in the Sahel, this is an area where our moral responsibility to the world's poorest, our own interest in global security, and our debt to the next generation coincide. I want to conclude simply by saying this. There will be an opportunity in the Environment Bill that we intend to bring before the House shortly. The first Environment Bill for many years, a flagship measure. There will be an opportunity for people across this House to work together in order to ensure that we have the highest standards of environmental protection. I've been grateful for the work undertaken by the Chairman of the EFRA Select Committee and the Chairman of the Environmental Audit Committee in making sure that that bill improves. I've never seen a bill come to this House that hasn't benefited from scrutiny and improvement and enhancement along the way. And the way in which that bill, I believe, will mark a step change in how this country tackles the twin challenges of climate change and our broader ecological degradation is a test for all of us. Will we approach that bill in a spirit of constructive but determined energy? Will we use that legislation in order to say that all of us worked together, as we worked together across parties in 2008 when the Climate Change Act was introduced, to demonstrate that in Britain, the country that was responsible for the first industrial revolution, that we are powering a new green revolution? The responsibility rests on all of us to be honest and gracious about the achievements of other parties, as I was earlier about the Welsh Assembly and the Scottish Environment Minister. But it is also incumbent on all of us to recognise that if we really believe that we face an emergency and a crisis, that we should do as our forefathers did when there were emergencies and crises that this country faced in 1914 and in 1940. We put aside partisanship, we recognised the sincerity on the other side, we acknowledged that both sides had made mistakes, but we had a shared ambition to prove that Britain can lead. We've led in the past in defence of freedom. Let's lead now in defence of our planet. Thank you.
I think it only fair to warn honourable members, and as the House can see very clearly, I have indications that some 84 people wish to speak this afternoon, that there will be a time limit of 5 minutes initially, and that is likely to become 3 minutes later, and that honourable members might wish to consider their long speeches in the light of that information. Now, the person I can't see is Deirdre Brock.
Madam Deputy Speaker, well, can I just say about bloody time? Grave warnings from the IPCC have been ignored by too many governments and parliamentarians for far too long. Greenwashing and tinkering have been the order of the day. We've had prime ministers saying they'd run the greenest government in history, saying vote blue, get green. We've had government ministers jetting around the globe to summits on how to address climate change. We've had sombre words and much head-shaking as hands were wrung and crocodiles were asked for their tears back. And then last week, a 16-year-old girl came here, an extremely impressive 16-year-old girl. But she was fawned over by some people, anxious to have some reflected glory, and suddenly we have people running around trying to look worried about it. Now, I should clarify, there have always been some voices that have been raised, some voices that have carried warnings in this place, and in others for some time. There have been people who warned these benches, who warned about global warming when it was less than fashionable to do so. Some who were labelled cranks and crackpots, and who picked up those names and carried on because the issue was too important. Those people have sat on government benches and opposition benches, and most will not now be remembered, and that will be okay by them. I'm very glad the Secretary of State mentioned and paid tribute to Rosanna Cunningham, who is now the Cabinet Secretary for Environment, Climate Change and Land Reform in the Scottish Government. She was one such toiler. She suffered her time here as a member in the 1990s, and she still rants about how hard she found it to get anyone to really listen to what needed done. Not just appear to be listening, not engaging in a listening and engagement exercise, but actually listening. Not that she bears a grudge. Yeah.
I thank the honourable member for giving way. One of the concrete actions that the government could do to respond to this emergency is to ban fracking throughout the UK. Would the honourable member agree?
Well, I mean, as you know, as the honourable gentleman obviously is probably aware of, the Scottish Government has taken significant action on that very issue, and I would very much like to see that taken across the UK as well. There is no place for fracking anywhere, in my opinion. She is, of course, now at the forefront of delivering on an actual programme to deliver on addressing climate change, an environmental policy that takes into account the needs of people and the need to hand on a working planet to future generations. Now, she'll tell you she wants to do more, to deliver more, to solve all of the problems and solve them now, but she knows, as do many who sit in this chamber, that government policy does not pivot so easily, and public attitude changes take time and effort to effect. That means that it needs the extra effort and extra attention that great changes usually need. We have to change the way we live, the way we conduct society, and we have to be aware now that the changes will make life less comfortable. That is just how it is, though, and we should get on with it. Now, this is the one issue that might require us putting away the tools of political point scoring and actually deciding to work together for the survival of the species. We may not agree on the way forward, and we don't have to, but we can do that without losing sight of what it is that we are driving at. Me and the DEFRA Secretary, or Old Swampy as I like to call him, can find ways to work together. Now, I can offer him the benefit of vision that those of us who live in Scotland have of a government working towards some serious and stretching targets to cut greenhouse gas emissions. We can chat about how the Scottish Government has put money into ensuring there are enough charging points for electric vehicles to allow a target of phasing out petrol and diesel vehicles by 2032, about funding electric buses and ultra-low emission vehicles in the public fleet. Yes.
Thank you for giving way. And just on that working together, I'm not sure if she's aware, Bees apparently we're looking at allowing onshore wind in Scotland, where the Scottish Government has embraced onshore wind. But yet the Scottish Secretary of State has put in writing to the Bees Department his objection to Scotland getting access to onshore wind, and now the departments are refusing to release that correspondence. Is that not disgraceful and the very opposite of working together?
I am indeed aware of that particular issue, and I think it's disgraceful. I don't know how the Secretary of State has a leg to stand on in that particular issue.
Not standing up for Scotland.
It needs ambition. It does need ambition. Not personal ambition, but political ambition and the desire to see future generations able to breathe on this planet. We need to challenge an old measure of government success, the measure that says the greatest good a government can do is grow GDP, and start measuring success by how much the government can do to ensure that there is a future, where the sustainability of communities and the environment is a touchstone. Now, yes.
Would she just agree with me that for all the glossy words of the Environment Secretary, what's needed is for the government departments to work together? Because she knows that Dalgety Bay in Scotland is still covered in radioactive particles, and the MOD have dithered and delayed on this. Does she agree that needs to be addressed urgently? It cannot wait until next year, as seems to be getting suggested, and that the message has to go to the government that Scotland isn't Westminster's nuclear dumping ground?
I cannot agree with my honourable friend more on that particular issue. It's been 3 decades since those radioactive particles were found on Dalgety Bay Beach, and only now is the MOD finally committing itself to a clean-up of those particles. It is an utter disgrace. And I would like personally to see an environmental audit of all MOD activities on Scottish land and water to see what that uncovers, and then, of course, the MOD paying for the clean-up of those operations. We have to have regard to the warning issued by the Governor of the Bank of England when he said that climate uncertainty was an economic risk, where he said that climate challenges could become challenges in the financial markets. We have to see that and swallow it and move on. We know that action on climate change can be a threat to jobs, but inaction is just a death knell, and not just to jobs. Mark Carney also said that there was opportunity in the changes to come, and we should embrace that and welcome the possibility of new industries and new jobs arising from new technologies.
I thank the Honourable Lady for giving way. Does she agree with me that the real kind of change that we need, the far-reaching kind of change we need, is being brought to, the pressure for that is being brought to bear by the future generations, that we are failing by not going far enough? And will she join me in congratulating the pupils of Whitehurst Park Primary in Kilwinning, who have been working very hard to learn more about climate change?
I certainly would. I know from my own 2 daughters, their knowledge of these important issues is so much greater than mine was at that age. And the amount of work that's being put in by students right across the UK on this issue is phenomenal. It's very impressive indeed. So I really appreciate the honourable member bringing that up. Yes.
I thank her for giving way. And like me, she spent many weeks on the agriculture bill, which, if introduced properly, could take us forward, notwithstanding the implications as well membership of the EU. Is she rather surprised that that bill is yet to come back months after it left the committee stage?
I have to, yes, agree with the honourable gentleman on that particular issue. It has surprised me how long it's taken to reach the floor of this House again. It was an interesting time. A number of the issues didn't really concern Scotland, of course, as the honourable gentleman will be aware. But there were some big issues in that I don't think were properly addressed by the Minister at the time. So it might be that they're simply grappling with the issues around food production, for example, which, as we know, wasn't even on the face of the bill. Returning to the issues around welcoming new industries and new jobs arising from new technology, that is really why the government should be reversing decisions it made to pull funding from renewables, to cut subsidies and deny researchers the tools they need to progress those new technologies. Nova Innovation, headquartered a few hundred metres from my constituency office in Edinburgh, Northumberland, has recently installed tidal arrays off Shetland, gathering power from the sea and demonstrating that the technology can be scaled up and adapted to provide a constant and consistent source of renewable energy. That was only possible because EU funding was available to drive the development of the technology. Post-Brexit, there won't be any of that funding available. So can I ask the government how it will be stepping up to the plate? Will it be filling this hole left by our departure from the EU? Indeed, since this is a Labour motion today, can I ask the opposition frontbench to give some concrete assurances that if they ever got into power, research into renewables would see increased support and funding? And crucially, as the honourable member for Nahilan and Nair referenced, the connections to the grid would be cheaper for renewable power generators. Yes.
Honourable Lady for giving way, she's making a valuable contribution. On the point about research and development in Europe, the government won't guarantee replacing that money beyond 2020. Now, that's a very important point. If the government's really serious about doing something about climatic change, they would step up the mark and tell us exactly what's going to happen after 2020.
I mean, just another example, the honourable gentleman is correct, and just another example of the uncertainty that this whole situation around Brexit has caused, and the government refuses to clarify for the many people who are waiting to see what those grants might be. Changing what offers are what offers are likely to be made by any potential UK government to address the causes of climate change and climate chaos in the next couple of years? Changing Prime Minister might offer an opportunity to change direction, but I see few signs that anyone actually leading on policy development in either of the two largest parties in here have really heard any of the warnings. Changing our society will require some discomfort, some pain, some realignment of how we live, and it is unlikely to be happening immediately. We still depend on fossil-powered vehicles to get our food to the shops, for example, and often even to get it to our front doors, truck to ship to truck to home delivery van. We still depend on hydrocarbons to make fertilisers. We still have an addiction to plastic that defies all understanding, and a hankering for personal transport. People changing their cotton buds and refusing straws in pub really just isn't enough. The average inhabitant of these islands will join in with efforts to change the way we live, happily or otherwise, but it really needs leadership from government, proper investment in reliable, renewable energy production, investment and subsidies for low-emission public transport, a real push against plastics, an uptick in building standards, as has been mentioned, for insulation, and energy-efficient heating and lighting, and not just for houses. Yes.
Very grateful to Lady Way, and I agree with everything she's saying. But could she tell the House and could she share her thoughts about how we manage the oil and gas industry in the UK over the next 2 or 3 decades?
Yeah, absolutely. Well, I would suggest something along the lines of the Scottish Government's Transition Training Fund, which was £12 million. It was launched in 2016 by the government, enabling the people currently in the oil and gas industry, because of course there are something like 240,000 jobs across the UK dependent on that, enabling them to look at where they could train and perhaps progress into the renewables industries. That's certainly something that I would very much like to see. Yes.
Further to that point, the agree that the oil and gas industry could also be supported by implementing CCS, which actually allows that low-carbon transition, and that's where the UK government was sadly lacking, having pulled the £1 billion funding previously. That's where we need to go, and that can make use of the decommissioned oil fields as well going forward.
Yeah, absolutely, and I think it's actually a crucial element that. Unfortunately, the two competitions around that were cancelled at a cost of some £140 million, I think, the National Order Office told us. And really, it needs to be looked at properly again. At the moment, I think there's something like a £20 million prize fund looking at this issue at the moment, but it is simply not sufficient. But this requires a change of government, not a change of personnel. There's no point to changing the hand on the rudder if the course is still towards the rocks, but a change in attitude, in ambition, in direction of travel. And it requires change, and this was mentioned previously as well, this requires change across every government department and every ministerial portfolio. It actually needs government to engage with the people and with civic society and to drive this agenda forward. In spite of the toothy words often chanted in here about saving the planet, there hasn't been much evidence of action. This is one small corner of the world, and it cannot change global politics on its own, no matter what strange dreams Brexiters have. But we have a duty, a moral obligation to do our bit to keep this world something fit to hand on to the next generation, and it is about time we bucked up our ideas.
No problem. Sarah Newton.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. You know, this debate today really matters. It really matters to the hundreds of thousands of people across our great nation and across the world. This is the mother of all parliaments. Yes. This is the country that did have the first industrial revolution. It is our moral responsibility to come together as a parliament and show that leadership that people across the world expect of us, rightly expect of us. We today should be building on that radical political consensus that was achieved back in 2008, which brought all the parties in this House together, that gave ministers, any minister standing at that dispatch box, legally binding targets to deal with reducing emissions. And I'm confident that this Secretary of State and this government, through the actions that they have demonstrated, will respond positively, enthusiastically and responsibly to the guidance that they are going to receive tomorrow, which will set out why we need to move to net zero carbon by 2050 or sooner. And what we need to do today is to put all these petty political point-scoring ports to one side to recognise what this country has achieved and to share that ambition to do more and faster. Because I know from going around my constituency, like every other member in this House, whether it's school children or members of the WI or the business community, all parts of society that we represent are all asking us to do more. But also they're asking us what more they can do. Yes. Because this will be not only what we do in this place, but it's what the whole of our country is going to do. What businesses are going to do, our public services are going to do, and what people are going to do. And I know that people want to do the right thing, but sometimes people don't know what to do. So I want to make one point today, a simple point, by sharing the great work of Lucy Isaacson and Climate Vision in my constituency. Now, back in 2009, she set up simple 10 pledges. She got 10 local ambassadors in Truro to recruit a whole team of us to take some simple changes in our lives. And over 4 months, we did that. And between us, we saved over 3,000
100,000 tonnes of CO2. Now, this wasn't virtue signalling. This wasn't running out and buying the most expensive new electric vehicle. This was simple things we could all do, like switching our energy provider, which saves money as well as CO2, like eating local in-season produce, walking more often, all sorts of practical things that save us all money, make us all feel better, and actually contribute to our local economy. So I set a challenge to every member of this House today. I know you care very much about this issue. I know many of you are riding bicycles and taking all sorts of action in your community. But go to my website, look up the work of Climate Vision, and take one of those pledges, or all 10 of those pledges. That means today we can all, between us, commit to reducing our own emissions. We are all leaders in our own community, and we can support and encourage everyone who wants to play their part to make a difference. And they can hashtag 10pledgechallenge. So together we can send out a very strong message today that as individual leaders, as policy makers, as members of this mother of all parliaments, we get it, and we are stepping up to the greatest challenge that we will face in our lifetimes.
Ed Miliband.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker, and it's a pleasure to follow the Honourable Lady. And if I may say, I think the front bench's loss is the back bench's gain, and this House's gain for her eloquent words on climate change. Madam Deputy Speaker, I think that the tone of this debate has been largely good-natured, and that is important, and about shared objectives. This debate matters, and the emergency matters, because contrary to what the Secretary of State, I think, implied at least, we aren't doing nearly enough as a country. It is true that we've made a lot of progress in relation to the power sector, but 75% of the gains that we've made overall since 2012 have just come in that sector alone. And in the latest report of the Climate Change Committee in 2018, they say that if you look at the building sector, the agriculture sector, the waste sector, the F-gases sector, it's flat. And for a decade, emissions have been flat. And the emergency matters because it says to the whole of government, not just the Secretary of State's department or the other Secretary of State on the front bench's department, the member for Tunbridge, right honourable member for Tunbridge Wells, it says it matters to everyone. And it also says something else, Madam Deputy Speaker. It says this isn't just another issue that we have to deal with, alongside all of the other issues that we face. Every issue has to go through climate change and what we do about climate change. It's the whole basis of our politics for the next, well, for generations to come.
That's right.
And I think that is why, and I hope the Secretary of State or whoever winds up will sort of support this emergency, because I think it will focus, I hope it will focus minds in government. Madam Deputy Speaker, I don't want to speak for long, but I do want to talk about the issue of political persuasion, and in particular how we carry the public with us on this journey. Nice words were said about me, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I'm grateful to both front benches for that. But the truth is I feel a sense of guilt. I feel a sense of guilt that I myself haven't done more on this issue. And I didn't do more when I was leader of my party. I talked about the issue, but I didn't do more. It is a bad thing that in the 2015 TV debate, which I don't like to recall too much, not one question was asked about climate change. And that tells us something about the fact that it's not just Brexit. That's sort of bad enough in terms of how it sucks the political oxygen out of all the other issues. It's not just Brexit that the reason why this issue hasn't been more salient, or rather it goes in peaks and troughs. And I think the reason for it is that this is the ultimate challenge to politics. Because the decisions we make now will have impacts in generations' time, but less so today. And the electoral cycle, if we're honest about it, and we respond to our voters, is 5 years, or maybe less, not 20, 30, 40 years. I give way to my old friend.
Quick intervention, just to say he does not need to apologise, the honourable member, for he did write the emissions trading scheme when he was very much part of the Labour government beforehand.
Well, that's nice of my honourable friend to say. But I want to talk, Madam Speaker, about how do we persuade people. And I think there are four things that we need to do. First of all, I enjoyed the speech from the honourable member who speaks for the SNP from the front bench, but there's one thing I slightly disagreed with. She said a couple of times, we need to tell people their lives are going to be less comfortable. And I slightly feel that's saying, I'm here from the Planet Politics to say you're going to have a less comfortable life. Now, and I don't mean this in a trite way, I think it is true that sacrifices are going to have to be made. But I actually think we should promise something else to people, that they will have better lives if we act on climate change. And I don't think that's a false promise. I think that's a genuine promise. And if we think about this idea of the Green New Deal, Madam Deputy Speaker, what is that about? That is about retrofitting every building in this country, house by house, street by street, in a way that we did in the 60s and 70s, where we moved from town gas to natural gas. That is tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands of jobs, including for my constituents and the constituents of every member of this House of Commons. And it's about lower bills for people. If we think about our towns and cities, it's about making them much better for walking and cycling, and indeed electric vehicles, cutting the thousands of deaths from air pollution. So my first and most important point, in a way, is let's tell people not just the kind of gloomy part of this. It's important to talk about the gloomy part, but let's also tell people that they can have better lives as a result. That's what we're in politics to do. Secondly, I want to say something about the role of individuals, because I've sort of come to believe that there is something slightly dangerous in this. Every individual has to do their bit, but including us as politicians, but I think there is something that makes people feel incredibly powerless if we put all of the weight of responsibility on them. Because we're sort of saying to people, we've got this massive problem and your kids are never going to forgive you and you've got to act. Now, let me just give the House one statistic on this. In Norway, last month, 60% of sales of new vehicles were electric. In Britain, it's something like 1.8%. Now, we all love the Norwegians, I'm sure, in this House. But it's not because the Norwegians are intrinsically more green than us. It's because there are a shed load of incentives to go green and buy an electric vehicle in Norway. Madam Deputy Speaker, the point is, this is about system change, not just individual change. And unless we change, and some of this is about not decisions that necessarily individuals are making, it's about what airports we commission, it's how we produce our power and all of that. So individuals must make their contribution, but incentives matter, and we can't place all the burden on individuals. Thirdly, sacrifice. The honourable lady from the SNP's point. We can't deny that there will be sacrifice, there will be things that we can't necessarily do, that we do at the moment, or we have to do less of. I think, why have we failed to make some progress on this? And I think back to my time as leader as well. Because I don't think we or the Green movement as a whole have thought enough about how we distribute the costs of who bears the burden. And the reality is about energy bills, the poor pay a significantly higher proportion of their energy bills, of their income in energy bills than the rich. Yeah. And as we think about the £10 billion, I think that the Secretary of State talked about, which goes to support energy companies, I think we've got to think about how that is borne, how those costs are borne through taxation as opposed to energy bills. But unless we do that, people will say, well, hang on, the costs are all falling on me and I can least afford it. And we only need to look at what's happened to President Macron, the protests that he has faced, to realise that we can't just say it's green and therefore it's fair. We have to make sure that the costs are fairly distributed. Fourth and final point, Madam Deputy Speaker, about the international angle to this. The Honourable Member for Uxbridge, I think, wrote recently that who's not in his place, that we should go and the Extinction Rebellion should go and protest in China, while he sort of seemed to modestly sort of approve of some of their aims. I think that misses the point, Madam Deputy Speaker, because the reality is, as both Secretaries of State know and the House knows, our moral authority comes from our being able to act. And there's no way we persuade China and India to act themselves if we're not leaders in this. And my experience at the sort of not very successful Copenhagen summit was that China and India would listen to us because they said, well, actually, unlike the US, you are actually acting. And so I cannot emphasise enough to the House the authority this gives us, our ability to act. And by the way, about the Chinese, they recognise the opportunity here. Yeah. They are installing so much solar power and wind power as well, because they know there is an economic advantage in this for them. So I will give way in a second, but this is particularly crucial in the next 15 or 18 months because of our hope to host COP in 2020, because that is the moment when we've got to update the Paris targets. And we're overshooting in terms of what we need to do, even on the basis of the Paris targets. And unless that Conference of the Parties takes decisive action, it may well be too late.
Right on, don't give way. He's absolutely right on China. It's vital people understand this. The Chinese are moving ahead very fast. He and his colleagues, and indeed the former Foreign Secretary, Lord Hague, were very crucial in making sure the Foreign Office were engaged in climate change diplomacy, persuading the Chinese that the fall in the cost of renewables, particularly solar, made it affordable for them. And the health benefits in terms of reducing air pollution made it really attractive to their population. So the change in the mood in China could be the change in the mood across the world, and we need to learn from China and support them and make those points.
I agree with what the former Secretary of State said, absolutely. I will wind up and finish, Madam Deputy Speaker, by saying this. I sort of reflect on this issue of cross-party consensus. I think it's incredibly important what we have in this country. The cross-party consensus that was created, in part thanks to David Cameron's advocacy of this issue in the 2000s. And that is something that's important to maintain. But I think we should allow this, that there will be different visions of how we get to the same goal. There will be a more socialist vision and a more conservative vision. And in a sense, I think part of the sort of grammar of politics that we have to learn is to argue about this while sharing the objective. So maintain the cross-party consensus, but actually have discussions and arguments about how we can meet our goals. And finally this, Madam Deputy Speaker, there is a downside scenario to this, which is that future generations will say we were the last generation who didn't get it and we failed to act, but there is an upside too. If we act, we can create better lives for them and future generations.
We now have a formal time limit of 5 minutes. Rebecca Powell.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker, and it's always a pleasure to follow the honourable member from the right honourable member from Doncaster North, with whom I share a role on the all-party Climate Change Committee, and that's very much cross-party. And I've got to say, I too share some of his frustration. I was an environmental campaigner all my life, Friends of the Earth, Greenpeace. I was anti-nuclear, actually. I'm not anymore because, of course, that's low carbon. And I vowed that if I ever came to Westminster, I would get involved in this agenda. And guess what? I have, and we are doing things, and I'm deeply frustrated about some of the misinformation peddled about the lack of things we're doing. That's not to say there isn't more to do, because a great many good achievements have been made, as the Secretary of State referred to, with our cutting of our gas emissions by 25%, with our phasing out of coal-fired power stations, with our renewable agenda and all the jobs. That's good work. But without a shadow of a doubt, the degradation of this planet and the situation we've got to with climate change is very severe, and we do need to do more, and we do need to do it quicker. So I'm not going to argue about that. And as I've said in this chamber before, this is definitely bigger than Brexit. And I do reiterate the calls for the net zero calls that are being made today. I said this in a PMQ last week. I mean it, and I believe our government absolutely means business on that when we hear the advice of the Climate Change Committee tomorrow. And I know that all those people in Taunton Deane that I've met with, Taunton Green parents, the Extinction Rebellion people that I met up here, all sorts of religious people of every shape and form have come to me saying, will you please put the environment at the top of the agenda so people care? But in order to really radically cut the emissions that we've got to do realistically, setting in place for the 2030 target, indeed, for the 12-year deadline, we do have to have some really big thinking. But, as other members have said, we are capable of sorting this out. It will require more of the right policies. We've got good policies, but we need more. It will require driving societal change and investment into the right infrastructure and the right science, with vision, targets, market mechanisms and regulation that we check regularly to make sure that it is all working. And the overarching umbrella has to be sustainability. If we put sustainability over every single thing we do, so that every department comes under it, we can't go wrong, because without sustainable soil, water, air, biodiversity, we simply can't live. We can live for a short while, for one election period, but we can't keep going. So it's absolutely essential. I would also say we need to line up our policies perhaps more cleverly than we are right now. Just one small thing, the Clean Growth Strategy, which I applaud, needs to align itself much better with the Prosperity Fund. There's a bit of a conflict there with that drive for ever more growth and productivity. We have to get that sustainability into things like the Prosperity Fund. And I do honestly think that every single person out there can share this with us. I genuinely think it's really exciting, and that we do need to change society to solve this crisis. And yes, there might be, as the honourable member from Doncaster said, it might be a bit uncomfortable, but I actually think there'll be great benefits. I mean, we'll be healthier because we'll be cycling, we'll be walking more, providing we put in the right framework for all of those cycleways and walkways. We can have potentially vehicle-free streets. How lovely would Taunton look if we did that? We can have prettier towns, not breathing fumes. Our homes, I would love to give way.
On that point, although the debate has been opened today by Defra, closed by Bayes, would she not agree that this is much cross-governmental as it is anything else? So, Department of Communities and Local Government have a huge role to play. Cycle Winchester on the weekend, there were hundreds of us cycling through Winchester as part of the mass cycle ride, but there is about as much length of dedicated, safe cycleway in the city of Winchester as there is the length of this chamber. So, local government's got a huge role to play to make this change that she talks about in respect of cycling.
Thank you very much for raising that. Only yesterday I went to a superb event here, hosted by the member from South West Bedfordshire, on cycling, on that very, very point. And he makes a good point, which we do need to take up lots of the recommendations that came from that event yesterday. And also on that note, yes, the communities and local government are key to this because they drive our developments and our homes. We need to have more eco-friendly, energy-efficient homes, releasing less carbon dioxide to the atmosphere with much more energy-efficient heating systems. And I actually did a 10-minute rule bill on this not very long ago, calling for a better consultation on all of this and to embrace the technologies. And we have to ask ourselves, how are we going to do all this? We've got the Clean Growth Strategy. Science and technology, as I said earlier, will play a really important role in this, but we need to put more capital in, and we actually need to have a plan for raising capital for the investments in all of these future technologies that we need to introduce at pace. I'm just going to talk quickly about the wider environment. We have got such an opportunity to change our land use, the way we use our land and the demands we have from it, the nature capital impact, paying for public services and goods so that we plant more trees, we have better soil management which holds carbon, captures carbon, helps control flooding. All of those things are important, but we have the opportunity, if we can get it right, in the 25-year plan, the Agriculture Bill and the forthcoming Environment Bill. It is a very exciting opportunity, but we have to get it right. I know my time is running out. Transport quickly. I'm just chairman of the Electric Vehicle Group. This is going to be a big and growing and important agenda. And I think the Committee on Climate Change are going to set us even stricter targets on getting rid of diesel and petrol cars. So we have to get that infrastructure in place right now. We have to get the storage sorted out. And that's going to be so important going forward, as are things like carbon capture, which I haven't mentioned yet, but I think that can be a really big part of this agenda if we invest in it correctly. So, finally, to sum up, Madam Deputy Speaker, I honestly think that this could be the new green revolution. I am pleased to be part of it. We should all be part of it. I know we will. And I look forward to the announcements from the Climate Change Committee and our government taking them up.
Thank you. Cat Smith.
Deputy Speaker, last year's IPCC report couldn't have been any clearer that we have just 12 years in order to take real action. That's not 12 years to debate about whether or not we need to take action, but 12 years to actually come up and implement policies that dramatically cut down our carbon emissions and change how we as individuals live our lives. And that needs to start today. We need to heed the advice of experts. It's not really fashionable these days, but Dr. Dmitry Yumashev of Lancaster University recently published research showing the potential $70 trillion cost if we fail to take action and meet our targets. Now, we simply can't afford, either financially or otherwise, to continue down the same route that we have been on. I want to talk briefly, Madam Deputy Speaker, about young people, because I'm proud that the Labour-led Lancaster City Council has already declared a climate emergency and was one of the first councils to do so. But that was led by our young activists across the Lancaster district. And I do want to briefly pay tribute to Councillor Amara Betts-Patel, Councillor Oliver Robinson, Peter Curfey, Hadi Malik and Dan Chester, to name but a few of the young people who are calling on their council to do more and to put forward bold policies to tackle this crisis. And the onus is on us now in this House to listen to the words of the young activists up and down the country and globally and put climate change at the forefront of everything that we do. To touch briefly on travel, it's clear that we need to do more about how we travel about our communities. We need to make the switches to public transport, but in Fleetwood it could be more evident how far away we are from that to have that sustainable transport policy. Every morning, hundreds of my constituents will get into their cars and they'll drive down the A585 to access jobs and access education. But if they were given a reliable low-carbon alternative, I know many would ditch the cars and jump on public transport. So the government really does need to get serious about investing in sustainable transport for communities like Fleetwood so that people can make that switch to public transport. And that means urgently rebalancing our transport spending towards communities like Fleetwood and in the northwest of England, bringing back into use those disused rail lines that were cut under beaching, and making sure that people have that chance to use greener alternatives to the car. Harnessing the power of wind and water, of course, has huge potential to transform Lancashire into a true energy coast. Hydro, wind and solar energy industries have the potential of providing thousands of skilled, highly paid jobs which will transform the employment prospects for our young people whilst providing for our energy needs. And the beginnings of this green economy are already visible in Fleetwood. And I recently visited for Navitas, which is building vertical access wind turbines, and it was set up and run by Fleetwood entrepreneurs Paul Cook and Marcus Stefani. And other Fleetwood entrepreneurs have been pursuing plans to construct a hydro barrage across the River Wyre, which again has huge potential to transform the town. But sadly, this government continues to ignore the potential for this new green economy and perseveres in damaging and unwanted policies, like, for instance, fracking. The people of Lancashire said no to fracking. It is not compatible with meeting our climate change objectives, and it is time this government woke up and called to ban fracking in this country, like the Labour Party has already done. But this government needs to lead the charge for a sustainable future, but that doesn't mean that individuals and communities can't take a stand themselves. And I was pleased to support the Extinction Rebellion activists in Lancaster last week. They were demonstrating for a need to change the way we live our lives and standing up for a green future. And part of that future needs to be about making sustainable choices about how we live and also what we eat. Most scientists now agree that if we need to eat significantly less meat in order to tackle climate change, and we need to recognise the real damage that intensively farmed meat is having on the ecosystems of developing nations. I believe that only a Labour government, which places the environment at the front and centre of government policy and ushers in this green industrial revolution, will succeed in halting the slide to environmental chaos. And future generations will not forgive us if we do not take this opportunity for positive action. And we owe it to our children to seize this opportunity and to vote today to declare a climate emergency.
Philip Dunn.
Speaker, for being called early and to be able to contribute, albeit briefly, in this debate. I'd like to start by agreeing with the Leader of the Opposition. I think he was right to call for a consensus in tackling climate change. And I also thought it was entirely appropriate that my right honourable friend, the Secretary of State for the Environment, Rural Affairs and Agriculture, showed very clearly that the cross-party support for delivering the UK ambition and global leadership in this area, as well as pointing out how far the UK is delivering on this agenda. I think that we need to introduce some balance into this debate, and I'm pleased that they both did so. And I join others on both sides in suggesting that the efforts for London to host next year's climate change conference should proceed, and I very much hope that it does. I'm a member of the Environmental Audit Committee, and as such I have the opportunity to review both the Committee on Climate Change and activist claims and challenges, as well as holding the government to account in delivery of the Sustainable Development Goals and its climate change priorities. So I have been pleased to be able to support my honourable friend, the member for Cheltenham, in his 10-minute rule bill yesterday, which was very well supported by members on this side. And I think it is absolutely right that the House seeks to commit to net zero emissions by 2050. This in itself will require facing up to many significant challenges, some of which have already been mentioned, I'm sure others will, on land use, on transport, on energy sources, on energy efficiency, on joining up government policies, and on showing international leadership to share the burden across the globe. Taking this further and faster, as some have called for, clearly increases the challenge. And as a farmer, I join the Secretary of State in applauding the NFU for accepting a net zero emissions challenge for agriculture by 2040. This will require very significant changes to land use, as has been graphically highlighted by the Zero Carbon Britain report from the Centre for Alternative Technology. This shows diversifying land use is required across most of what we currently do today. We would need to double the land used for food for us human beings in this country. We would need to dramatically reduce the grassland for livestock. We would need to double the forested area to a quarter of the entire UK. In 1 second I will. We would also have to substantially increase the areas for biomass and renewable energy from the levels today. Very quickly.
I'm grateful to him for giving way. He's making a powerful speech. And on reforestation, did he share my enthusiasm for the Secretary of State's remarks today about planting 11 million trees across the country? Is this something that he agrees that we could fire up schools' imagination to do a lot more of, and maybe give them an award for the best primary schools locally to follow through on this agenda of reforestation?
Well, I do think that that is well worth doing, and encouraging younger generations to recognise the power that trees have in capturing carbon. But frankly, an 11 million volume of trees goes nowhere near what would be required in order to make the kind of impact necessary to get to net zero. So it's a step in the right direction, but only a single step, in my view. Brexit and leaving the Common Agricultural Policy provides the UK with a unique opportunity to take a lead, as my right honourable friend the Secretary of State is doing through the Agriculture Bill, and in developing a new system of support to encourage such change in land use. And while this will not be easy, it is absolutely right that we have this opportunity, and we need to take full advantage of it. We've heard much of the problems and challenges in meeting these targets, but very few solutions offered as yet from contributions in this debate. So I'd just like to highlight two, if I may, to the House. Innovation and maturing technology will create opportunities and solutions, and will also drive down costs. As we've seen, solar costs have declined by 35% in the last 3 years alone. But a balance of technologies will be required, and there will be no simple single solution. There's been considerable focus, and some mention of it earlier from my honourable friend, on the switch to electric vehicles. But this will pose very significant generation challenges. One example provided to me recently suggests that one motorway service station replacing 20 petrol and diesel pumps with 120 electric superchargers, which will be required to fuel the same number of vehicles in an hour, would require a 14.5 megawatt electricity substation to recharge the same number of vehicles, which is equivalent to the electricity required for 32,000 homes. So this is unlikely to be the simple solution that some of us hope for. I'd like, therefore, to make a quick alternative plug for the hydrogen fuel cell generation, which can become cheaper than batteries, as is being pioneered by a small company, River Simple, started in my constituency, and it has one of the other benefits of reducing reliance on cobalt, which is required for batteries, and that in itself is a finite resource. The second solution I'd like to put forward is for changing attitudes and behaviour in an area of real UK global strength, and something that I've taken a particular interest in on the EAC. And that's the role for the UK in leadership of emerging green finance initiatives, set out in our committee report last year, embedding sustainability in financial decision-making. Climate risk reporting by companies and pension funds will make clear the financial implications of ignoring climate change and is an opportunity for the UK to show global leadership.
Jeff Smith.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. It's a pleasure. It's a pleasure to follow the honourable member for Ludlow, and I agree with him that there's an interesting development that we can look at in terms of the hydrogen possibilities of using hydrogen in our fuel networks. I last had the opportunity to speak about this issue in February when we had the first main chamber debate on climate change in 2 years. It was only a short backbench debate on net zero emissions, and it remained disappointing that it's only backbenchers and the Labour Party that are instigating debates on this crucial issue and not the government. I spoke about the devastating changes I'd seen in the Great Barrier Reef in my 2 visits, the first 25 years ago and secondly a couple of years ago. I congratulated the organisers of the Glastonbury Festival for their decision to ban plastic bottles, and in passing I'd encourage other festival organisers to do the same. And I talked about giving up my car to try and rely more on public transport and cycling. So with the limited time available, I'm not going to repeat those remarks, but I'm pleased to support Labour's challenge to the government to declare an environment and climate emergency. It's a declaration to convey the gravity of where we're at with climate change. It's a recognition that we are now left with a limited window of time to mitigate the damage we've done, and the Leader of the Opposition laid out the scale of the crisis very comprehensively in his opening speech. And it's an invitation to other governments to do the same, and no other government has declared a climate emergency, so it would make the UK a world leader, just as the last Labour government led the world in passing the first binding Climate Change Act. And it's a signal to the Extinction Rebellion protesters, to the striking school children, and to the young people I speak to in schools in my constituency that we are listening and that we will act with urgency. And it is urgent action that we need. And acting in the context of a climate emergency means we've got to set ambitious goals and achieve them with commitment and motivation. And what's going on in Manchester is a good example of what the action you can take at a local level if you're serious about your green ambitions. Last year, Manchester held its first Green Summit and launched the first city region-wide plan to drive down single-use plastics. And just over a month ago, we had the second summit focusing on the 5-year environment plan. Now, Greater Manchester generates roughly 3.6% of our total UK CO2 emissions, so we've acknowledged our responsibility to make our contribution to meeting targets, and it's a cross-cutting approach that recognises and demonstrates the range of actions that we need to take. So looking at how to reduce CO2 emissions, as well as improving air quality as part of our transport plan, plans for new building developments to be zero carbon by 2028 and for existing housing to be retrofitted to increase efficiency, a big economic opportunity. Extensive plans to create clean air zones and tackle nitrogen dioxide exceedances. All working towards our ambition to make Manchester a carbon-neutral city by 2038, a suitably ambitious goal for the city that started the first industrial revolution and needs to be a leader in the next industrial revolution, the green industrial revolution. I'd love to be able to talk, I don't have the time, but I'd love to be able to talk about climate change and the importance of climate change as a social justice issue, not just because it disproportionately affects the most marginalised in our society. It's often the poorest families who live in urban areas with high levels of pollution. But the biggest injustice of all is that the poorer countries that contributed less to global warming are being disproportionately hit by its effects. People living in the global south already having their lives torn apart because of the actions we've done in the past. The UK has a moral obligation to set and reach ambitious carbon emissions targets, not just for our people's health and environment, to offset our global contribution. And as a wealthy nation, we also have to offer financial support for climate mitigation and adaptation efforts by countries in the global south who are affected by extreme weather events. Now, I regularly visit local schools, and overwhelmingly young people want to raise 2 issues, climate change and plastic pollution. And when I speak to young people, I say we all have to take our responsibility to play our part, whether that's eating less meat, reducing our car and plane journeys, or avoiding single-use plastics. But we have to match that individual ambition with legislation to tackle this issue as a nation. And that's why we urgently need to pass legislation to update the Climate Change Act. There are lots of actions we need to take that have been outlined by other honourable members. There is a massive opportunity, as my right honourable friend in Doncaster North has indicated in this. We need to take action, but let this declaration today be a spur for that action. Let's declare that environment and climate emergency today.
Thank you. George Freeman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I welcome this debate, and it's a pleasure to follow the honourable gentleman and all of those who've spoken today in this spirit of cross-party urgency. Welcome the chance to highlight the importance of this issue at the heart of this government and of the urgency of us all working together across party, across generations and across these houses in the interests of the next generation who in much of our other politics feel pretty dispossessed at the moment. Secondly, to highlight the importance of innovation and science and good business, and to insist that we don't pursue this in a spirit of anti-business, but harnessing the power of the market to help us solve these problems. And thirdly, and I say this not in any spirit of partisanship, but merely to contribute to the debate going on this side of the House for the heart and soul of conservatism, a debate similar to that going on the other side of the House, to insist that good environmental stewardship and good environmental policy is absolutely central to good one nation conservatism. Mr. Speaker, I was lucky enough to have had a career in the field of science and innovation, founding and financing companies with incredibly exciting solutions to some of the great grand challenges we face, mainly in the field of medical, clean tech and agri-tech, before coming to this House. And as an MP, I've been lucky enough to work at the Department of Climate Change and as Minister for Life Science. And I think it's important that we all agree that there is an environmental emergency in the world. And it is important that we don't disagree about that this afternoon and we send a message that we get it. But I think it is important that we also admit that it is actually very complex. And I would suggest, not least because the great David Attenborough himself put it to me, that we should be rather more worried about biodiversity and the damage to habitats around the world, every bit as much as the impact of climate change and the importance of mitigating climate change. And the truth is, this is a problem that's being driven across the world by massive industrialisation, deforestation, urbanisation, phenomenons which, for those who are seeing their life chances transformed by the agricultural and industrial revolutions that are driving those changes, do not want to see us in the West hold back their prosperity, but to reach out and help them deliver a model of clean, green growth. And I absolutely agree with those who suggested this should be also at the heart of our DFID strategy. And I'd like us to see a much more muscular alignment of our aid, our trade and our security, including our biosecurity, because fundamentally economic resilience is key to prosperity around the world. Second point, Mr. Speaker, science and innovation. I want to pay tribute to some of those who haven't just jumped on a bandwagon but have spent their careers in science trying to develop the science behind this important debate. Those at the British Antarctic Survey, those scientists I've been lucky enough to meet and work with at Cambridge, at UEA, those who've been working on battery technology, which holds the key to us really unlocking the power of electricity and electric sustainable power. Those in agri-tech, and I was lucky enough to launch the agri-tech strategy, incredible work going on to reduce plastics, water and soil impact in modern farming. Those in the automotive and aerospace industries. I recently visited Lotus in Norfolk, who've developed a Formula One car powered by biofuel, made by genetically modified bugs breaking down agricultural waste. This is great science, holding great potential for our green economy. And indeed, the aerospace industry is embarked at the moment on taking 400 million tonnes of CO2 out of its footprint. Let us not criticise those who are on the cutting edge of trying to develop the technologies. Let us neither be complacent. And thirdly, Mr. Speaker, on this party's track record and legacy, can I support the Secretary of State in his work and remind he and my colleagues on this side that it was this party that led the first Clean Air Acts. It was this party's leader in Lady Thatcher who first put this challenge on the global agenda of global leaders. It was this party who, through its values of stewardship, conservation, incentives, responsibility, it's this party's belief in prosperity, in giving and taking responsibility, in the mutuality and harnessing rewards and incentives to use the market to drive an economics of shared values as much as share value. This party does understand how we achieve green growth. And I have to say, at the risk of going all Monty Python on you, Mr. Speaker, what have the Conservatives ever done for the environment? This year, we've reached a high in renewable energy. We're reducing emissions faster than any G20 nation. We've put 92 billion into clean energy and created 400,000 jobs. I don't mean to be complacent for a moment, but let us inspire the next generation by resisting tribal politics, being led by science and being inspired by what innovation can achieve.
Maiden speech, Ruth Jones.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And it is a great honour to be able to make my maiden speech during this debate on climate change. This topic is very close to my heart, and I'm so pleased to see the importance that is being attached to it here in this House. I stand here today as the newest Member of Parliament representing my home constituency of Newport West. I feel very proud and privileged to be able to do this. But of course, as colleagues across this House know, I'm only here because of the sad passing of my honourable predecessor, Paul Flynn. Paul was so well known and admired here in this House, but also in Newport West. During the by-election campaign, virtually every street in which we knocked, there would be someone who told us of how Paul had helped them or a member of their family. He was so well known, so respected, and so loved by everyone in Newport West. Here in Westminster, fellow members have taken time to tell me stories of Paul and what a great man he was. We all know how intelligent and quick-witted he was, but he was also very kind and considerate. I only knew him for the last 15 years or so. Honourable members in this House have known him for much longer, but he always took the time to talk to me and others in Newport. And just as importantly, he listened to what people said to him. His sense of humour was legendary, and his ability to use a one-line response to close a debate was something to witness. Paul is one of the main reasons I am here. He inspired people to go further than they thought possible. I will always be indebted to him for his advice and guidance. And yes, of course, I have a copy of his book, How to be an MP, and I'm proud that Paul has signed it for me. Paul was one of a kind. He had such a great intellect and ability to speak on a vast range of subjects. I may not have his parliamentary experience, but I will strive to match his qualities. I will maintain an independence of thought and be socialist to my dying day. I want to champion the people of Newport West and make sure their voices are heard clearly in this House. Newport West is a relatively new constituency, having only been formed in 1983. Paul was the second member, and he was here for 32 years. I'm not sure I can promise the House that I will be here for that long, but I am proud to be the first woman member for Newport West. I'm also only the second woman member in Gwent, and the 20th female MP in Wales ever. Sisters, we are getting there, but slowly. Newport West is a great constituency, built on the back of the Industrial Revolution. Initially developed as a port, it quickly developed into a town which welcomed people from all areas and countries who settled and developed their own communities within the town. It's always been a place that welcomed the stranger. Work was mainly based in heavy industrial areas such as steel manufacturing, but in recent years has developed in high-tech areas, including Proton Partners International, which is the first proton beam cancer therapy treatment centre in the UK. We also have high-profile facilities such as the Celtic Manor Resort, which hosted the successful Ryder Cup in 2010 and the NATO Summit in 2014. NATO became a city in 2002 and has continued to grow and develop, but has maintained its sense of community, and the people are friendly and welcoming. I'm proud to be a Newportonian. It's a city with its own character and quirks. We hold our own with the likes of Cardiff and Bristol. We have our own identity. We do. We have our own identity, and we relish our role as the underdog. That was well evidenced during the recent FA Cup run of our very own Newport County Football Club. Their wins over Leicester and Middlesbrough in the third and fourth rounds were watched by thousands of us. We celebrate our success as well. Newport is also the place where the Chartists marched in 1839 to demand democratic rights and were mown down at the bottom of Stow Hill. The bodies of those killed that day were taken and buried in secret in the grounds of St Woolas Cathedral. You would all be most welcome to come along on November the 4th when we commemorate this important event in our fight for democracy and rights for all. Newport was there, and I'm proud to be a citizen of this city. But the people of Newport West are hurting after years of austerity. We see the numbers of homeless people rising, families are suffering, and older people are being forced to choose between eating or heating their homes. Yes, we have record employment, but much of this is low paid, minimum wage or 0 hours contracts. People have to take on 2 jobs just to keep a roof over their heads. This is not right, and I am here to speak out on behalf of these people who live in my constituency. These people are not asking for outlandish wage increases or unrealistic improvements in their terms and conditions. They just want a fair crack of the whip. They want job security, a safe place to live, freedom from crime and the fear of crime, and to know that their family members can have a good quality of life. This is not unreasonable, and I am here to help them achieve this. I was born and brought up on the Gare, an area of Newport West. I went to Dufferin High School, a local comprehensive, and trained as a physiotherapist in Cardiff. I spent 32 very happy years working as a physiotherapist in a job that was rewarding and enjoyable. I worked with people with long-term conditions such as stroke, MS, Parkinson's and cerebral palsy. It was a real privilege to be able to work with patients and their families to empower and enable them to reach their maximum potential. But I also had to speak out to make sure that people who were unable to speak for themselves got the care and treatment that they needed. Physiotherapists are good at understanding what people need and speaking out to ensure they get it. I plan to continue to speak out in this way here in this House. So, Mr Speaker, I am here today to thank my predecessor Paul Flynn for his diligent and tiring work for Newport West for 32 years, and to say that I want to pick up his mantle and carry on his good work, speaking up for the people of Newport West and the issues and difficulties they face. With God's grace and the help of colleagues, family and friends, I will do this. Thank you.
Many congratulations to the Honourable Lady. We look forward to hearing from her a great deal more in the future. Andrew Saloon.
I too would like to be the second to congratulate most warmly the Honourable Lady on a very accomplished maiden speech, and we're very grateful to have what she said. Her love of and passion for her constituency shone out in everything that she said. Mr Speaker, we have done well in this issue, on this issue, because we know from PricewaterhouseCoopers that there has been a 42% cut in emissions since 1990, but we are all here today because we know that we need to do more and that the need is urgent, and that a challenge, whether from younger people or from backbenchers across this House, generally leads to better government and better results. Now, I want to be positive, and I want to point to 5 areas which I think are part of the solution of this issue. And to be fair, the government is involved in part in all of them. I think it needs to go further in some. We've already had mention of the issue of electric vehicles and hydrogen vehicles, and I welcome the investment in battery technology and the efforts that the government has made so far. But we have already heard today that Norway is very far ahead of us, and I would also tell the House that last year in China, in the first 11 months of the year, there were 1.03 million new energy vehicles, as they called them, sold there, an increase of 68%. So we can't rest on our laurels in this area. I look forward to when ultra-low emission vehicles become more affordable so more people can buy them. There is one very easy win in this area in terms of transport, which would also deal with issues of air pollution, and that is to take greater action on engine idling, as I note that New York has done recently with proper enforcement powers. Westminster City Council has their Don't Be Idle campaign, and we really could and should do something about that now across the UK. Cycling and walking will also be part of the solution, and I'm proud to be the co-chair of the all-party cycling group within this House. In the UK, roughly 2% of journeys are by bike, In Germany, it's around 10%, and in the Netherlands, around 25%. We can go further, but we need to mainstream cycling funding, and new roads in particular need to be cycle-friendly, and we're not quite there yet. Now, on aviation, unbelievably, electric planes have a future. I must admit, when I first read about this, I did have to check that it wasn't the 1st of April. But EasyJet are looking to bring out a 9-seater prototype this year, and by 2027, they and Ryanair are hoping to fly some commercial routes, some up to distances of 500 kilometres. So aviation can have an electric future as well, certainly within short haul, and that is something we should very much welcome. In terms of our homes, we've heard a lot, importantly, about retrofitting, but why are not all new homes being built as zero-energy bill homes? I was privileged to welcome the British architect Bill Dunster, OBE, to my constituency, who is building these homes now. Not only do they deal with the climate issue, but for our low-income constituents, not to have to pay gas and electricity bills can be absolutely critical in helping them to look after their families. So we need to accelerate that. The technology is there. The Building Research Establishment at Watford proves that, and we should be doing much more on that front. In terms of trees, we've heard about the forests that we are planting. 50 million trees to be planted in the Northern Forest, another 11 million trees being planted by the Department of the Environment. I was probably one of many MPs privileged to send 10 trees to my constituency from the Commonwealth Canopy scheme organised by the Right Honourable Member for Birkenhead, and that is something we can do as well. The subject of this debate today is also on the environment, and we haven't spoken much about that today, and particularly about our wildlife. Now, I'm privileged to live in a constituency where I go home in the evenings, I see deer, muntjac, fox, rabbit, pheasant, partridge, woodpeckers, goldfinches, nuthatches, and many other wonderful forms of wildlife. We need to make sure that they can exist as well. My constituency also hosts the Duke of Burgundy and the Chalk Hill butterfly, and butterflies are some of the creatures most in danger from climate change. Only very small increases in climate can cause them difficulties. So in summary, Mr. Speaker, I want a future that is green, that is profitable, and where we help our poorer constituents to adapt to the future.
Holly Lynch.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. And on behalf of our benchers, can I just take a minute to pay tribute to my new colleague? I have the unenviable task of following what was a truly beautiful maiden speech, and just to say how much I'm looking forward to working alongside her in the months and years to come. And like her, I wanted to speak about my constituency today. I represent one of two constituencies which make up Calderdale, and nowhere do we feel extreme weather more acutely than in Calderdale. The Calder Valley and Halifax constituencies experienced fairly catastrophic flooding in the 2015 Boxing Day floods, which affected 2,720 residential properties and 1,650 businesses. And we were very lucky in March of this year to have not sustained more damage following a period of exceptionally heavy rainfall, which pushed flood defences to the limit. One of the most serious and immediate consequences of climate change are more frequent and extreme weather events, and this is a very real and terrifying prospect for us locally. One element of the response to such dangers worthy of mention has been the work of Calderdale's Slow the Flow volunteers, whose natural flood management work up and down the Calder Valley took the force out of the rainwater as it made its way down our steep slopes and made a significant difference during the periods of greatest intensity during the March near-miss rains. Natural flood management not only contributes to a degree of protection from excess water, but does so through greater and more responsible stewardship of our natural environment. I'm pleased to say that the Labour-run Calderdale Council is already ahead of the game on climate change, having declared a climate emergency in January in response to the warning from the UN's panel on climate change that there are just 12 years left to limit global warming. Calderdale Council has succeeded in cutting its own CO2 emissions by 35% and the boroughs by 26%. Although Calderdale is on track to reduce carbon dioxide emissions by 40% by 2020, we know that this is not enough. Further action will be needed if we are to deliver the sort of reductions which are necessary to keep global temperature rises below 1.5 degrees C. There are another 2 pressures in particular across Calderdale which bring this global challenge to our doorsteps. The first, like in so many other parts of the country, is air quality. We have 7 designated air quality management areas in Calderdale where monitoring indicates an exceedance of the annual mean objective for nitrogen dioxide. The most recent figures from Public Health England show that deaths from respiratory conditions are significantly higher in Calderdale compared with the national average, and whilst there are a number of reasons for that, poor air quality is a significant factor. I'm pleased to say that Calderdale has responded with a comprehensive air action plan, with a view to declaring Sawborough Bridge one of our worst affected areas a low emissions neighbourhood. The plan prioritises the promotion of ultra-low emissions vehicles and public transport, alongside walking and cycling, as well as promoting the clean-up of public transport fleets. Calderdale Council is also currently defending its decision to reject an application to build an incinerator in the area at public inquiry, and in the interest of air quality, I have made my views on this issue very clear. The launch of the Electric Valley Petition is another initiative building on the work of Halifax and District Rail Action Group's Electric Charter, setting out the benefits of electrification of the Calder Valley line. If we are to take vehicles off the road and ask more people to use public transport, then electrification is a win-win. The Calder Valley line connecting Manchester and Leeds through Halifax has not only been plagued with problems in recent months, but it is a dirty route. We can improve the journey and clean it up at the same time with electrification. It was the top recommendation of the Northern Electrification Task Force Northern Sparks report 4 years ago, so I very much hope that the Department for Transport is watching the debate today and revisits that report. But the final threat I want to raise today is wildfire. Heat waves have resulted in an increased frequency of wildfires on Pennine Moorland. The Pennine Moors, covering Kirklees, Calderdale and parts of Bradford, include triple SIs and special areas of conservation. Moorland areas are instrumental in storing CO2, and it's estimated that Britain's peat bogs store the equivalent of 10 times the country's CO2 emissions. When these peat bogs are damaged by pollution or indeed wildfire, they start to leak CO2 instead of storing it, and we're seeing this happen more and more often, with 2 blazes on Saddleworth Moor in the last 18 months and a fire on Ilkley Moor just 2 weeks ago. It's far too easy to think that this is a problem for someone else, somewhere else, or for the next generation to solve. Calderdale Council have taken their responsibilities incredibly seriously, but they need holistic government support in delivering a carbon-neutral future. But I hope in sharing these examples of how climate change is on our doorstep in Calderdale every single day, it can help motivate us all to action.
Sir Oliver Letwin.
Thank you, and Deputy Speaker. I just want to make 3 very brief points, which I hope don't repeat anything been said so far. The first relates to the tone of this debate and the nature of it. I think it's enormously to be welcomed that we see once again that there is a consensus across the House of Commons in favour of taking this issue with real seriousness. I recall the time when I first went to see the brother of the former leader of the Labour Party when he was then Environment Secretary, and I put to him that the Conservative Party, whose policy review I was then running, was prepared to move forward on a climate change bill, and he said to me, rather memorably, that he couldn't see any way to prevent a consensus breaking out. That consensus did then break out, and that Climate Change Act has actually protected the whole political class from what would otherwise, I think, have been a very great tendency of one party to score points off the other in relation to each particular measure, which is in itself potentially unpopular. As long as we can keep that consensus, then I agree with the former Secretary of State for Energy and former leader of the Labour Party that we can disagree from time to time about the means by which we achieve things and still move forwards very satisfactorily. Second point I want to make relates to the comments made both by him and by the other former Energy Secretary who has spoken. It is system change within the UK that is required, and it's only through system change that mass effects can be achieved. And we shouldn't expect people to take this on them individually as a sort of moral crusade. Some noble souls will, but the aggregate effect will be slight compared to system change. And system change needs to work with the grain of human nature. And that means, for example, in electrifying the car fleet, which is by far the greatest current shift that we can achieve, we need to solve range anxiety. Because the reason people don't buy electric cars, even those who can afford them and for whom it would in fact be a net saving, is that they're worried about the duration over which they'll be able to travel. And the fact is, if you ask yourself the crucial question, are you willing to have a car which might not get you home from the constituency, your answer will be no. There is a ready solution. NGC is already well invested in setting out plans for effectively recharging stations every 50 miles on our trunk roads so that you're never more than 50 miles from a recharging station. We're putting a huge amount of effort, and so are the car manufacturers, into improving battery storage. We can solve this problem. It requires sustained governmental effort over the succeeding 18 months or so to put us in a position where we could rival Norway. And then you start creating a virtuous circle, because as soon as the people who can already afford to do so start buying electric cars in sufficient quantities, the price of electric cars will fall naturally, and people who are less able to afford them at the moment will be able to afford them, after which they will fall yet further, and we then create exactly the kind of circumstances we've seen in the extraordinary revolution of information technology through the smartphone, of which there were almost none in the world 25 years ago, and of which there are now literally billions, including in many countries that are very impoverished. And that brings me to the last point I want to make, which is about the item that hasn't really been discussed terribly this afternoon, and which obviously will need an awful lot of discussion over the next few years. There are 2.6 billion people in our world, roughly speaking, living in India and China. They're living under circumstances which make climate change particularly significant for them. And not just because of air pollution issues which dominate in Chinese cities, but also because of the extreme tensions on the use of water, for example, in the borderlands between China and India. And both regimes are very conscious of these affairs. They're also conscious of the need to lift those 2.6 billion people, in the case of China, out of middle-income status and into being rich, or what they call moderately prosperous, and in the case of India, to lift literally hundreds of millions of people still in abject poverty up to the condition of middle income, as well as advancing the interests of those who are already enjoying middle incomes. And that requires a huge amount of additional activity and energy. And there's no way anybody preaching from this House or anywhere else in the world is going to tell those countries that they don't have a right to lift their populations into that kind of prosperity. And therefore, we in the West have a solemn duty to spend our time trying to work out how we can make it easier and cheaper for them to achieve that goal and to work with them to do it. And that requires a substantial realignment, not just of climate change policy, but of our entire Western foreign policy, which is, of course, too large a subject for me to dilate on at present. But I do hope that if we're going to take this forward, we take it forward with the seriousness that's required in our Foreign Office and across the Western world's Foreign Office establishments, and not just in our departments concerned with our own domestic affairs.
Preet Kaur Gill.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Climate change is damaging the lives of people in the UK and abroad, and we see the impact through the two recent cyclones which have struck Mozambique. A country which usually only expects one major storm every 10 years has had two in 2 months, with the latest cyclone Kenneth the strongest cyclone to ever hit Africa. In the UK, climate change is seen as directly responsible for the projected rise in heat-related deaths and flooding, with the poorest and most vulnerable most likely to bear the brunt. It is a tragedy that those least responsible for climate change suffer the most, and we need to act to prevent a global climate disaster, yet this government is not doing enough. On emissions, the government like to smugly talk about what a good job they have done, but the Committee on Climate Change warned last year that the UK will not meet the emission reduction targets laid out in the UK's Clean Growth Strategy for the 4th and 5th 5-year carbon budgets. On biodiversity too, the government are falling short with only 5 of the 19 targets in the strategic plan for biodiversity set to be achieved. And the government's commitment to fighting climate change is also enshrined in the Sustainable Development Goals. Yet according to UK SSD, we are underperforming on 72% of the targets that are relevant to the UK, many of which are relevant to climate change. Take target 11.6, about reducing the adverse per capita environmental impact of cities, including air pollution. UK 100 found that 17.9 million NHS patients in England are registered at a GP practice in an area that exceeds the WHO annual limit for PM 2.5 air pollution. The national government clearly don't care enough about climate change, but thankfully some of our local elected officials do. Bristol and Liverpool have pledged support for the Sustainable Development Goals. Birmingham approved a motion on the Sustainable Development Goals in November last year, and 59 councils, more than a third Labour-run, have declared a climate emergency. And whilst these are great initiatives, our local government needs more support from central government. They need resources to invest in better, greener infrastructure, to encourage and support more people to cycle and walk safely, and to promote renewables.
I thank my honourable friend for making an excellent speech and raising the issue of what cities and governments around the UK are doing. Would you also join me in congratulating the Welsh Government for declaring a climate emergency, and cities like Cardiff, my own, that are doing so much work on sustainable transport, led by Councillor Hugh Thomas.
I'm delighted to congratulate the Welsh Government on doing that, and I thank my honourable friend for his intervention. Onshore wind, Britain's cheapest form of energy, has been blocked by this government, and according to CERA, the reintroduction of onshore wind would cut another £1.6 billion off the collective electricity bill. And rather than act, the government has chosen to block onshore wind. Sir David Attenborough has said climate change is humanity's greatest threat in thousands of years, but this government keeps signing up to things that it fails to deliver. I call on all benches to back Labour's motion and take the necessary action to address this threat nationally and internationally, to protect the planet and the climate for all future generations. Thank you.
David Ducat.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I read somewhere, I think earlier this week, that climate change is firmly back on the political agenda. But of course, for decades now, including under previous governments, and tributes have already been made to the Right Honourable Member for Doncaster, who is no longer in his place, and the Right Honourable Member for Kingston and Surbiton, who must have just left in the last few seconds. It's truly a cross-party sense of urgency, and I'll come back to that word a little bit later. The task of decarbonising our economy is one that is necessary, and one that, if we do go about it the right way, which I believe this government is, we will build a better, more secure future for generations to come. But like I said, the wording of this motion I have a slight problem with. I do recognise the need for urgency on this matter, and I do prefer the word urgency to emergency. Coming as I do from 25 years in the oil and gas industry, again, in all my time in the oil and gas industry, climate change and CO2 emissions in particular were front and centre of how the oil industry operated. But the word emergency in that industry, as people can imagine, has a whole different meaning. It means drop everything, do something now. Now, it's the dropping everything part of that expression I have a problem with. The future of environment is, as many have said, too important for party political point scoring. It's time for deeds, not words, and it's deeds that this UK government is delivering. Those saying that the government is doing nothing could not be more wrong, because in fact we are leading the world in decarbonisation. I'm not going to list the very many ways in which we do that, due partly because of time constraints, but also many others have on this side of the House. But between 2010 and 2018, greenhouse gas emissions fell by 25%. CO2 emissions have fallen 6 years in a row, the longest run of reductions on record, and last year our CO2 emissions fell to the level they were 130 years ago. And we're achieving this without compromising on economic growth and defying the naysayers who argue that we have to choose between prosperity and the planet. The debate on decarbonising our economy as effectively as possible is a serious one, and it merits serious discussion, not grandstanding gestures like suddenly declaring an emergency. We should be working constructively with the UK Government to build on its achievements. I hope, therefore, that the UK Government will take into consideration 3 landmark publications from this week and recent weeks. One of those, of course, as others have mentioned, is the Committee on Climate Change's report due out tomorrow, from which I very much look forward to reading. The other 2 are recent reports from the Scottish Affairs Committee, of which I am a member, and its recent report on the future of Scottish oil and gas industry, as well as last week's Bayes Committee's report on carbon capture, uses and storage. CCUS technology is going to be a necessary part of any serious plan to decarbonise our economy. The St Fergus gas plant in my constituency of Banffynucken, connected by an existing pipeline to the industrial complex at Grangemouth, is also known as the Scottish cluster, one of 5 clusters currently being considered for investment by the government as to be operational by the mid-2020s. And in North East Scotland, we have the expertise, we have the infrastructure in old North Sea oil and gas wells and pipelines to take advantage of. I know the UK Government is committed to CCUS and the development of at least 2 cluster sites. But I do agree with what members on all sides of the House have said. There is space for more ambition. And today I'm calling on the UK Government to commit to developing it, or at least consider the development of at least 3 CCUS clusters to be operational by the mid-2020s, including, of course, the one in North East Scotland. The necessary investment will be outweighed many times over by the economic benefits of being a world leader in CCUS technology, in allowing heavy industry to continue in a low-carbon economy and fighting climate change, as well as being able to export that expertise around the world, an expertise that will be much sought after in the years to come. So this is how we deal with climate change. This is how we decarbonise our economy. Not by shouting about an emergency, but by building on real action on CCUS and other projects that this UK Government is already implementing.
Matthew Pennycook.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. In the short time I have, I want to make 3 simple points in support of the motion that focus on climate. The first is a simple one, and it's this. It is essential, I think, that this House formally declares an environment and climate emergency. Now, I listened to the Environment Secretary, and I don't believe he formally committed the government to doing so. But he did recognise the situation that we face is an emergency. And that is in contrast, I have to say, to what the Minister for Energy and Clean Growth said last week. And I quote what she said, because it struck me at the time. I don't see the point of saying anything, she said, unless we take action. I don't think she could be more wrong, Madam Deputy Speaker, because language matters. Of course, deeds must follow words, but the manner in which we define problems shapes, in turn, our conceptions not only of the range of possible solutions to them, but what is necessary. We have to, I think, stop talking about climate change as if it were some benign force and start talking about what we are really confronting, an ongoing and accelerating crisis from which no one will escape and that will have profound and potentially existential consequences for everything every one of us holds dear. And that is why, at least to my mind, a degree of alarmism is entirely justified, and arguably a reason why I think the Extinction Rebellion movement has struck a chord, as long as that fear acts as a clarion call to act rather than merely prevents a sense of hopelessness. Complacency remains the greatest barrier to the response that's required, and we must therefore do everything we can possibly to bring home to the public both the nature of the threat we face and to build consensus for the kind of disruptive change that will inevitably have to take place as we respond to it. The second point is that the unique situation we find ourselves in demands a far more vigorous response than the government have provided to date, and it demands that it begin now. There is no doubting that there's cause for pride in the UK's record when it comes to climate action, but it's also undeniably the case that the reductions achieved over recent years are largely the result of having picked the low-hanging fruit, that our annual rate of emissions reduction is slowing, and that we are not on track to meet our binding emissions targets. Where then is the commitment from the government to bold policies of the kind that would drive deep decarbonisation across the whole of our economy and get us back on track? Given everything we know, the fact that the Paris pledges will still amount to 2.7 degrees of warming, that we're not on track for those pledges, our collective response cannot simply be business as usual. So legislating for net zero emissions by 2050 should be the absolute minimum we are aiming for, and it should spur a far more ambitious policy agenda. The third and final point is this. In my view, the institutions of government, as they are currently organised, are simply not set up for the scale and pace of the transition that is required to avert catastrophic climate breakdown. The abolition of DEC 3 years ago was a serious mistake, but it was also emblematic of a more deep-seated failure on the part of the government to accord emissions reduction the status it requires. When I was a member of the DEC Select Committee, I remember repeatedly pressing the then Secretary of State on the inadequacies of the Clean Growth Interministerial Group, but at least at that time a body of that kind existed. It doesn't now. If the government were really serious about this crisis, their response would be driven relentlessly from the centre, with the institutional architecture put in place to coordinate and drive progress across all departments, and with emissions reduction woven throughout government policy, and it isn't. Madam Deputy Speaker, in all likelihood, we have probably already squandered the opportunity to avert an unprecedented degree of warming. But what we do in the coming 10, 15 years will determine whether or not we avert even more drastic change and the suffering that will surely define a world where emissions continue to rise unabated. That is why we must declare an environment and climate change emergency, act in a way that is commensurate to such an emergency, and reform the machinery of government so that we're able to drive forward that agenda. And that is why I will be wholeheartedly supporting the motion this evening.
Richard Benyon.
It's a great pleasure to follow the honourable gentleman, and I agree with him that I think the architecture of government needs to change to reflect the dire urgency of this issue. I want to make sure that any changes that this or any future government make is not just moving the deck chairs on the Titanic, that it is actually part of a coherent strategy that goes through every single department of government, every agency, and there is that urgency reflected in it. I want to commend the opposition for what is, I think, a perfectly reasonable motion. I think I would have improved on it. I think it could have been a little bit more congratulatory, but I think that in essential it is quite a mature bit of opposition. But I want to just reflect a second on what this key point about creating a climate and environment emergency is really saying. As far as I'm concerned, of course we have an emergency. I, 7 years ago, attended the Pacific Islands Forum representing Her Majesty's government, and there I met the leaders of island states who are buying leaseholds on other islands because theirs are practically uninhabitable. Their land where they've grown the food on which they depend is salinated because of rising seawater. And there are a whole host of other reasons why they certainly look you in the face and say, we have now a climate emergency. The IPCC has given us 12 years. That in climate science, that's a heartbeat. And we have to get this right. The ice shelves are melting 10 times the predicted rate last year. 39 million acres of tropical and rainforest were lost. And it is predicted that 1/3 of the species we have on this planet now will be lost by 2050 unless we do something. The crucial questions are, is the UK doing its bit? And I think it sterilised the debate if people on that side of the House just attack us. I'm looking forward to some generous comments from the Honourable Lady Member for Brighton, no doubt, in the balanced nature of debate. Well, I'm sure applaud the government for what it has done to be a world leader. But in the end, let's talk about more important things about where we're going in the future. And I want to reflect on the very good speech by my right honourable friend, the member for Dorset West, and the also really inspirational words from the right honourable gentleman, the member for Doncaster North. Can Parliament reflect the nation's concerns? Can it raise its game to talk about this in a way that just doesn't make people out there turn a tin ear to our deliberations? Can it do that? It can, of course, by welcoming the fact that this is there is a fair degree of cross-party consensus on this, and I entirely recognise the point made by the right honourable gentleman that there will be a socialist tinge to this, there will be a free market tinge to it over here, but essentially we all want the same outcome, and we all accept the science. Unfortunately, that's not the case in the United States. It is an entirely polarising issue there, and for goodness sake, let's be glad that it's not that way here. But I think we've got to be honest with our constituents as well. When young people come to my door and say we need to be at net zero by 2025, I mean, wouldn't we all like that? But let's just explain to them, let's have the data about what that would actually require. Tomorrow, I'm hoping we will have a very clear steer from the Climate Change Committee about what is going to be required to get there by 2050 and 2045 in the largest amount. But I do agree with the right honourable gentleman for Doncaster North when I say, for goodness sake, let's be positive with our constituents. It's one thing to scare the pants off them, and there's a perfectly legitimate reason for doing that. But let's also be positive and explain to them that mankind has an extraordinary ability to overcome the most appalling problems, and we have the ability to do that now. And the power of market forces, which is why it's slightly different from the Leader of the Opposition, that properly regulated, properly incentivised market forces can achieve enormous amounts, as my honourable friend said, particularly in the area, for example, of electric vehicles. So, whilst most people are supportive about what we're doing, they're also taking their children to school. They're also trying to keep their mortgage paid. They're trying to keep the roof over their head. They want to know that we're on it, that we have a real sense of purpose, and that across this political class represented in this chamber, we're going to get this sorted.
Yeah. We have to reduce the time limit to 3 minutes. Danielle Rowley. The honourable gentleman shouldn't be surprised, because he can count as well as I can how many of his colleagues want to speak and how little time is left. Danielle Rowley.
Very grateful, Madam Deputy Speaker. In just February, I asked the Minister for Energy and Clean Growth if she really believed that the government were doing enough on climate change, and her answer, and I quote, "I'm very pleased to assure the Honourable Lady that we're not only doing enough, but we're leading the developed world." But clearly, after pressure from young people striking, from protests that have taken place since then, the government have been forced to change their language on this, and they now admit that much more needs to be done, which is very welcome, and the Secretary of State recognised that in his opening remarks. But in spite of this rhetoric, the government have failed to take the necessary action that we've needed to see on climate change. There are many things that I could mention, Madam Deputy Speaker, but we're very short on time. But I can't support anything that would be putting green jobs at risk. Urgent action is needed now, and this action must be bold and it must be transformative and job-centred. We need change driven by the government, including to transform our economy. Our current economic system threatens the foundations which human well-being depends upon. Building a sustainable economy needs a fundamental rethink of the way that we run and measure its success, so that GDP, which takes no account of environmental impact or human well-being, is no longer the only benchmark. We need to adapt how we produce goods and services to reflect natural constraints. As the party of workers, Labour is unequivocal that required shift to a net zero emissions economy must be fair for communities and for workers. What we need is nothing short of a green industrial revolution, something that will allow us to develop jobs and investment opportunities across the UK, such as the 50,000 well-paid unionised jobs we would create in Scotland. It's clear that for our young people and campaigners, the demand for change is not about business as usual, bold words but bland action, tinkering around the edges. They're explicit that this is about making sure actions are transformational, addressing the systemic drivers of environmental degradation and climate change. And Labour is committed to doing this. My constituents in Midlothian are extremely concerned not only about climate change but about an environmental crisis. Scotland's rivers, including my own local River Esk, for example, are being frequently polluted, and it's awful to see. But I'll sum up with the words of one of my constituents who wrote to me recently and said, "Current legislation appears to be serving companies, its convenience, and that translates to suffering, poisoning and harm for wildlife and ecosystems. It's serving profits and the economy. So we must create a system that's for the people, for the planet and for the many." Thank you.
Sir Mike Penning.
Madam Deputy Speaker, and it's a pleasure to have sat in the debate, and I'm really pleased about the consensus that's across the House today. Now, the Honourable Lady for Brighton Pavilion must have had a heart attack when I signed her EDM on the 13th of March, which called for a UK-wide climate emergency. That's because I passionately believe so, and my daughter was home from Australia, and she's a marine biologist, and she told me in no uncertain terms what Daddy should do. She's 30 years of age. I listen to her very, very often. But truthfully, I've been involved in this campaign since many, many years when I joined WWF and I adopted a dolphin for that same young lady when she was 9 years of age. She's now working in the environment. It's not a mostly hugely paid job to do. But what I think is really important is it's the young people that have driven through, not just the young people today, but they have driven through this campaign for many years. And the point about the date of that I wanted to put is that there was movement in this House before the demonstrations that took place around this country. This is part of the movement. Before the young lady came over, an unbelievably clever, intelligent, fluidly speaking young lady, but it was going on in this country already, and perhaps we needed that extra nudge. I am disappointed, it's going to sound strange, that we're not going to have a vote this evening, because it's going to be agreed. And I can understand why it's going to be agreed, and I can understand why the government benches will support the measure, but on the other hand, we should have actually put a marker out there as well. And perhaps on another day, when not so many colleagues are away on all sides of this House, actually in the elections of tomorrow, we can come back and we can do this probably again and again and again. Madam Deputy Speaker, there's two parts of most of what I've heard today that I think needs to be touched on as well. One is trust, the people's trust in us, in what we're telling them to do, which is good for them. We told the British public to go and buy diesel cars. That's what the experts told us. That's what the scientists told us. And we did that. And across Europe and across the Western world, that is what was driven forward. We're now telling them to scrap them. They're nasty, horrible, dirty things. People don't just switch. People that are invested in a car that is on a low income, that is their freedom. That is what they need on a daily basis. And for me, this issue is vitally important, and we have to make sure we get it right, what we tell them to do. But the other issue is plastic. Why are we selling plastic in this country which is not recyclable? The government could do something about this tomorrow. I'm sure there'll be a consensus to do that, and we can make sure we recycle all plastic that's sold in this country.
Janet Davey.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. We need our environment, and the environment needs us to care for it. And in the last week, we've had powerful reminders of this from Greta Thunberg and Extinction Rebellion that the time to take decisive action on climate change is now. In 12 years, scientists project it could be too late to prevent levels of pollution from causing irreversible damage to our planet and indeed our society. Now, I am focusing particularly on air quality, as it is this issue that I've been mostly contacted about from my constituency. The concentration of nitrogen dioxide in the air in my constituency is falling, but in many areas still exceeds legal limits put in place to protect us. There are 453 London primary and secondary schools in areas that exceed legal air quality limits. And I've recently spoken at Heath School in my constituency about improving air quality, and the children at Torridon Primary School who have written beautiful letters to me about climate change. Children are clearly leading the way on this, and this is a credit to our schools and to our teachers. It is time we took notice, time we paid attention, and time we took action. The busy South Circular Road runs through my constituency, and many will know of the tragic death of Ella Kissa Deborah, who had been linked with spikes in nitrogen dioxide in this polluted hotspot. And I want to take the opportunity to pay tribute to the work of her mother, Rosamond, who works tirelessly to campaign to improve air quality. And I am also delighted that the Mayor of London has taken action to tackle the problem in London, including the ultra-low emission zone and low-emission bus zones. ULEZ will improve air quality by 2025, and there will be no primary or secondary schools in areas exceeding legal air quality limits. Also, the gap in air quality between high and low income areas of London will be reduced by 71%. We must live more sustainably. We need transformation action, and it is important that we do this. I urge the government to recognise the scale of the problem, to declare a climate emergency and to begin legislation for a net zero emission target as soon as possible.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I'd first of all like to congratulate my constituent Maddie Evans from St George's School, Harpenden, who I think has managed to make it out of school to come to this debate. I think she's up there somewhere, or at least I was told she was, so congratulate her on that, and that she won't get in trouble for doing so. Let's move on. But I think it's lest I repeat what has often been what has been said already in this debate. It's important that we recognise, first of all, no party has a monopoly on virtue on this subject, and I think that most of the speeches in this House so far in the debate have made that clear. There are some things to celebrate. 2018, record year from renewable energy. CO2 emissions have reduced year on year in every life of this government. This is the government that banned microbeads. This is the government that has reduced plastic bag usage by over 85%. And this is a government also that supports nuclear power, which helps us in our overall aims in this area. However, I was very taken by the speech from the Right Honourable Member, the member for Doncaster North, in an excellent speech, where he talked very persuasively about the act of political persuasion. We need to take our constituents with us on this journey. It is not going to be people from the planet politics telling them how they have to tax them more, to take away their cars. We have to take them with us. How do we do that? We need to show them that their lives can be better and richer. And I say richer both in a social sense, but also in an economic sense, from making the changes towards decarbonising our economy. How do we do that? Well, I thought I'd give some examples about what we're doing in Hitchin and Harpenden. We're installing many more electric car charging points. We are improving our cycle routes, like the Nicky line in the village of Redbourne, moving from Redbourne to Harpenden, which not only reduces car usage, but also makes people fitter and happier cycling. We are protecting our chalk streams, like the River Mimran. We have Hartwood Forest, a new forest that's almost 1,000 hectares, just north of the village of Sandridge in my constituency, which protects biodiversity in Hertfordshire. Now, I'm listing all these things because I'm a very proud constituency MP, but I'm also listing these things to say, if we can show people in their day-to-day lives how their lives can be better and richer as a result of taking into account the climate emergency that we are declaring today, we can persuade them to make the larger, more systemic changes that I think we all realise that we need to see.
Rosie Duffield.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I'm relieved and pleased that my party is today urging the Government to declare an environment and climate emergency. It's our duty to do so on behalf of not only every citizen in the UK, but also of the world, those who do not have the chance to raise their voice in this place, and those who have indeed raised their voices outside here and in many towns and cities across the country and beyond our shores. There is a climate emergency. We have no more time to speculate, discuss, dither or hesitate, and taking action is now urgent. Now is the time to listen to those experts, scientists, and listen to groups such as Friends of the Earth, Greenpeace and Client Earth. There's been plenty of discussion here and in the media over the last few weeks about the protests we've seen, the school strikes and the young people who forced the climate emergency onto the news agenda. At a time where only one other issue has been completely dominating all of our agendas in this place, those protesters have forced us to notice that whilst we've been distracted elsewhere, our planet is breaking down. The devastating impacts of the warming of the planet cannot possibly now be ignored. Food production, agriculture, our oceans, wildlife, the very air that we breathe are all, of course, vital to sustaining life on Earth itself. We are denying ourselves and future generations the most beautiful treasures our planet has to offer, such as our coral reefs, which we have allowed to be all but entirely destroyed. Our greed and desire for instant and throwaway products that float out to sea, destroying the ocean wildlife, has got to change. We need to release our dependency on the quickest, fastest and easiest and learn to reuse and recycle as part of our everyday lives. In my own constituency, air pollution is a very serious concern. But despite that, our council has inadequate, outdated air monitoring equipment that, according to local experts, is unfit for purpose. One such expert is Professor Stephen Peckham, Director of the Centre for Health Studies at the University of Kent. He set up the Canterbury Clean Air Group a few years ago, of which I am proud to have been one of the founding members. Together, the group used more suitable monitors, which were able to measure particulates such as PM2.5. The levels recorded were much higher than those recommended by the World Health Organization. The levels of NO2 and ozone 03 also regularly exceed national hourly limits. According to Professor Peckham and his team, those pollutants cause significant health problems, and especially in children whose lungs are actually stunted from growth. So I join my colleagues across the House to urge the Government to see this as the emergency it is and allow us to tackle climate change urgently. Thank you.
Tom Tugendhat.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. It's a privilege to speak in this, and I'm delighted to see my friend and neighbour, my right honourable friend and neighbour at the front bench. He will remember as we cycled down the A21 together, the local infrastructure that we're starting to see emerging in West Kent is extremely impressive, and the work done by our local councils in greening the areas in which we live is fantastic to see. But this isn't just a domestic debate, Madam Deputy Speaker. In fact, this is particularly not a domestic debate. And as we declare a climate change emergency today, I think it's essential that we remember that. Privileged as I am to chair the Foreign Affairs Committee, it's important to look around the world and to see where these threats are appearing. When we look, for example, at the low-lying fields of the Mekong and the threats to rice production, which feeds so many millions, indeed so many billions, in Southeast Asia, or when, for example, we look at the southeast of China and we see so many inhabited and very, very intensively inhabited areas of that country at threat. It's important that we talk about this question not just for ourselves, but actually for the whole world. And we see this particularly when we look at the changes that we're seeing in China, and many members will have heard me being critical of one aspect of China this morning, and so perhaps they'll forgive me if I reflect on a different aspect. China's work in reforestation and changing and reversing the desertification of many areas of land is inspiring. What that country has done in order to promote better green policies in certain areas is an example in many ways to all of us. And we need to be drawing very important lessons from that. Because the threats that we are seeing are not just problems for Southeast Asia. They are actually problems that are affecting us here in the West. If one looks, for example, at some of the triggers, and I don't mean all of them, but at some of the triggers of the Syrian civil war, for example, which led to the mass migration and has had very severe political repercussions in Europe, it is impossible not to look at the challenges of climate change in that country and the impact that it's had on farmers. If, for example, one wishes to look at the rise of al-Shabaab in the Maghreb, in the Sahel, talking about it without talking about climate change is just impossible. So as we talk today about climate change, we're talking fundamentally not just about, of course, the environmental security of our homes. We're not just talking about the dreadful curse of fly tipping poisoning some of our waterways that we see around West Kent and sadly probably in other areas too. We are fundamentally talking about the way we structure a world to deal with the inability to address some of these threats unless we reverse some of the impacts that we're seeing through climate change. So I welcome very much this debate, and I agree this is an emergency.
Jessica Morden.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. And can I too congratulate my honourable friend, the member for Newport West, on her excellent, compassionate and warm maiden speech. I feel I've been very lucky over the years with my constituency neighbours, and I'm absolutely delighted to not be the only woman ever elected to Gwent any longer. Thank you for the opportunity to speak up for the many constituents who have contacted me urging support for this motion today, calling for this House to declare an environment and a climate emergency. In fact, the Welsh Labour government yesterday did just that, and I hope we do so today to instil the urgency that is crucially needed. Climate change is obviously wreaking havoc on our wildlife and our habitats. It's putting lives and homes at risk around the world, with the poorest in the world bearing the brunt. 2018 was the 4th hottest year on record, our UK summer declared by the Met Office to be the joint hottest since records began. And as this motion acknowledges, we need urgent, rapid and large-scale response by the UK government and, of course, governments around the world. Incremental change is not enough. In Wales, we've been ambitious with the actions set out in a low-carbon Wales, the first statutory decarbonisation plan with 100 policies and proposals across all sectors of our economy to drive down emissions in Wales. We're one of the first nations in the world to make sustainable development a constitutional duty. We have consistently supported and promoted renewable energy generation, put planning moratorium on fracking, supported the development of tidal lagoons. In Wales, we recycle more than anywhere else in the UK and are in touching distance of being the world's top recycling nation. But we cannot do this alone. We need this government to deliver on areas that are not devolved. The UK may have been a global leader on climate change, but the task is getting much tougher. Onshore wind deployment has fallen by 94% and offshore wind can't plug the gap. We've removed support for solar and have failed to deliver on the Swansea Bay Tidal Lagoon, which had huge potential for Newport too. These are lost opportunities to reduce carbon emissions and build the green jobs and economy of the future, which Wales could be a key part of. And as the RSPB, who run the excellent Newport Wetlands Reserve in my constituency, have highlighted last week, loss of species, pollinated insects, destruction of habitats and damage to the ecosystems pose a great threat to climate change. Today's debate centres around the impact of humans on the natural environment, and there are difficult choices to make, not least in my corner of Wales, the decision on road building or the challenge of looking after workers and communities reliant on carbon-intensive sectors. This week I received a huge bundle of letters from Year 5 and 6 in Mega Primary School as part of their campaign on plastics. As one young pupil, Katie, said to me in her letter, "I want to help, but I can't do it on my own." I think this echoes the views of many young people calling for action to protect the planet, and we should be harnessing the passion of these young activists like my constituents to protect their future.
James Heapy.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. And I, like many colleagues across the House, agree that we are in a climate emergency and that we should act accordingly. Somerset County Council and other councils around the South West have already taken the lead in this, and I'm glad that around the country other councils and now hopefully the government will follow suit. Earlier on today, the Right Honourable Gentleman from Doncaster North gave a very, very good speech in which he spoke about the responsibility that we have in this place for leadership, for honesty and for persuasion over the challenge that lies in front of us. And it reminded me, Madam Deputy Speaker, of a TV series that many colleagues around here will have gorged on, I'm sure, The West Wing, when there's an episode around 10-word answers. And this is a climate emergency and we must act now is a 10-word answer. It's the easy bit. We can all say that and mean it and want very genuinely to do something about it. But the bit that comes next is hugely challenging, and that's where we've got to start having the conversation with our constituents. The Right Honourable Lady, the Honourable Lady, the Shadow Secretary of State for Business and Industrial Strategy, has some great ideas on this, but at the weekend I saw her on television talking about subsidies for fossil fuels. Well, what she means in that, if you look at the EU's accounting of it, and that was the study she was referring to, is things like 5% VAT on heating fuel. She means the foregone taxation that has been the refusal to implement the motoring fuel escalator. Now, if you count those as subsidies, if you say that that is a subsidy for fossil fuel, fine. We have got to tackle those as issues. We use fossil fuels too much for heating. We use fossil fuels too much for transport. But let's not pretend that in that line, subsidy for fossil fuels, there are not enormous challenges about which we must be honest with our constituents. From that comes the whole issue of boiler and car scrappage and how we do that in a socially just way, because invariably those who are least able to replace their boiler, those who are least able to replace their car, are the ones who are driving the cars that are the most polluting or who are using the boilers that are the least efficient. It's a hugely difficult challenge about which we must have an honest discussion. So too the requirement to bring about carbon capture and storage, or to look at hydrogen as a means for allowing our heavy industry to continue. We've got to be honest about the costs of doing that, but also the advantages too. Time, Madam Deputy Speaker, prohibits me to go through a whole list of things that I think that we can, as a Parliament, across the House, lead on, where we can sell a vision of a life that is better, a vision of a life that is more comfortable, a vision of a life that is more sustainable. But we won't do it if we jump on easy-to-grab sound bites, like, for example, subsidy on fossil fuels, and then pretend that to eradicate those subsidies does not bring with it a profound cost of living challenge. Madam Deputy Speaker, the challenge is enormous. We must stand together.
Cohen.
It's a pleasure to follow the honourable gentleman's thoughtful speech. I want to begin by congratulating the newest member to the House, my honourable friend for Newport West, on her maiden speech. Moving on to the subject matter, the science is absolutely clear. The climate is warming, global mean temperature is rising, and this is enhanced by human activity. The protesters I met last week says that. The young people I meet on a daily basis in my constituency tell me that. My family tell me that, and we, I think, need to act. I want to mention a petition I received from the high school in my constituency, Ysgol David Hughes Comprehensive School, who went on strike, and they had a very thoughtful letter and petition to me. So our young people get it. My local authority, to be fair, is one of the leaders in the United Kingdom when it comes to recycling. The Welsh Government has good recycling records, and the Isle of Anglesey, Madam Deputy Speaker, by the Surfers organisation, has been declared a plastic-free county. So I'm very proud of the local thing. And the Welsh Government, and I say this to the Secretary of State because I think it is important, and I worked with him when he was in opposition and our party was in government, and I give him credit for his consistency, that Wales spends twice as much on energy efficiency measures than the UK government. Scotland even more. And Northern Ireland, which doesn't even have a government sitting, spends 1.5 times more than the UK government. These are important matters to highlight because we're going backwards, and England is the largest of the 4 nations in the United Kingdom. So we do need to do more. I understand about austerity, but all parts of the United Kingdom, local authorities and the nation's administrations have had to deal with austerity as well. So we need to concentrate. We did build a consensus under the Climate Change Act in this House of Commons, and I was proud to do it, and we were world leaders. And I think we now need to reset the energy button, and I want to concentrate on power. We need to invest in our natural resources more. Subsidy isn't a dirty word at all. All technologies that we have in this country were once subsidised. Oil and gas were 100% subsidised. And I want to concentrate, and the Honourable Secretary of State will know what is going to say. We need to invest more on tidal and wave energy. It's so predictable. We need to do it now. We need, first of a kind will be very expensive. But if we don't do it, we'll be back here in years to come saying, well, we just about missed our targets. We could meet our targets if we have a proper funding system into large energy infrastructure projects, and I will work with the Secretary of State to ensure that that happens. The Welsh water model is one we should look at, not for profit. It puts customers first, it puts our environment first, and we in this House of Commons must follow suit.
Derek Thomas.
Madam Deputy Speaker, can I use this opportunity to remind the House that on Friday the RSPB launched their Let Nature Sing track and accompanying video, which we should really promote as much as we could. And this video, this track, brings attention to the 40 million fewer birds that we have today, reminds us of birdsong and gives a call to action. And added to this, a loss of pollinating insects, destruction of habitats, and 1 million species under threat. These problems alone are reason enough to declare a climate emergency, and I'm glad to be speaking this debate. And the government must commit to and grow a low-carbon economy. The country, the nation, wants us to accelerate action and to lead the world. And can I also bring a quick mention to the Sustainable Development Goals that haven't yet been mentioned, but actually have clear commitments in there to actually help the world's poorest countries to address the climate change. So there's things that we can do as a global leader. At home, there are things that we must do, and getting it right will reduce the demand on the NHS, create and spread wealth across all corners of the UK, which is of particular interest to Cornwall, reduce demand on energy supply, provide warm and comfortable homes, as the member for Doncaster North made clear, support small businesses and create skilled workforces, especially in construction and the renewable sector, and boost the car manufacturing industry and innovation in greener fuels. And finally, support the sustainable food production. Practical measures are needed, and Cornwall Council, one of the first councils, if not the first, to declare a carbon-free Cornwall by 2030. And what we're talking about is funding and accelerating the work to address fuel-poor homes, launching a car scrappage scheme supporting poor families to move to more fuel-efficient vehicles, increasing support such as the Salix Finance, which actually gives 100% interest-free loans to public buildings, including schools, to put renewable solutions on their roofs and reap the benefits once the loan is repaid. Bringing forward the Environment Bill, which the Minister assured me in a debate I had recently, will be immediately after the next Queen's speech. And in that Environment Bill, we must establish the Nature Recovery Network, invest in woodland recovery and incentivise landowners to nature-friendly practices. And finally, what is being called for in Cornwall is that we should establish citizens' assemblies to identify solutions both nationally and locally and give people a stake in how this country moves forward. The government must take a lead. Councils like Cornwall, the Duchy of Cornwall, is wanting to get on top of this agenda, wanting to really conquer this and be a force for good, but they need government policy, government funds to allow them to do that.
Clive Lewis.
Thank you, Madam. So often as politicians we talk about what is politically possible, but with the climate crisis we need to move from the art of the politically possible to the science of what is necessary. When you're drowning, you don't ask yourself, ooh, what's politically possible? You do whatever it takes to survive. When the banks crashed in 2008, the political consensus of this place was to save them by any means necessary. The cost, according to the National Audit Office, £1.2 trillion, 10 years of austerity, public service cuts and vast human suffering. But now, instead of a banking collapse, we face a climate and ecological collapse. Catastrophes of biblical proportions. Droughts, pestilence, famine, flood, wildfires, mass migration, political instability, war and terrorism. Global civilization, as we know it, gone by the end of this century, unless we act. The response from the benches opposite, well, I'll try not to be too partisan, but the green light for fracking, fossil fuel subsidies boosted by billions, onshore wind scrapped, Solar Support Act, the Green Home Scheme eviscerated, zero carbon homes abandoned, the Green Bank sold off, Swansea Tidal stuffed, Heathrow approved. If Tory environmental policy in 2010 could be summed up as hug a husky, then 2019's policy looks more like shoot it, skin it and boil it down to its bones. So it's to this background, with the science of the climate crisis over here and government policy over there, that Greta Thunberg, the youth strikers and the Extinction Rebellion appeared. They arrived on the climate crisis debate like gate crashers at a premature funeral, smashing through the window in a shower of glass to announce to a hushed congregation that the patient was still alive. Their message to this place is simple. The time for incrementalism has passed. Act now, change now, or be swept by those that will. This offers us a chance to fundamentally restructure our economy to deliver good, secure, well-paid jobs as we mobilise to decarbonise our economy on a grand scale, to reinvigorate and strengthen our democracy, to massively reduce social and economic inequalities, to protect and restore vital threatened habitats and carbon sinks. And finally, we must onshore the global financial system, bringing it back under democratic control. And that brings me to my final point. To navigate global society through the perils of the 21st century will require two key things: global cooperation and human ingenuity and passion on a scale hitherto unseen in our entire history. President Kennedy summed this up in his moonshot speech of '62. He didn't ask what it would cost, he asked instead what it would take to succeed. We choose to go to the moon in this decade and do the other things, not because they are easy, but because they are hard. Because that goal will serve to organise and measure the best of our energies and skills. Because the challenge is one that we are willing to accept, one that we are unwilling to postpone, and one we intend to win.
Trudy Harrington. Speaker, it will come to no surprise to anybody in this House that I will be advocating for nuclear as the most game-changing, transformative way to tackle the climate situation and significantly, seriously reduce our carbon emissions. There is quite simply no alternative. It is unparalleled, safe, proven and efficient technology. Nuclear and its capability to generate clean energy 24 hours a day, 7 days a week for 60 years is incredible. And rolling out this government's third-generation nuclear reactors would generate more than 18 gigawatts of clean, safe, low-carbon energy, whilst also creating thousands of jobs, apprenticeships and training places, and improving the local communities. And I speak with some experience, having lived in a nuclear community for 43 years and previously working in the industry. But because of the last Labour government failing to invest in new nuclear, the last power station to be built was Sizewell B. Our current power stations are coming to the end of their long-serving lives, which means that our carbon emissions will soar, as they have done in Germany and Japan. If Germany invested the same amount of money, £580 billion, that they did in renewables into nuclear, they would now be at zero carbon emissions. This Conservative government is rightly shouting loudly and proudly, celebrating 90 of the cleanest hours last Easter, and in 2018 the cleanest, greenest year ever in the United Kingdom. Renewables are great, but they are geographically limiting and intermittent by their very nature. Last June, wind turbines were only operating at 4% of their potential. This government is the first government taking decarbonisation seriously, with Hinkley Point C now under construction. I welcome, with great anticipation, the Small Modular Reactor Competition UK Consortium and Advanced Modular Reactors, which will give us the ability to reduce waste in that industry, the Energy White Paper and the Regulated Asset-Based Financial Model, which I very much hope will ensure that we can reduce the cost of new nuclear as well. The Leader of the Opposition has consistently argued against nuclear power. He voted against Sizewell B, he voted against Hinkley Point C. He's campaigned against nuclear his entire working life. The evidence is clear. Denuclearisation increases carbon emissions. Countries around the world are now realising this, and I know this government is taking decarbonisation seriously.
The climate change debate has moved on rapidly in recent months, and when I say the term climate change debate, let's all agree on one thing, that we are not here to debate whether this problem is happening any longer. Take a look at what is happening to our planet. From the scorching hot week we had in February this year to the blistering hot summer last year, our climate is changing, even in the UK, before our very eyes. But while these ice-lolly weather patterns might be a gift to some of us in the Western world with some capacity to adapt, the price we pay for them as a planet is catastrophic. And we see what is happening to our climate in the UK and its effects, namely extreme weather, both hot and cold, of the increasing frequency. We must always remember that our country is predicted by climate scientists to be one of the least affected by global climate change. Because in the year 2019, when we think about the debate climate change action, it's not simply enough to coo over David Attenborough and give ourselves a pat on the back for shining a light on what is happening to our world. As other honourable members have said, we have to act, and we have to act now. This issue, the biggest humanity has ever faced, requires us to be bold, and it requires us to do much, much more than just speak out. Indeed, Greta Thunberg puts it better than I or any other member in this House could do. To do your best is no longer good enough. We must do the seemingly impossible. But what can we do? Well, for a start, we must support the motion today. It's about acting decisively to lead the way as a catalyst for change, both here and in the UK and internationally. The magnitude of this demands cross-party consensus, and it demands we act swiftly. Taking this first step today, we must start of us taking the right path at the most precarious of crossroads. I can't speak out in this debate without putting on record how deeply disappointed I was when, on her first day in office, one of the Prime Minister's first acts was to abolish the Department of Energy and Climate Change. What message did this send to the rest of the world? It sent the message that the UK was no longer a leader on climate change, but instead was resigned to be a follower. And let's not forget that under the last Labour government, we became the first country in the world to legislate legally binding budgets in the Climate Change Act. And in a brief conclusion, Madam Deputy Speaker, with time limits, I want to leave honourable members, and particularly the government, with this point.
When, if the French Fire Service had known about the last month's fire at Notre Dame 10 years before it had happened? When, if we'd known about any of the terrorist atrocities across the world 10 years before they'd happened? Just think what preventative action we would have taken if we'd had the level of foresight, to have known that these catastrophes and countless others a decade ahead of them were happening. Well, with climate change, we have the foresight and, crucially, the means to do something about it. The legs of the stool are there, as it were, but there's still one missing, us. And for that, all it takes for the whole thing to fall over. So when we leave this place today, we go back to talking about other important matters like no-deal cliff edges. Let's all commit to remember one thing. If you think the no-deal cliff edge is scary, it's barely in the foothills of what the climate cliff edge could look like.
Antoinette Sandbach.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And it will come as no surprise to the ministers sitting on the front bench that I will rise to speak about energy efficiency in this debate. I was fortunate enough to go to two schools on Friday, Shocklatch School and Willowwood School, and there both pupils talked to me about the importance of the climate to them. But they ask, what are we doing about it? And that is what this debate is about. And I'm very pleased that the government has brought forward its green growth strategy. There is so much positive action that the government has taken. But I have to stand here and say I do think we have made one mistake, and that was in removing the zero carbon homes standard. It is wrong that we are building homes now that will need to be retrofitted. And we do have a large number of homes that need energy efficiency measures being installed now. And I want to talk about some of the benefits that we could deliver by introducing energy efficiency measures. If £1 billion was put into bringing the EPC standard up to C, then we could save every family £270. That's £270 back into their pockets. We would create revenue for the Exchequer, approximately £51 billion worth of revenue as that programme rolled out annually. Not only that, but it would save 25% of our energy consumption, and that would be the equivalent of the output of 6 nuclear power stations the size of Hinkley Point C. And I would argue, I agree with my honourable friend who made the case for nuclear, but I would also argue that we absolutely need to make sure our homes are energy efficient, not only because of the savings in electricity generation, but also CO2 and carbon savings are estimated at about £34 billion worth of cost, and air quality improvements estimated at about £4.1 billion of cost. There is an absolutely excellent document which has been prepared by the Energy Efficiency Infrastructure Group, and I would urge the Secretary of State for BEIS to encourage the Chancellor to put that document into his red box for the spending review. We have seen how Germany has harnessed low-interest loans to generate £8.4 billion worth of home improvements by homeowners, virtually paid for by the VAT receipts on those sales. So that's a self-financing project, and, Madam Deputy Speaker, that's one way to help assist in this problem.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. We are 10 years away from the edge of the biggest crisis humanity will ever face. No ifs, no buts. Left unchecked, it will happen in our lifetime. And it's the actions that we take tonight, tomorrow, in the coming days and weeks, and crucially over that next decade, that will determine the course of history. And what are we already seeing and what's coming to us if we don't act? The melting of global ice stores, shifting seasons and migration patterns, extreme weather, we're certainly already seeing that in the UK today, droughts, not just in the developing world but across the world, wildfires, my honourable friend from Halifax raised their experience of them already, degradation of our coral reefs, how much of our coral reef is lost forever, rising food prices hitting the poorest hardest, deforestation, not just by humans but by invasive species that thrive in warmer temperatures. So with this as our backdrop, the question today is not actually whether or not we should act, it's what on earth we can do to act quickly enough to reverse some of the damage that we've already done and reverse the damage that we will inflict in the future. because this is fundamentally an issue of global justice. Climate change is already hitting the poorest hardest, and as we help them rebuild and help them develop their communities, we must avoid prescribing them the old models of growth that have led us to this situation. Instead, we must promote new development models that are sustainable. That's why we on this side are committed to stop aid spending on fossil fuels, and I hope the government will meet us in that commitment. I want to speak very briefly about protest and say to those who laugh and joke at the millions of school children and street protesters who have taken part in climate strikes and brand them as truants or virtue signallers, I say this: you are on the wrong side of history and we will act without you. And frankly, look at this debate today and look how subscribed it's been. They've clearly got our attention. So what comes next? We support today's motion. We become the first country in the world to declare a climate emergency, but it must have radical change for our economy after it, from our energy system to our transport to our agriculture to waste and everything in between. We must put forward the following test. Is this short-term gain going to result in long-term consequences for our climate? Would fracking pass that test? Of course it would not. And this is true for international governments too, but also for our local government. I'm proud that Labour colleagues going into their local elections have committed to make Nottingham carbon zero by 2028. That's what's on the ballot paper in our local elections. And the government should meet that energy by electrifying our trains. It is absurd that we are buying new trains that will be carbon emitters. Absolutely absurd. So again, the question we have to ask ourselves is, do we want to be the generation who have the greatest amount of knowledge about what we're doing to our world, but chose to do nothing about it? Surely not. We've been here for nearly 4 hours. We haven't had a dissented voice. So it looks like we're going to declare the emergency today, but tomorrow we have to act. Thank you, Madam.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. Britain does have a good record in recognising the global threat of climate change and taking steps to address it. That said, the threat of climate change is growing and more action is required on more fronts. Tomorrow, the Committee on Climate Change will provide their recommendations on how to shift the UK's long-term climate target to net zero emissions by 2050. I anticipate that the Government will respond positively and proactively to the Committee's recommendations. This will complement, Madam Deputy Speaker, the measures already being taken which embed tackling climate change in the nation's DNA. The industrial strategy leads into the clean growth strategy from which sector deals derived. The offshore wind sector deal, which my right honourable friend, the member for Devizes, launched in Lowestoft in March, is helping revitalise the local economy. Scottish Power have set up their operation maintenance base in the dock. An offshore wind engineering training facility is under construction in East Coast College. With the low-carbon economy, there are enormous opportunities to grow our domestic economy, to create expertise which we can then export around the world. Oil and gas extraction on the UK continental shelf has played a crucial role in the UK and the East Anglian economy for over 50 years. The industry has an important role to play in the transition to a low-carbon economy. The skills and expertise required in this sector overlap to a very large degree those required in offshore renewables. The two industries are already working together on such innovative projects as gas to wire, where gas from the southern North Sea gas fields is generated into electricity offshore and then transmitted onshore. So I will give way to my honourable friend.
I thank my honourable friend for giving way. He's talking about investment in offshore. Does he welcome the £355 million that's been invested in Scotland's offshore wind industry through the UK government since 2010 to 2018?
Thanks. I do very much. These two industries do go hand in hand. The oil and gas basins all around the world, you will hear Scottish, Geordie and Norfolk and Suffolk accents. We must ensure that this continues to be the case long after we've extracted the last drop of oil from the North Sea and these other countries themselves have moved to renewable forms of energy production. Madam Deputy Speaker, there are many areas that we need to look closely at and where we can do better. In the time available, I will just mention 4 of them. The Suffolk coast has been at the forefront of the battle with rising sea levels for a millennia. This challenge has intensified in the last decade as climate change has accelerated the rise in the level of the North Sea. Innovative schemes have been produced locally to defend both Lowestoft and Kessingland. It is vital that these are properly funded. Secondly, the rollout of smart meters is in many respects the elephant in the room that no one talks about. We're not doing well enough. We need to do better. Thirdly, we were wrong to ditch the Zero Carbon Homes Initiative. It needs to be reinstated, and we need to step up plans to retrofit our existing housing stock, thereby reducing fuel poverty. Finally, Madam Deputy Speaker, electricity storage has a vital role to play, but this is currently threatened by Ofgem's targeted charging review proposals. These need to be reviewed, with full implementation delayed until 2023. Madam Deputy Speaker, millions of people all around the world are imperilled by climate change on a day-to-day basis. What we need is more of what we are already doing, but on more fronts and with a greater sense of urgency.
Caroline Lucas.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. The failure to act with sufficient ambition to avert the climate catastrophe will be the greatest moral failure of our time. The industrial world's destruction of our planet is essentially the story of a single lifetime. The planet brought from seeming stability to the brink of catastrophe in my lifetime. So we have to turn it around in our lifetimes too. It's the most awesome responsibility, but it is also the most amazing opportunity. When people look back at this moment, it won't be those blockading bridges or striking from school that history will judge severely. It will be those who shut their eyes and blocked their ears to the scale of the challenge. So I really welcome the fact and pay tribute to the work of Extinction Rebellion, of the youth climate strikes, because they have already made a difference. The sheer numbers of people in this chamber today are testament to that. But we need to be serious that a climate emergency isn't a matter of a few words and then we move on with business as usual. Yeah. Business as usual is climate appeasement. We need change. We need change when it comes to the kind of emergency that you might have, for example, when we face conflict or war. We have that kind of single-minded mobilisation, because at extraordinary times, extraordinary things can happen. So back in 1938, in 6 years from that point, in 1938, in that wartime moment, we reduced our use of coal by 25%. We reduced our use of public cars, private cars I mean, by 95%. Public transport went up by 13%. And that because we had a shared sense of emergency. And so my plea for today is that we don't just use these words about emergency, that we're serious about them and we act on them as a result. Now, you know, the other side of sometimes challenged me to say, you know, say that they've done better, you know, congratulate the government on their actions. But it's hard to do that when seriously, for example, the Secretary of State earlier refused to answer my question about aviation expansion. The bottom line is we cannot be serious about a climate emergency and continue with aviation expansion, continue with Heathrow expansion, continue with fracking. You know, this is a government that has slashed zero-carbon homes, it has shafted solar power, it has banned onshore wind, and those things are wrong and we need to call them out. But at the same time, we also need to say there is an incredibly positive agenda out there for the grasping, and a positive agenda around a Green New Deal. I'm really proud that yesterday a new Environmental Justice Commission was launched. It's going to be chaired by the Honourable Member, Right Honourable Member for Doncaster North and myself, and the former member for Thanet South. And it is going to be looking at that Green New Deal, that mass mobilisation of resources into renewable energy and energy efficiency, getting transport right, getting agriculture right. And we can do this in a way that workers drive it, that this just transition makes sure that no one loses out, and indeed that there is a positive story, that we can have a better life for all. But right now, the statistics are grim. We are one of the most nature-depleted countries on earth. 59 scientists last year said that we've lost 60% of the population of mammals, birds and fish and reptiles in my lifetime. That has to change.
Maggie True.
Madam Deputy Speaker, as we've heard, there's much common ground across the chamber today. Indeed, I'm sure there's much common ground across the UK. But the UK cannot tackle climate change or protect the global environment in isolation. We can boast many achievements, but perhaps recent weeks have shown that we haven't shouted loud enough about them, and of course, there's always more that we can do. Just last week, I met a member of the Youth Parliament representing Erewash, Chad Fowkes, to discuss his campaign, Last Straw for Ilkeston. To help raise awareness of the amount of single-use plastic which is discarded as litter, Chad is organising the clean-up of the Erewash Canal. And Chad showed genuine knowledge and passion for the issues facing our environment. And of course, he persuaded me to help him with that clean-up. And there's many unusual ways that constituents highlight the issues which concern them. And on the issue of climate change, one way that really grabbed my attention was the handmade messages as part of the Show the Love campaign. And that's far more effective than the hundreds of emails that we get every day. And it made me sit up and think about what we were doing to the climate. And there's numerous ways that we can show leadership in tackling climate change, and one way is through investing in technology. On a recent visit to Ethiopia, in the middle of what we'd call scrubland, there was a few community buildings, and one of them had solar panels on its roof, and this had the sole purpose of powering a solar fridge for vaccines. And interestingly, the solar-powered fridge and the associated technology was developed in Bognor Regis. So I'm sure we can do more to invest in novel technologies to aid developing countries and also to increase our exports, and that's definitely a win-win situation. I'd like to take this opportunity also to congratulate my honourable friend for Cheltenham on his 10-minute rule bill yesterday, which would create a legal obligation for the UK to reach net zero carbon emissions by 2050. And in doing so, we will be the first of any G20 country to make such a commitment. 2050, Madam Deputy Speaker, may seem a long time away, but if we think back 30 years to 1989-1990, that doesn't seem too long ago. So this net zero carbon emissions ambition would yet again show the world that we as a nation are true global leaders. And I said at the start that we don't shout out enough about our achievements. I just want to finish the time I've got left just to talk about some of them. 2008 was Britain's greenest year ever. The World Health Organization has said that the UK is an example for the rest of the world to follow when talking about our clean air strategy. Greenhouse gas emissions have fallen by 23% since 2010, and we can go on and on and on. We need to shout loud and show that we are true global leaders.
Phil Hobhouse.
Madam Deputy Speaker, let's all remind ourselves why we are here. Because millions or thousands of young school children protested on the streets. And that's why we are here. That's why we are suddenly taking it seriously again. And I share some of the sentiment of the member from Doncaster North, because I too feel a sense of shame. And I think we all should, because what have we done since we actually know that this climate catastrophe is facing us? 2000, 2001, we had Al Gore and the Inconvenient Truth. What have we done since? We have not done enough. And that is why we're here today, and that is why it worries me that we are all creating this comfortable consensus and a sense of complacency that, oh, we just need to do a little bit more and then we are there. No, we need to do a lot more. And it is about political choices, and I would say that this current government has done far too little since the Liberal Democrat-led government. The Tories have abandoned climate change as an issue. We've seen subsidies for renewables slashed, the Green Investment Bank privatised, the abandonment of zero-carbon homes, and a meaningless target for 2040 to phase out new petrol and diesel cars. And I am very disappointed when I keep asking the government about phasing, not even supporting a fossil fuel industry like fracking. I do not get a straight answer, because that's one of the simplest things we can do. Fracking is a fossil fuel industry. Not only do we need to phase out the old industries, we should invest in renewables and not even consider to develop the new ones. So I hope, when we are talking about this consensus, that the government is being serious and is stopping to support the fracking industry. In the same way, I find it very disappointing when I hear yesterday the honourable member opposite saying, I wouldn't have been able to be elected if I had supported onshore wind. What What decisions are we making and saying, oh, if I'm not going to be selected because people don't like the look of onshore wind farms? We have to take the leadership of what is the right thing to do. And I do not blame people. I do blame us as politicians if we do not take that leadership. And I want to say something very quickly about a consensus. I do believe we need to have a consensus and the buy-in from the people in this country. And I very much believe in citizens' assemblies. I do believe through citizens' assemblies we can actually create a consensus about the urgency, but also what we can do and how we do that fairly, and do not actually burden those who can least afford it with the most costs, but those who can afford it. And I hope government will listen to this debate today and will take some of the demands from today urgently, particularly what I've been saying about fracking and other members in this House. There is actually a consensus to stop fracking, and I believe there's a consensus to continue with onshore wind again. So please, government, listen. We can make a difference.
Richard Graham.
Madam Deputy Speaker, in the speech for the member of Bath, she has echoed much that's been so good said today from all sides about a cause, climate change, on which we must unite. And what the key to this is not just calling climate change an emergency, but the action to show that we mean it. So I welcome today the Secretary of State's commitment to zero net carbon emissions by 2050 and, for example, to plant millions of trees across the country to help protect our part of the planet. And I hope too that the government pulls together a cross-departmental plan to deliver this nationally and help lead in the world, using DFID's funds, for example, to continue the good work of their climate change unit to protect rainforests in Indonesia. And locally in Gloucestershire, this means resolving the air pollution on the A38 by Lantony and the huge A417 air balloon problem, while finishing the cycle paths on the canal and also on the Golden Valley from Gloucester to Cheltenham. It means doing much more about litter and project refill for water bottles, and these are things that I hope that our school children will join me to take forward, as well as closing the tip at Hempstead for residual waste and replacing it with grass valleys harvesting solar power in due course. And both locally and nationally, we need to look again at what we're going to do about onshore wind, and above all, how to use the world's strongest tide on the River Severn and around the Welsh coasts. More generally, marine energy around the coastline of our nation is something that remains a largely untapped source of green energy. I want Gloucester, Madam Deputy Speaker, to be at the forefront of a green revolution. We are already the home of the Gloucestershire Wildlife Trust, Robinswood Hill, Barnwood Arboretum, EDF Energy's nuclear operational headquarters, the Kingsway Green Sustainable Group, and an MP on his cherry and white bike. And we can make real progress on all the things I've mentioned and help turn an emergency into an opportunity for a better city, a greener Gloucester, and a zero-carbon United Kingdom.
Matt Weston.
Madam Deputy Speaker, having requested a debate on climate change a couple of times in the last couple of months, I'm delighted that we have this session today. A week ago, I was delighted to attend the session with Greta Thunberg, and many of us will recall who were there. She kept repeating the line, "Are you listening? Can you hear me?" She was right to be sceptical, for some of us remember, of course, the Al Gore film and book from 2006, and also the Stern report of the same year. And the 6 key messages from that report are as valid today as they were then, sadly. Of course, we had the world's first Climate Change Act introduced by the Labour government. I'm very proud to associate with that. Its commitment not just to the reduction in CO2, but also to the zero-carbon homes, 100% zero-carbon homes by 2016, was a terrific ambition, and one which, of course, was then picked up by the coalition government in its budget of 2011, but sadly has fallen by the wayside, as has been mentioned already. Our CO2 emissions, of course, are claimed as a 37% reduction of territorial emissions, but in reality it is actually only a 10% reduction once you take into account aviation, shipping and imports as well. And that is why the climate change strikes by young people and also the Extinction Rebellion action has been so important, because it's brought us all together to discuss this important topic. As Greta Thunberg said, climate change is the easiest and most difficult challenge faced by humanity. But really, is it that hard? It is quite clear that we need system change, and it is urgently required. Whether it be changes to the Sustainable Building Code, building at higher densities in our communities, changes to the planning process, supported by better infrastructure and public transport, looking at existing properties and how a wholesale programme plan for pay-as-you-save home energy insulation could be installed across the country. This is the sort of thinking that we need to get to, along with favouring onshore wind turbines and uprating our power grids to ensure that we can all use electric vehicles, whether they be car or cycles. Look at Germany, where the cycle purchase, electric bike purchases have been 900,000 last year against the 64,000 in the UK. And staying in Germany, look at Munich, that set itself the ambition to be powered by renewable energy 100% by 2025 and is on target to achieve that. I was proud as a county councillor to propose in Warwickshire that we make all our pension fund fossil-free. Sadly, that was not accepted, but I just wish that all authorities would consider that, because that's the sort of wholesale systemic change we need. Likewise, I proposed a Warwickshire energy plan to introduce renewable energy to all our citizens in Warwickshire. So if I may say, yes, the challenges are systemic and they're behavioural, but we can actually address them. We just need the political will.
Hear, hear. Order. I'm sure colleagues will appreciate that it's almost impossible to get everyone in who wants to speak, but we will get more people in if colleagues were perhaps 2 minutes instead of 3 minutes in order to be generous to others. I'll leave it at that. Hugh Merriman.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. It's a pleasure to speak in this debate. I absolutely understand the concerns that have been registered very loudly most recently, and it's absolutely right that we take into account those concerns about climate change. But I also think it's hugely important that we talk about the progress that we have made so far, and that we talk about building on that progress, rather than actually looking at it with too much fear and ignorance. And I am very proud that the UK leads the way in terms of the G20 countries, the most impressive performance in terms of the reduction of emissions. We've managed to reduce emissions by 44% since the 1990s, so that means that it's absolutely key for us to drive forward, but we should do so with belief that we can get to the very ambitious targets that we have set ourselves. And again, if we look at renewables as an example, it used to be the case back in 2010, only 6% of our electricity was generated from renewables, now almost 40%. So again, we should be optimistic. We should tell ourselves that we can do more, but we should also be proud and try and lead the way when it comes to the rest of the world. And that's the big issue I have. The big concern is when I look across at China. It used to be the case that 70% of our power was reliant on coal. We have reduced that to the point where coal-fired power stations should be phased out by 2025. That's great news. But in China, that figure is at 70% in terms of their reliance on coal. And they are currently building hundreds more coal-fired power stations. And the reality is, even the big steps that we are taking will not make that much of a difference to our one Earth. But small steps that the Chinese can take will make a huge deal of difference. So I would like to see this country, this government, using the soft power that we have to try and lead China, to tell China that it's not going to be acceptable from an environmental or indeed an economical perspective for them to continue using fossil fuels in the way that they do, and for us to actually use our great expertise and innovators to try and take China to a better place. Because the reality is that China pollutes more in a single year than the UK has polluted in 100 years. China will soon be responsible for more pollution than than Europe and the US put together. It's absolutely vital that we press the Chinese to do more. But I do want to send the message out, particularly to young people, that yes, they should be concerned, yes, we should listen to them, but please, let's start on the basis that this country has done more than most across the globe, has got itself to a better position. We will deliver more, we are committed to delivering more, but let's deal with the facts and not just the ignorance.
Mr. Speaker, it was 307 years ago that Thomas Newcomen demonstrated the first working steam engine up in Dudley Castle. It was put to work pretty rapidly, pumping the water out of Lord Dudley's coal mines. And over the next 3 centuries, not only did James Watt and Matthew Boulton go on to perfect the steam engine in Handsworth, but of course it was Frank Whittle that led the country into the steam age. So from our region, we are very proud of our role in this nation's industrial revolution, but we are conscious too that as the region that sparks the carbon revolution, We have a moral responsibility to now lead the zero carbon revolution. That task would be an awful lot easier, Madam Deputy Speaker, with 4 basic ideas, 4 basic bits of support that the government could provide to our region. First, on energy. We produce just 0.3% of the country's renewable energy. It's pretty difficult to install onshore wind in a place as dense as the West Midlands, but we could absolutely roll out solar. But it would be much easier if the government reintroduced the feed-in tariffs that it so unwisely eliminated just a few years ago. Second, Madam Deputy Speaker, on transport, the biggest source of carbon emissions in our region. As the Secretary of State knows, we want to be the world's centre of battery technology and the electric vehicles revolution in our region. That would be much easier if the Secretary of State paid heed to the Select Committee report and sorted out the muddle around the elimination of carbon-emitting engines and actually went for the Select Committee recommendation of 2032 as the deadline for getting rid of carbon cars or vehicles. Third, on homes, we could decarbonise our housing stock much faster and lift 300,000 people out of energy poverty if we had control of eco-funding at a regional level. And finally, when it comes to replanting our forests, we should be insisting that our airports become carbon neutral and ask them to pay an endowment down to help us replant the Arden forest and let it reconnect with the national forest planted just north of Lichfield. These are all things we can do. We want to lead. We need a government that helps us.
Madam Deputy Speaker. Of course there's a climate emergency. The science is very clear. We cannot continue pumping more greenhouse gases into the planet's atmosphere. We need to get to net zero, and I was enormously proud to co-sponsor my honourable friend from Cheltenham's net zero carbon bill yesterday. Yesterday morning, I stood in the control room of National Grid, and there was a screen the size of this wall, and you can see where all our electricity is coming from and where it's going to. You can see the power that has already been generated by those mammoth wind farms in the North Sea. You can see the impact of the solar panels as they're lit up. The pump storage, which time shifts the electricity from one period of time to another. The coal-powered stations which are going down and soon will be no more. And really importantly, those vast interconnectors between ourselves and the continent, which makes our own electricity more resilient. There has been great change in our infrastructure in the past decade, but we do need to do more, because even if every home had a solar panel on its roof and if every electric vehicle today was electric, our grid could not cope. But the good news is change is coming. By 2025, that grid will be able to cope with 100% zero carbon inputs. By 2025, every new home in this country will have no fossil fuel to heat it. And then there's more change coming. I'm really looking forward to tomorrow's recommendations from the Climate Change Committee. And I hope they talk more about how we enable more of that energy efficiency that saves money as well as saving carbon. And more about how we embrace that transition to electric vehicles, where we're already leading in the EU. More about how we continue to support our world-leading crop scientists and our world-leading work on carbon capture and storage, so that even on a cold, sunless, windless day, we can continue to heat our homes without using more carbon, and how we support our woodlands and our peat bogs. But most of all, I hope it embraces and encourages the work that we are doing across the world through DFID, through the Foreign Office, through our leadership on bringing countries together. And I hope they all come to London next year, because it's only by leading across the world that we will win this fight for climate.
Kerry McCarthy.
Deputy Speaker, we need action on so many fronts to tackle this climate emergency, but time is limited, so I'm going to speak about just one. And unsurprisingly, that is about the fact that 30% of our global greenhouse gas emissions are attributable to our food system. If we don't make changes, food and farming system will single-handedly use up our Paris Climate Agreement emissions budget within the next 30 years. Yet there is still a woeful failure to rise to the challenge, and there is no excuse. From the UN to the IPCC to Eat Lancet to Chatham House to academics from Harvard and Oxford, many, many more. I have a pile this big in my office of reports. There have been endless wake-up calls, and yet politicians are still hitting the snooze button. Lots of things contribute to the climate impact of our food system. The use of fossil fuels and synthetic nitrogen fertilisers on farms, methane emissions from ruminants, transportation and refrigeration. If food waste were a country, it would have the third highest carbon footprint behind China and the USA. But the biggest impact is from land use. 48% of UK land is used for animal agriculture, and 55% of that is used for animal feed rather than grown food that is directly eaten by humans. The destruction of the Amazon rainforest is driven by industrial farming, destroying habitats, biodiversity and natural carbon sinks. It's been over 10 years since I held a debate on the environmental impact of the livestock sector in Westminster Hall. To say the reaction I got then was hostile is an understatement. But now it feels like there's a breakthrough, and that's been led by the public, and actually the private sector has responded to that public demand. It's not being led by politicians, and I really think we need to rise to the challenge and start talking about it. So we need a net zero emissions target by 2040 in the Agriculture Bill, which the NFU now backs, and we need to reward farmers who reduce their carbon footprint. We need to plant more trees, we need to store more carbon in the soil. And yes, we need to accelerate the trend towards healthier, more sustainable diets by reducing red meat and dairy consumption by at least 30% by 2030. Last night, my honourable friend, the member for Bristol North West and I attended an event in Soho, hosted by the Meatless Farm Company, and they're calling for people to sign up to a meatless consumption target. They've commissioned research by Joseph Poore of Oxford University, which showed that if people replaced one red meat meal a week with a plant-based meal, it would cut UK greenhouse gas emissions by some 50 million tonnes. That's reducing it by 8.4%, equivalent to taking 16 million cars off the road. I'd like to challenge all the politicians in this place that profess to care about climate change to take up that challenge.
Dr Caroline Johnson.
Madam Deputy Speaker. Madam Deputy Speaker, as a mother, doctor and the MP for Sleaford North Wycombe, I am committed to ensuring that our children inherit a world which is cleaner, safer and greener than we found it in. This will only be achievable with a serious long-term and ambitious response to tackling the threat of climate change. The importance of this issue to members of the public cannot be underestimated. Indeed, in my own parliamentary office, we have seen 10 times more correspondence this month on climate change than we have seen on Brexit. Madam Deputy Speaker, this is clearly a great issue of importance to the country and my constituency, and I'm very glad that the government sees it as such too. We've been a leader both at home and abroad in leading the fight against climate change. We have reduced greenhouse gas emissions in the UK by 25% since 2010, established the International Climate Fund to provide £5.8 billion to help the world's poorest mitigate and adapt to climate change, and played a crucial role in delivering the historic 2015 Paris Agreement. And this government has achieved this all while decarbonising the economy at the fastest rate of any G20 country since 2000. Madam Deputy Speaker, I've been proud to play my part through the work on the EFRA Select Committee in scrutinising the Environment Bill. This bill, which will come to the Commons soon, will put the 25-year Environment Plan on a statutory footing, introduce a set of environmental principles to guide future government policy making, and establish a world-leading environmental watchdog. It will create a green governance framework that will ensure parliaments for years to come keep the environment at the heart of their decision-making, and I look forward to its introduction soon. It is a common refrain that all politics is local, and climate change is no exception. Reaching the ambitious goals we'll set will require action at all levels of government. In Sleaford and North Wycombe, we are lucky to be served by district and county councils that take their role in reducing emissions seriously, such as North Kesteven, which has reduced its carbon footprint by an incredible almost 70% in the last 10 years. Some of the concerns we've seen on this issue have been due to how climate measures might affect the economy, but actually those fears have been misplaced. because rather than being a shackle on our economy, green energy has been a boost for it. Since 2010, our renewable energy capacity has quadrupled, and right now there are 400,000 people in the UK working in low-carbon businesses. I've had the pleasure of seeing the benefits renewable energy can bring firsthand in my constituency at the Sleaford Renewable Energy Plant, which burns straw to generate enough energy for 65,000 homes and saves 150,000 tonnes of CO2 per annum in the process. Madam Deputy Speaker, I believe the Government's commitment to the environment is clear to see.
It's Edward Davey.
I refer the House to my entry in the register, especially in relation to solar power and community renewable energy. I have three small ideas for the House today, Madam Deputy Speaker: reform of capitalism, engagement in Europe and beyond, and the future of technology. On capitalism, in 2 minutes. On capitalism, people have said we need a system change. They tend to refer to a change in the energy system. I actually think we need to be bolder and go wider. We need to reform our whole economic system, and that requires reform of capitalism. Nothing else will be sufficient to response to the young people protesting. Nothing else will be radical enough. What does that mean? Well, decarbonising capitalism means reforming the rules for our banks, for stock exchanges, for our pension funds, to force them to take account of climate risk. And if people think this is radical, well, the Governor of the Bank of England agrees with it. Mark Carney agrees with it, and many people agree with it. And this government is getting behind the curve on the financial reforms we need, and if we did them, we would radically transform the situation. On European engagement, Madam Deputy Speaker, when I intervened on the Secretary of State for the Environment earlier on, I pointed out that Britain had led climate action at the EU level, and through winning stronger EU action, Britain had influenced the United States and China, and through that we'd influenced the United Nations, and that had led to the Paris Climate Treaty. So actually, action at Europe was critical for global action on climate change. As Minister, I spent 2.5 years of very solid climate diplomacy across the EU, but actually a lot in Warsaw, because Poland was the issue. And we worked with the Poles, we got a compromise, and we moved them over. And because of that, we saw the whole of the EU adopt a greenhouse gas reduction target that I'd been told by the EU Climate Change Commissioner was impossible. We got right at the far end of ambition, and it was Britain leading up ambition, not going down to the bottom, as is sometimes said about Europe. And if we're at the table, we can make that difference. So I think Brexit, Madam Deputy Speaker, is a climate disaster in itself, because it's reducing the soft power and influence of this country. Finally, on technology, Madam Deputy Speaker, when I became Secretary of State, I was told by the Daily Mail and various other people that renewables were too expensive, and didn't I know that the sun didn't always shine and the wind didn't always blow? Well, because of the policies we put in, renewables are now the cheapest option, and that's fantastic for this country and for the world. Now, intermittency, the other problem, is fast being solved with storage, interconnectors, smart demand-supply response, and if we add in tidal power and CCS, we'd have the baseload to sort out the problem relatively quickly, Madam Deputy Speaker. So the solutions are there. We need the political will and the determination to drive them through to meet this climate emergency.
I'm afraid we haven't done that well at my idea that people would voluntarily speak for 2 minutes. So I'm going to reduce the time limit for 2 minutes. I'm sorry, but I want to get as many people in as possible. David Drew.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I shall rush what I've got to say. I mean, it might well help if we actually understand what we mean by state of emergency. So if you refer to Section 1 of the Civil Contingencies Act 2004, it states, an event or situation which threatens serious damage to human welfare in a place in the United Kingdom. And it goes on to list what we mean by those different events. I contend we're in a state of emergency and we should respond accordingly. But my main point is we're here today because of Extinction Rebellion. And I have to say the people who came, many of whom came from Stroud, I think you will be aware, and there are those who say it was born out of Stroud. And they came and they danced and they sang and they made speeches, they got arrested, they disrupted, and they stuck themselves to things, including to my leader's fence. It's very important that we understand that this was about bringing home to us what really we should be doing, and we're now doing today, which is declaring a state of emergency so that we genuinely do something about climate change. And that isn't something we park to 2050. We need to do things now over the next 10 years. We need to halve our carbon emissions over that time to stand any chance of reaching our target by 2050. We have to stop fracking. We have to stop airport expansion. We have to end fossil fuel subsidies. We have to recognise that one of the things that we've not talked a lot about today is disposal of waste. And waste cannot be disposed of by a massive expansion of incineration. That itself is something that will add to our emissions. So I hope that we will get the message, we will do the radical things, and then the people who came here and got arrested did it for a purpose.
Point of order. No. Not even been in here.
You've only just come in.
Do it at 7 o'clock.
Madam Deputy Speaker, you may not be aware, but the Defence Secretary has just been sacked. And therefore, have you had any indication that the Prime Minister will be coming here to speak?
No, I haven't. And I think we need to get on with the debate. Daniel Seidman.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I think we were all impressed by the passion of children across the country who have taken action over the last few weeks, and those who have never been involved in protests before in Extinction Rebellion. But we can all talk about climate change, but seeing the evidence at first hand makes a real difference. And I was fortunate to visit the British Antarctic Survey in Cambridge last week, where Dr. Hugh Griffiths, who I was paired with in the Royal Society scheme just back from the Antarctic, and Professor David Vaughan showed me their extraordinary ice cores. These are things which are dug down deep into the ice, and it's like a pathway back into the past, and little bubbles from centuries past are captured from the atmosphere. And they are able to chart the rises and falls in temperature and emissions in the atmosphere and show on a chart exactly what has happened to our climate over the last few millennia. And what it shows, up and down, up and down, up and down it goes. And we should be just entering the cooling period. But what you see on the chart is we're going up. Yeah. And it's such a graphic representation, it makes it all clear. And that's why the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change was so right last year to demand rapid, unprecedented and far-reaching transitions. And we're not seeing it from the government, I'm afraid. One quick example on transport. We have not seen the cuts in emissions in road transport. So why was the government so pathetic in its response to the suggestion they look again at the fuel duty escalator? For goodness sake, it was introduced by a Conservative government originally. And why such a negative response to Labour's brave suggestion to actually restore our bus services by transferring money from VED? Those are the kind of things that make the difference. Not honeyed words, as we heard earlier from the Secretary of State, but actually rapid, unprecedented, far-reaching transitions. Madam Deputy Speaker, that's what we need.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I want to begin by reminding members why we are even here to debate the climate crisis in the first place. We are not here because of an international effort coordinated by world leaders. We are not here due to the recent cyclone in Mozambique or the increasing incidence of climate disasters wreaking havoc across our planet. We are here because last August a small group of school children decided to walk out of school to take a stand against climate change. They inspired a global movement. In one sense, this is a testament to the great power of protest and a cause for hope in future generations. But it is also an indictment of our global political leadership. Frankly, it is an embarrassment that it should take a group of school children to pressure us to act. Younger generations have exposed the abject failings of the world's decision makers. We saw these failings on display just last week when the Minister for International Trade seemed to legitimize climate change denial. His comments displayed a stunning level of ignorance on climate change, an ignorance which runs throughout the Tory party. Madam Deputy Speaker, make no mistake, climate change is happening at a terrifying pace. Only through urgent and coordinated action can we tackle this crisis. Doing nothing is simply not an option. I have been contacted by many of my constituents about this very issue. And as a MP for Warrington South, I have called on Warrington Borough Council to declare an environment and climate emergency. In this country, Madam Deputy Speaker, we led the way in the Industrial Revolution, and it would be fitting if we were the architects of a green revolution today. And I commend Parliament must vote to declare a climate and environment emergency today. Thank you.
Marcia de Cordova.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. It is a pleasure to speak in this important debate. There can be no more denial, no more delay and no more hesitation. We are facing a climate emergency. Unless we take urgent action, climate chaos will wreak devastation to communities across the globe. Cuts to renewable energy means that on current trends, the UK will only be carbon neutral by the end of the century, more than 50 years too late. This is too late for our children, and they know this. Children and young people have been leading the way on this, and as the UK Students' Climate Network recently wrote, we will be facing a climate breakdown if those in power don't act urgently to change our trajectory. We must hear these words, and I want to just pay tribute to the climate school strikers along with Extinction Rebellion. But more importantly, I want to pay tribute to the many students, children and young people in my constituency that have written to me about the climate crisis, particularly those from Alderbrook School, where one Year 6 student wrote to me and said, "It is heartbreaking to know that our generation is going to suffer from the chaos that we have not created. And this is what will happen if we do not rise to this emergency. The science is clear." The student strikers, they chanted, "System change, not climate change." And that is a fact. We need a green economy, investment in renewable energy, a ban to fracking and to decarbonise our society. We need this climate for justice and for social justice. We need an economy that puts people and our planet before profit. This is an emergency and we cannot afford to wait. We must act, Madam Deputy Speaker.
Speaker, and may I put on record, first of all, the excellent work of the Hornsey and Wood Green climate emergency activists who invited me to a meeting well in advance of Greta Thunberg's visit and who were ahead of the protesters, but also the school children from the schools in Hornsey and Wood Green who marched on London to demand change. Transport is the most emitting sector of the UK economy, responsible for 27% of greenhouse gas emissions, a figure that increases to a staggering 40% if you include our share of international shipping and aviation. And that's the one that we can really do something about at the three levels of government. First of all, the government must fund bus services. End of. And there's an election tomorrow where that will feature in big style. Secondly, at local level, as a council leader formerly, we introduced the first 20-mile-an-hour speed zone in London, and it was at first considered ridiculous by the local papers and now has become rather fashionable and is very welcomed by the lungs of many young people and families. And thirdly, I wanted to put on record the work that the Mayor of London is doing, which is not easy because a lot of people are going to be affected by this, but the ultra-low emission zone in central London, which went live earlier this month, is a very brave move and one that later we will consider normal, but at the moment it's a little bit uncomfortable. Well done to the Mayor and all of our councillors who work so hard day in, day out on recycling, on transport, on cycling, and all the things which make our environment better. And finally, I wanted just to put on record the work that's being done on children's asthma and respiratory health by the member for Lewisham East's constituent, Miss Ella Deborah's mother, who has worked so hard to convince others about the importance of climate change and transport. Thank you,
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. We as a planet and a country stand at a crossroads. In the month of Extinction Rebellion, Greta Thunberg's visit to our country and countless emails and conversations with constituents, we must ask if we will use their interventions as a much-needed wake-up call to take the urgent action we need, or if we will just make more excuses to take further delay and brush our country's future under the carpet once more. We are all agreed that we need a cross-party approach to this crisis, but looking at this government's record, I do fear that they are leading us down the path of excuse and delay. They banned onshore wind subsidies, they're axing Labour's solar panel subsidies, and their attempts to reduce emissions has stalled. And then we come to the fracking policy. Fracking is a dangerous, disruptive and disastrous method of fuelling our country. It extracts fossil fuels at the expense of our environment and our communities. And the environmental risks from fracking to former coalfield sites are clear. So in Lee, we have expressed our total opposition to it. It does not have our consent, and the government should follow Labour's lead and ban it. Indeed, Madam Deputy Speaker, in my constituency, the site of one former colliery is now a renowned 200-hectare country park and nature reserve, where over 230 species of bird have been identified. I would suggest that sites such as these have been of greater benefit to our town than any fracking site could ever be. So rather than turning to the energy of old, we should be looking at how we reduce our emissions and how we help people make greener choices. And that starts by bringing rail stations back to our towns. All this does not have to be burdensome. It can be full of hope, opportunity and positivity. But we must get on and act. The next generation is watching and judging.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Over 6 months ago, the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change warned that unless we take urgent action, we have just 12 years to limit climate change catastrophe. The leading scientific experts in the world told us in no uncertain terms that urgent changes were needed to cut the risk of the extreme heat, drought, floods and poverty. Or to put it another way, we should take urgent action now before catastrophic life loss. No such urgent action has taken place. At the World Economic Forum in January, Sir David Attenborough told world leaders that we are destroying the natural world and with it ourselves. But no real urgent action followed. We have known for decades now that the climate change was a threat to our planet. Many have devoted their lives to the climate change cause to wake the world from its complacency to understand the gravity of the situation. But human beings aren't great at planning and preparing for their future, and even less good at planning for the benefits of their future generations. I'm very pleased that last month Bedford Borough Council voted unanimously to declare climate emergency and committed to a 6-month project to identify action needed to achieve its 2030 carbon target. We heard from the scientists who talked of deafening sounds of huge glaciers calving off the Greenland ice shelf, that the current logging and burning of tropical forests releases more carbon dioxide than our remaining forests could possibly observe. So, like Bedford Borough Council, I would like to urge that, like Bedford Borough Council and other authorities, this government should now take true world leadership and declare climate emergency. Nothing short of green revolution will do. I'm very happy to support this.
Speaker. UK Student Climate Network, Friday for Future Movement, Extinction Rebellion. These movements for climate action, driven by passion and activism, follows proud traditions of movements from change throughout our history. Like the trade union, this week the CWU are doing an annual conference in Bournemouth, who also debated climate change, gladly passed. I was pleased to see recently, can't read my own writing, I was pleased to see recently cross-party political talks, positive commitments emerged from these talks. Sadly, no Prime Minister, no Conservative Party representation. To conclude, Madam Speaker, I just want to reflect on a recent meeting I had with a young constituent of mine, Alexander. He had come to one of my surgeries in Moodiesburn, concerned about the lack of action on climate change. He made an overnight journey last week from Moodiesburn to London. He jumped in his car in order to participate in the climate change protest. He came down to London to join the protest. And he said to me, rephrasing a quote from World War II book he had read, "Britain's honour and its national interest are at stake. Our planet is under attack, and there can be no delays on declaring war on climate change. Whatever other nations decide to do, we must do better. How right that statement is. There can be no further delays. We have to act now. It's time for the UK to demand climate change.
Brown.
Thank you. On Monday, I was privileged to host students from the fabulous St Bonaventure's Boys' School in my constituent. Students who are working with the East London Citizens Organisation and CAFOS, learning about politics and campaigning for social justice and a brighter future. They wanted to talk to me about housing, Brexit, the kind of violence that's blighted our community. But most of all, they wanted to talk to me about climate change, and their dedication and knowledge gave me hope. Xavier told me about that we need to stop trees from being destroyed from developments in the UK. Ethan told me how important it is for us to invest more in research and development to produce the green innovations that will help us to reduce emissions. He wants to become a scientist and help with these challenges, and I reckon he'll do it. Arpon told me we needed to stop fracking and rely on renewables, not just because of carbon consequences, but because of the impact on clean water and the local environment. And Ethan, another Ethan, told me how inspired he is by the idea of a Green New Deal in the US, what will make of a green industrial revolution here. And Thomas told me that we need so many more charging points for electric cars. Thomas is right, Arpon is right, Xavier is right, Ethan, both Ethans are right. What we need is a genuine commitment from the government to act. Oceans rising, deforestation, wildfires, hundreds of millions at risk of flooding, displacement, drought, disease and starvation. Mass extinction with huge numbers of species lost. That's what we face. It's enormous. We need a commitment to implement green policies on a scale that matches the enormous challenges that face us. Transformation of our economy, homes, transport, agriculture, our energy system. Transformation of an entire society, creating greater social justice as well as securing our very future on planet Earth. We know what we need to do. Let's get on with it.
We've heard an awful lot about the various resources, the various approaches we should be taking, but what we haven't heard about, and I think this is important, is about the impact this is presently having on some of our communities. Now, I'm going to do what many MPs do. I'm going to talk about my constituency. Do not switch off, because what is happening in Fairbourne will be happening in other communities around the United Kingdom and around Wales in years to come. The sea is rising 4.7 millimetres a year in Barmouth. That is not exclusive to Barmouth. That is happening everywhere. Now, the spring tides, these are not just in spring, these are 24 times in the year, they are now higher than the level of the land in Fairbourne. There are 470 properties there. There are 1,200 people living there. There is a master plan. It has very little budget. It has virtually no statutory power. And in 40 years from now, they do not know. 40 years, they reckon they can protect the sea defences that cost £6 million over the last 8 years. They reckon they can protect those to the cost of £10 million. But in 40 years' time, we do not know where those people will be, and we do not know where their houses will be. Now, I've had one person write to me, understandably, that she doesn't want her MP to talk about the challenges faced by Fairbourne. She says that the Council and the Environment Authority are wrong, that the sea isn't rising, and that if the sea is rising, then it's an unmitigated disaster for everyone, so there's no point in doing anything at all. To quote from recent correspondence, Fairbourne is a happy and friendly place to live and everybody gets on with life, so please don't go with stirring up old news now. Après moi, le déluge. Now, you can see the political incentive to keep quiet. The easiest thing to do would be to keep my head down, save for the fact that this is the crux of the problem with our short-termism, our self-interest politics. To close, Fairbourne is what a climate change emergency looks like now. It's slow, but it's happening, and we have little response to it.
In the 1970s, as a teenager, I first got involved in political activity through campaigning on the environment and against nuclear power. It is amazing the change that has happened since. Then we were dismissed as cranks and eccentrics, and now the thinking is mainstream. But understand that the question now is not, does human activity threaten the survival of the planet? The question is not even, do we need to do more to curb that activity? The question before us now is whether it is even possible
for us to accelerate what we are doing in order to avoid a tipping point where the damage becomes irreversible and the downward trajectory unstoppable. And that point doesn't come in 2050, it comes in about 10 years' time. That's why this is an emergency, and that's why the government needs to do more. Let me give a couple of examples where the government should be doing more. I eat red meat. I should eat less of it, so we all should. But you can go into any supermarket in this country and buy a kilo of beef for less than a kilo of green beans. So we need the government to take action with our food producers and using every lever at its disposal, including tax and subsidy and regulation, to make sure that families in this country can eat nutritious food with a low-carbon footprint without putting themselves at an economic disadvantage. Another example. I come by train to this place from Edinburgh, but that's because the taxpayer pays the fare. If they didn't, I would have the same dilemma as everyone else in my constituency, and that is that on any day of the week, it is cheaper to fly from Edinburgh to London than it is to take the train. That is a ludicrous and unsustainable situation, and to cure it, we need a radical and rapid expansion of public transport in this country, the like of which will give the Minister nightmares. Hear, hear. But not enough is being done, so I'm sorry to break with the consensual backslapping. Things need to change, and we need this government to do more.
Well said. Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I heard Greta Thunberg speak at the meeting held here last week, where, on behalf of her generation, she demanded of us that we declare a climate crisis and take serious, effective action based on what scientists are now telling us. At that meeting, and again today, we heard lots of warm words from the Secretary of State for the Environment, but he's always weak on new action. If this country is to justify our reputation going forward as world leaders in carbon reduction and the environment, far more needs to be done. I've time for 3 points. Firstly, the government should reverse the decision to build runway 3 at Heathrow. It'll add 6 million tonnes of CO2 per year, making Heathrow the biggest emitter of CO2 in the UK, as well as adding yet more to local air pollution. And, as the Department of Transport analysis shows, it produces no net benefit to the economy anyway. On air pollution, we've seen good work done by London Mayor Sadiq Khan, who's just introduced the ultra-low emission zone and who took the government to court over its illegal air pollution plans. But we need urgent intervention from the government to help the Mayor and other forward-thinking local leaders by initiating scrappage schemes and investing significantly and supporting clean and green solutions for transport and also waste and recycling. Thirdly, can I suggest that the government support and listen to a citizens' assembly on climate and ecological justice. The government plans to take us out of the EU, which among other environmental policies have ensured UK beaches are now clean and pollution-free. Yet at the same time, the government will be rolling out the red carpet for President Trump, who claims that global warming is a hoax and who's pulled the US out of the Paris Agreement. On the climate and the environmental crises, let the warm words be matched with serious action.
Yeah. Paul Sweeney.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I was swatting up there on my climate change knowledge, but I have to say, on behalf of my constituents of Glasgow North East, I want to declare a climate change emergency on their behalf, and the correspondence I've received is compelling about the need for that 10 years before we receive irreversible change to our climate, the likes of which we'll not be able to comprehend. And I was struck by the call from my honourable colleague from Norwich, who said we need a mission, of a national mission like we've never seen before, to solve this problem. We need to grasp it in the same way that the Americans did with the space race. We need to set national targets to decarbonise and be the first nation to truly enter into the green era of industrialisation. That is the nation that I represent, Scotland, was the first to industrialise in the Industrial Revolution. It was the most rapid industrialisation of any country in the world. We have to adopt the same sort of vigour, imagination and purpose if we are to achieve that. And I'm afraid that government at all levels is singularly failing to grasp the urgency and the burning need to adapt radically to this situation. I see, on one hand, great rhetoric, but on the other hand, I see in my constituency valuable projects that are improving the environment being defunded, such as the Climate Challenge funding that housing associations and other local organisations had. Yet, when one breath the Scottish Government is declaring a climate emergency, which I welcome, why are they defunding local projects in my constituency? Likewise, I would like to see a national project to fully develop public transport across our country. It's a critical issue that is causing social dislocation, where we're seeing privatisation and fragmentation of our public transport system in this country. Why are we not seeing a radical project to re-municipalise, reintegrate and establish affordable and convenient and comprehensive public transport across this country, in every part of this country? That would be the radical change needed, and we can utilise that to grow our industrial base as well. We have a huge capability in bus manufacturing in this country. Let's, for example, set the target to be the first nation to have complete decarbonised bus travel across this country. And that's why Labour has proposed a radical proposal for a fully free comprehensive bus service across the whole of Scotland. That's the sort of radical thinking we need. We need to have it now. This government needs to act.
Alex Sobel. The IPCC said we have until 2030 to avoid a 1.5 degrees rise in climate change. When should we get to net carbon zero, Mr. Speaker? By 2030 at the latest, not by the government's target of 2050. How do we get there? What must be done? First, we need to repurpose the Treasury and economic policy. In the short term, all government spending, all priorities, all programmes of success against our climate goals. The spending review, the next spending review must be a climate emergency spending review. Too little government spending as a climate change priority. In contrast, 25% of EU budget 21 to 27 will be climate related. We must underpin an industrial retooling of our whole country and for productive output for the 21st century. Many of my colleagues call that the Green New Deal, in reimagining FDR's Great Rebuilding America, but I call it a Marshall Plan for the environment, working alongside our European partners, building a new, clean, fossil-free Europe. The UK also needs to account for its exported carbon. The government claims to have the world's sharpest decline emissions, but what about the embedded emissions in all our products? The Sustainability Research Institute, the University of Leeds, developed a model to reallocate those emissions from industries to the final consumers of products. This model, developed by John Barrett and Anne Owen, is a world leader in terms of working out the UK's carbon footprint. Will the Minister meet with, the Secretary of State meet with them and adopt this model? Finally, we need a new climate economics. The Global Commission on the Economy and Climate concluded that choosing between tackling climate change and boosting economic growth is a false choice. Instead, it says economic growth and reducing emissions are mutually beneficial. Fitoussi, Stiglitz and Sen, three of our best economists in the world, have done substantial work for the French government to measure societal well-being in ways that go beyond traditional measures, such as the economy's GDP. The UK government also needs to work and look at measures that supersede gross domestic product and focus on solving our climate emergency. Thank you.
Liz McInnes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Now, we've heard many claims from the opposite benches about the progress that they've made on climate change, but the fact is that they have systematically demolished the policies put in place under the Climate Change Act of 2008, introduced by a Labour government, and they have increased public spending on fossil fuels. And we all remember David Cameron's "let's get rid of the green crap" comment, and he began the process of comprehensive policy reversal. And this was accelerated by the current Prime Minister, who famously, on her second day in office, showed her commitment to climate change by abolishing the department. The IMF reported in 2015 that the UK spent £26 billion on fossil fuel subsidies in 2015, with much of that going overseas, with 85% of the UK's coal demand being met through imports. Therefore, in 2015, the UK subsidised fossil fuels to the tune of 3 to 4 times what it spent on renewables, and in the process contributing to catastrophic global climate change effects. The current Minister of State for Energy and Clean Growth agrees that action is needed on climate change. Yet a month ago, I asked the Under-Secretary of State for the Environment about the UK's woeful performance on achieving the Aichi biodiversity targets, 20 targets which in 2010 we pledged to meet by 2020, next year. And we are on track to meet just 5 of those targets, falling down particularly on Target 20 to mobilise financial resources. And although they signed up to them, the government now describe those targets as nebulous and are talking about the next set of targets. As one of my constituents said, they are ignoring the targets but looking forward to Britain being ahead in the next set of targets. Is this Parliament or a sketch from the Tracy Ullman show?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Let me begin by endorsing the idea of a citizens' assembly on climate change. Such an assembly presents a real opportunity to put aside party politics and deliver a real mandate for action on climate change. The Irish Citizens' Assembly has recently looked at tackling climate change, and they faced up to some of the difficult trade-offs, reaching a consensus across a group of citizens from Irish society, providing a strong public mandate for renewed efforts to tackle climate change. I urge the Government to look at establishing a Citizens' Assembly here in the UK to give citizens a voice in this fight. Liverpool has set the bold aim to become the world's first climate-positive city by the end of 2020. In other words, seeking to remove more carbon dioxide from the atmosphere than it emits each year. And the City Council is working with the Poseidon Foundation to help offset its carbon emissions by incorporating blockchain technology into the Council's day-to-day operations. Last summer, the International Development Committee started an inquiry into UK aid for combating climate change. Yesterday, we agreed to publish our report next week. Climate change cuts across everything. The effectiveness of all UK aid spending depends on addressing climate change. We've been struck that the Government has been incoherent in its approach, in particular with the support provided to fossil fuels by UK Export Finance. Global Witness said to us that this leads to a situation where the UK Government is providing climate aid with one hand and exporting the UK's fossil fuel pollution with the other, all the while undermining its climate action credentials. We need coherence and consistency. It is incumbent on the Government today to respond to the climate emergency, both in domestic policy and in its international policy, so that we can ensure that combating climate change is front and centre of everything we do.
Before I call the next speaker, I must advise the House that I have received notification from the Petition Officer for the constituency of Peterborough in respect of the recall petition for Fiona Onasanya. The recall petition process for the constituency of Peterborough, established under the Recall of MPs Act 2015, closed today at 5 p.m. As more than 10% of those eligible to sign the petition have done so, I advise the House that the petition was successful. Fiona Onasanya is no longer the member for Peterborough, and the seat is accordingly vacant. She can therefore no longer participate in any parliamentary proceedings as a Member of Parliament. I shall cause the text of the notification to be published in the votes and proceedings and in the official report. Helen Hayes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I pay tribute to Greta Thunberg and the school strikers, including those from my constituency, and the protesters we saw outside Parliament last week, for ensuring that climate change is once again at the top of the political agenda where it must be. Under this government and in this global context, their actions are necessary. On the issue of climate change, the Government has failed. Since 2010, a raft of policies and initiatives which were driving progress on climate change have been scrapped. Members opposite today have called for action on energy efficiency, yet the Tories' cancellation of the Green Home Scheme means that the retrofitting of insulation is at 5% of the level in 2012. We should have been building on those initiatives to make further progress, not talking about the extent to which we have moved backwards. With the very limited time available, I want to raise one issue which hasn't been mentioned this afternoon, and that is the issue of fossil fuel divestment. Part of the system change we need to see involves taking money out of dirty, damaging, exploitative fossil fuel extraction, and we can do something about that here in this place. Both of my local councils, Lambeth and Southwark, have committed to divest their pension funds out of fossil fuels, yet our parliamentary pension funds remain invested in fossil fuels, despite 100 members writing to the trustees of the pension fund last year, calling on them to divest and remove our money from fossil fuels and invest it in sustainable industries. I call on all members here to join that call. We need the Government to act comprehensively at the scale required by an emergency. Climate change demands that it is the prism and the underpinning principle of all our political and economic decision-making. We must act to address this emergency.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. What I would like to know is whether our desperation to seal trade deals with other countries, especially the United States, will inhibit our ability to talk candidly with them about the need to change tack on climate change, because I want the Government to embed in any future trade agreements legally binding commitments to reduce carbon emissions emissions, because we can do everything humanly possible in this country to reduce our carbon footprint. But if we continue to trade with the rest of the world on the same basis as we do now, then it will be for nothing. Our economy is changing rapidly, and it is now possible for people to order goods from almost anywhere in the world and for them to be on their doorstep within a matter of days. To the consumer, that's one click of a mouse. No climate impact at all, but if one counts the carbon footprint of original manufacture, transportation and then packaging, it begins to look a lot less pain-free. We've talked in here about some of the awful working conditions delivery drivers have to put up with in the gig economy. How they often have to pay for their own transport, outdated transport, and how they often have to drive convoluted distances to get to the destinations. That business model isn't sustainable for them as individuals, and it's not sustainable for the planet. And what about the packaging? We always talk about how we need to tax the online giants more. Well, let's tax those who do deliveries for the miles that they send their products and for the ludicrous amounts of cardboard they use when doing so. I'm sure it would not take long for them to develop more sustainable ways of delivering their packages. And as we heard from the leader of the opposition earlier, WWF has said humanity has wiped out 60% of mammals, birds, fishes and reptiles since 1970. Shouldn't that fact alone cause us to reconsider what we are doing? We are the dominant species on this planet, but that dominance should be used responsibly, not to drive everything else to extinction. Not only because that is wrong, but it also will end with our own extinction shortly afterwards. We have to take responsibility for our actions. All of us, we have to declare a climate emergency, and then we have to act on it. And that is the most important thing. We have to take action, not just today, but every day from now on in.
Lisa Dodds.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My city of Oxford hasn't just declared a climate emergency, it's putting into place the UK's first ever zero emissions zone, and it's also convening right now a citizens' assembly to discuss measures to deal with that climate emergency. If we decide together collectively we have got a climate emergency in this House, then we need to act on it, and we need to do that above all in three areas. First of all, housing. We saw those building standards being watered down appallingly under the coalition government. We've been told there's going to be changes on energy efficiency, but we need to go further. They don't just need to change on energy efficiency, they also need to make sure that we're protecting wildlife in every single new development, and that particularly includes those between Oxford and Cambridge. Secondly, we need concerted action from central government to promote environmental innovation. At the moment, we're relying on enthusiasts, on volunteers, on individual companies and councils to drive that change. That's just not good enough. I'm very, very proud of what we've seen in Oxford, of Project Leo, of Project Eric, of those big projects changing our energy infrastructure locally, but it needs to be backed up by government investment, otherwise it's going to be piecemeal. This should be mainstream, not just a matter for enthusiasts. And finally, we've got to be honest about the challenges that we face. I absolutely agree with what the Secretary of State said when he said we've got to be honest. Quite frankly, I'm sick and tired to hear people say that they care about the environment, and then the next minute they tweet out some criticism of a policy like the ultra-low emission zone, for example. I'm very proud of those who are saying, yes, we've got to take those difficult steps, we've got to have those difficult conversations, including London Labour MPs like the one sat next to me from Enfield Southgate. We're facing up to it, we're dealing with this in a grown-up manner, and that is what government should be doing, not trying to, sadly, make those kind of short-term, politically expedient points that so often we see greeting environmental measures. Let's grow up, just like those kids have been doing, actually, when they've been out in the streets. That's what we need to do in this place. Thank you.
Ruth George.
Thank you very much. And I would like to talk about not just what we can do as a national government, but what local councils can do locally. We have elections in High Peak, as we have across rural districts in the whole of England tomorrow. And local people can show their commitment to climate change and to taking the measures that are needed to tackle it by voting for Labour councillors that have practical proposals that they're putting forward in order to tackle climate change. From my council in High Peak, where Labour councillors voted to ban fracking, where they voted to declare a climate change emergency in the face of opposition from Conservative councillors who have not taken the actions that we need to do this. They're not proposing ending the green proper passive house standards for housing. They're not legislating for clean air. They're not even monitoring it properly. And where they are monitoring, then they're refusing to release the results of those air pollution monitors, even outside our schools, where we've got parents concerned about their children's health. We haven't had a single public charging point for electric vehicles installed in High Peak in my area under a Conservative council for the last 4 years. We've got people crying out to be able to use electric vehicles, to be able to use public transport, but we're seeing our buses cut, we're seeing our train services not supported, and it is Labour councillors who are out there fighting for our bus services, working with local companies and local people on cycle routes for our constituency to make sure that people can get to work, that they can use cycles for leisure, and that we can reduce emissions in an absolutely practical way, not just by doing things like banning fracking, but by supporting renewable energy in a positive way at a local level. That's what every local person across rural England can do tomorrow. They can back policies that will support the environment and make this change real.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's an honour to close today's debate. I think the kind of debate that justifies why the public go to the ballot box to put us here. We've had 63 collegiate, wise and passionate speeches today, all the way through from the member for Newbury, who talked about farmers displaced by salination of their lands, all the way through to the honourable member for Norwich, who gave us my favourite comment of the day, where he said, if you are drowning, you don't ask, ooh, what's politically possible? You do what you need to do to survive. We also heard the maiden speech from the honourable member for Newport West, and I have to say that Newport will be proud of her tonight, as will her predecessor, who I'm sure is smiling down today. We also heard from the Right Honourable Member for Doncaster North, who was applauded right across the House for his groundbreaking work on climate change. But he also said that every political issue we consider must deal with climate change. And in that vein, I wanted to pay tribute to many of my colleagues who haven't had the opportunity to speak today, who have been leading the charge on climate change, not least the Honourable Member for Workington, Brent North and Southampton Test, who are sat behind me today. Now, the great Salford poet and songwriter Ewan MacColl once wrote in a song about hiking on the moors, I may be a wage slave on Monday, but I'm a free man on Sunday. Now, whether or not you like his music or his politics, I think there are three things we can take from that, which almost everyone in this House would agree on. Firstly, the environment is not something separate from ourselves, something out there. It's part of our freedom. When we talk about the environment, we're talking about the places that mean the most to us, about our food, about the air we breathe, literally the air we breathe. And 70% of the world's oxygen is produced by marine life, life that is threatened by ocean warming and acidification caused by carbon put into the atmosphere. Secondly, climate change and the environment are not luxury concerns. It's working people that benefit most when our public spaces flourish, urban or rural, and it's the poorest, both at home and internationally, who will be hit first and worst by the climate emergency. And it's the working people, as we've heard today, who have the most to gain from a green industrial revolution that could transform our economy, creating hundreds of thousands of good jobs. And we on this side estimate that retrofitting the UK's housing stock could create 160,000 jobs alone right across the UK. Offshore wind by 2030, 120,000 jobs, largely in coastal towns and regions that have struggled for decades. And thirdly, our climate and our environment are in deep trouble. You don't have to look far to see how climate change is already a disaster for many across the world, from the cyclone that's recently struck Mozambique to protracted droughts in East Africa. And if we continue on our current path, we face unimaginable losses for every member's constituency in this House, and unimaginable losses for people and communities across the world. But here's the thing. It doesn't have to be this way. We're running out of time, but there is still time. So let's use that time well and start today by declaring a climate emergency. But very briefly, what does that mean? Well, I think the motion has set out some guidance for this. It means reducing our greenhouse gas emissions as rapidly as possible and down to net zero before 2050, with short-term targets for the green energy transition and sustainable modes of transport. It means properly funding environmental protection domestically and legislating to reduce waste, moving towards a zero-waste economy. It means capturing the green jobs of the future and mitigating the impact of transitioning to a low-carbon economy on workers in regions. And it means bringing wildlife and biodiversity back to levels that I'm too young to remember. But as we know from David Attenborough, no one is too young or old to be captivated by. And perhaps more than anything, declaring an emergency means that we will devote the time and the resources to the problem that are commensurate with the scale of the problems. So we need action commensurate with the scale of the problem, Mr. Speaker. And this is where we start today, in declaring a climate and environment emergency. This motion gives us a basis on which to act, and that is why I commend this motion to the House.
To shape the business, energy and industrial strategy, Dr. Greg Clark.
Indeed, Mr. Speaker, and it's been an excellent debate. It's been vigorous and well subscribed, as befits a subject of such profound importance. And what's been established so clearly, it seems to me, is that there's a deep sense of responsibility for protecting and improving our environment that is shared across all sides of this House. Let me pay tribute to the Honourable Lady, the member for Newport West, for her maiden speech in this House. She used warm words about her predecessor and mentioned that he used his sense of humour to engage with people. And she, I think, has bought his book on how to be an MP. I think from her speech today, she's already making great strides. I don't think she needs too many lessons there. Having been in front of her predecessor on select committees in which he served, he can also be a fierce interrogator, and I'm sure she'll learn those skills as well. I want to pay tribute, as the Honourable Lady opposite did, to the member for Doncaster North, who gave a profound speech and reflected on some of the lessons of leadership, both in his term as Secretary of State and as leader of the Labour Party. And he was right in saying that moral authority comes from being able to act. And that is one of the reasons that, even though we are a small country in terms of the contribution we make to emissions, we have the moral authority that comes from being a leader, and we must continue that with our action. And he pointed out that, of course, we have, and it's legitimate to have, different visions of how we get there, but that's not to decry the motivation that we share on this point. I'd like to pay tribute to my honourable friend for Truro and Falmouth in terms of she was a good example of what we can do in constituencies. And the climate vision on her website we should look to and see if we can emulate across all of our constituencies to embrace our role as local leaders as well as in this place. I'd like to mention the contribution of my honourable friend for Copeland, reminding us that nuclear has played and will play a distinguished role in making sure that we can generate power free from emissions. And finally, I'd like to pay tribute to my right honourable friend, the member for West Dorset, whose work in opposition in producing the paper The Low Carbon Economy established very considerable consensus across this House and was seminal in shaping the Climate Change Act, which the Right Honourable Gentleman led, and I know that he would recognise that contribution. And it seems to me that the tone of this debate underlines why we should not create division in this House where there is none. Indeed, I would say that one of our proudest achievements in this country when it comes to environmentalism and climate change is that we have displayed to the world in international fora an impressive national determination to lead our country and to lead the world, with the baton of responsibility being passed from one government to its successors. Mrs Thatcher, as many members have contributed in this debate, was the very first global leader to acknowledge at the UN, and as I quote her, what may be the early signs of man-induced climate change. Her speech in 1989 bears rereading for those who may not be familiar with how profound her anticipation of the problems that we are grappling with was. And it wasn't just the anticipation of the problems. She was a woman of action, and if we think back to what she did, thought impossible at the time to virtually eradicate CFCs across the world. She described the task of governments as this, to follow the best available evidence, to decide where the balance of evidence lies, and to take prudent action. Over the years, we've done that. The last Labour government passed the Climate Change Act with cross-party support. And I say cross-party support because the Right Honourable Gentleman will acknowledge that we, on this side of the House, then on the other side, participated in amending the bill to increase the ambition from targets of 60% to the 80% targets that we have. The bill, when it started its life, included a 60% target, and when it left this House, it was the 80% that the Stern Review proposed. So, if we take the motion as drafted, there is no reason to fracture the consensus that's been such an important feature of this area. The first sentence of the motion reflects what we've all long recognised, that the need to reduce emissions is urgent and compelling, and we should heed the advice of the scientists who comprise the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change. We've always considered that to be right, and I'm glad we agree. The second sentence rightly calls attention to the consequences for the natural environment and society of global warming. We know that going back to 1990, again Mrs Thatcher said, weather patterns could change so that what is now wet could become dry, what is now dry could become wet, the character and behaviour of plants would change, some species of animals and plants would migrate to different zones or disappear forever. The third sentence calls on the House to increase the UK's targets under the Climate Change Act and to ensure that we capture the benefits of the low-carbon economy. As all members know, my right honourable friend, the member for Devizes, and I commissioned the Committee on Climate Change after the Paris Accord to precisely advise us on how we can reflect this raised ambition in our targets, and we know that tomorrow they will publish that assessment. We did not ask for that advice in order to ignore it. We intend to act on it, and we are proud of the progress that we have made. I was reading some of the policy documents that were being debated at the time of 2008 when we were forging this consensus. And between 1997 and 2007, our greenhouse gas emissions were increasing. They were increasing at the rate of 2% a year between 1999 and 2004. Since then, we've transformed our performance and our reputation. Since the year 2000, few countries in the world, and none in the G20, has gone faster than Great Britain in decarbonising the economy. We will continue to set the pace over the years ahead, during which the battle to halt catastrophic climate change will be won or lost. We intend to win. Mr Speaker, the motion concludes urging further action to be taken to restore our natural environment and to create a circular economy. Through the Environment Bill, the Agriculture Bill, through the Industrial Strategy and our Clean Growth Strategy, we will do precisely that. Mr Speaker, I hope that we can maintain this common purpose. The Honourable Lady opposite set out her party's position. There isn't one person who joins my party who isn't concerned about the heritage of our planet. Conservation, preservation, the inheritance of future generations are a deep instinct of every Conservative. It's not new, nor does it sit at variance with our governing philosophy. Indeed, our traditional concerns for the environment and a prosperous economy should not be seen as contradiction to each other. And as we consider the threats from climate change, let us remember that without prosperity, people also become extinct. Enterprise has been the greatest rebellion against extinction in the history of the world. So the economy and climate change have to be brought together. The only thing that will work to deal with climate change is where the market is adapted to ensure both prosperity and the conservation of our environment. I'm proud that Britain is an advanced capitalist nation, but one with a deep respect for its environment. Mr Speaker, this Parliament
is order. The question is that the question be now put. As many other people say aye. Aye. No, I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. The question is as on the order paper. As many as are of that opinion, yeah, we'll come to that. As many as are of that opinion say aye. Aye. On the contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Point of order, Sue Hayman.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I'm absolutely really proud to be part of a parliament that has passed a climate and environment emergency. However, I'd like to draw attention to the fact the motion passed a certain set of actions for the government to carry out. to increase the ambition of the UK's climate change targets under the Climate Change Act, to achieve net zero emissions before 2050, to increase support for and set ambitious short-term targets for the rollout of renewable and low-carbon energy and transport, and to move swiftly to capture economic opportunities and green jobs in the low-carbon economy, while managing the risks for workers and communities currently reliant on carbon-intensive sectors, and further calls on the Government to lay before the House within the next 6 months urgent proposals to restore the UK's natural environment and deliver a circular zero-waste economy. Mr Speaker, may I ask what parliamentary levers are available to this House to ensure that such action is taken?
The process of government and the process of scrutiny of government by Parliament, otherwise known as continuing debate. Thank you.